Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mercy and Betrayal by Vi Carter and E.R. Whyte, narrated by Will Tulin and Raven Wildwood. Prologue. Enzo. The narrow passage I walk along is more daunting than any of the bullet-ridden roads I traveled in Afghanistan. The errand my father sent me on to secure our place in the heroin trade there was surprisingly easy. Easy enough to bring us up to speed with the Valachis at any rate. They have the corner on coke, but this new deal should equalize us in that market for a time, even if it does make me feel dirty. My shoulders move with deceptive ease as my men walk quietly behind me. Each light on the wall is like a tombstone of some dreaded memory, a place for me to stop and yearn for what I lost each time my father requested I come to his office. Each time he made sure I walked away a little bit harder and more resentful, until hate was all I felt for the man. Karina and I. Every walk down this hallway had ended in explosions of anger and abuse when Karina and I were children. My gaze flickers up at the light fixtures. They're like sentinels, lighthouses guiding wayward ships into a harbor loaded with mines. No more. My fingers dance along the waistband of my pants where my pistol rests. She hasn't been used in a while. I have nothing else on me since coming back from my assignment. Going to Afghanistan was risky, and the last thing I wanted was anyone tracking me by my phone, so I hadn't collected my device after arriving home. I knew that I was considered untouchable, with my sister and Luca Marzano aligned, but nothing was final. Not until he put a ring on her finger, and his heir grew in her womb. Even then, I'm not sure I trust him. I'm not the trusting type. So I took every precaution necessary. We pause at the door, my father's door, now mine. I'll be the one on the other side of this chunk of oak, the one making the decisions, the one behind the desk. I give myself a moment, and my men pause behind me. I should be feeling something, anything. It was supposed to be Francis. My hand curls into a fist. From the grave, my father's voice reaches out and taunts me. I can't stop the swell of resentment that blossoms in the pit of my stomach at the thought of my brother. I don't miss the constant reminder of how he was the golden child. I don't miss him, and the thought shames me, guts me. His death didn't make my life easier. When he died, I lost my sister too. Now the only person I have left to rely on is myself. I'm tempted to reach up and touch the scar behind my left ear, a mark my father left with his belt buckle. It makes it easier to hate the dead. It makes it easier to accept that this is now my domain, my castle. Will I be as cruel as my father? How many men will fall under my rule? How many will prosper? So many questions I have no answers for. This life, this position, was never meant for me. Yet here I am, standing outside a door that's slightly ajar. It should be closed. I slowly remove my pistol and glance up and down the hallway. I meet the eye of my most trusted head of security, Arturo, and he removes his own pistol and signals with it to the other men, letting them know we may have trouble ahead. Arturo shifts closer, his gaze trained on the door, and he beckons for me to go behind him with 2 fingers. I grin and keep my place at the front of the pack. I trust Arturo with my life, but men won't die on my watch because I was a coward who sent them into war like my father did. My men would only fall if I fell too. I nod at Arturo. He isn't happy, but he nods back, and using his fist he raises it in the air and signals again to the men to move forward. I turn and face the door one final time before I launch my shoulder at the solid oak, sending it flying open. The light is off. I pause at the darkness in front of me, and from memory I shift slightly to the left with my gun still raised, running my hand along the plastered wall until I feel the light switch under my fingers. I flick on the lights, and the room is flooded with a warm yellow glow. My men shift as one with me, everyone with their pistols at the ready. But I'm trying to understand what I'm seeing in front of me. My gaze skims across the heads of my father's capos, gagged and kneeling on the floor. My focus lands on the Valachi men stationed behind them, their weapons trained on their heads. I've been trying to contact the capos for the last few weeks. It's almost funny I should find them in this predicament. I glare at Angelus Angel Valachi, standing behind my father's desk, with his hands resting on the large leather chair. My chair now. Do you want to tell me what is happening here? I still haven't put my weapon away, and I have no intention of doing so until I understand this. Angel raises his empty hands in the air, no hint of fear touching his features. He should be afraid. I could kill him with one click of my weapon. That pisses me off. I come as a friend. Enzo. Arturo speaks behind me. I glance at my men. All their weapons are pointed at Angel's head. He is the only Valachi in the room unarmed, and yet he is the most dangerous of all. He places his hands back on the chair in a relaxed gesture, his fingers flexing slightly before they grow still. "Could we have a moment alone?" he asks, as his gaze sweeps across my men. I take another look at my father's capos. Sweat stains their faces, and the smell of fear is heavy in the air. I have no love lost for them. I nod at Arturo, and he lowers his gun. The rest of my security hesitate a bit longer until Arturo turns, and they follow him out of the room. "I'm sorry about your father," Angel offers. "You can put your weapon away now." I'm normally a shoot first and ask questions later type of guy, but I also would like to walk out of this room with no holes in my body. I lower my weapon. "The Valachi have been using their resources to keep the property secure, since Karina is living with Luca." "That isn't necessary," I bite. "It's more than unnecessary, it's an overstep." Angel doesn't so much as blink. "My father had men to take care of his property," I continue. "My father had men for everything, even ones who didn't mind giving a kid a beating." "You are correct, Enzo, but I thought you would prefer the way I was handling it." Angel steps out from behind the desk, and I'm hoping this is the part where he tells me what the fuck is happening. He glances at my father's men, still on their knees. "You see, I wanted to extend some compassion and kindness by renovating this office for you so you wouldn't have to see the carnage Gino Aquino created in this room. But I realized that would be a waste of time and money." For a moment, I regret lowering my weapon. "Why is this any of your business?" I step closer to Angel, and the air in the room shifts. I don't see his men move, but I can sense it. The room settles as Angel raises one finger, telling his men to stay where they are. "Mr. Scarpetta, I told you that I came here as a friend. The men who are kneeling before you are the men who swore to protect your father. Despite them all being here, a common gangster was able to enter the Scarpetta home and murder the Don." Garbled shouts that I can't understand start to come from the gagged mouths of my father's men. One tries to rise, but the butt of the gun sends him sailing to the ground. "Of course, if you wish, I can remove the gags, and you can torture them for hours just to arrive at the same conclusion I've already come to. These men are traitors." More muffled shouts. I look in the eyes of men I've known my whole life, men who have shown me kindness at times, or the back of their hands at others. Each name dances in a line behind my eyelids. I blink their identities away like I would with an enemy who once was a friend. It erases any attachment or emotion I might have toward them. I'm drawn to the desk where my father should be sitting. Did he cry out in his final moments? I highly doubt it. I'm sure he was spewing some poison about how they would pay with not just their lives, but the lives of their families also. It didn't matter what his final words were in the end. All that mattered was making my mark here and now in front of Valachi. We're both sons of the Five, with legacies to uphold. I can't show weakness. I'll deal with this myself, I say. My men should be the ones to take them out, since they will replace them. I will not surround myself with men I can't trust. Through smiling, victorious eyes, Angel nods. If that is what you wish. Yeah, it fucking is. I jut out my chin. Like a rising wave, all the men fight to get to their feet. Their main objective is to reach me, as they continue to babble behind their gags. One almost reaches me before he is beaten back down. His fingers touch my black-polished shoe, before he's dragged back to what will be his final resting place. With each man kept away from me and firmly on their knees, their shoulders start to shake from tears that soak the gags. I should feel something. I don't. Arturo, I call, and the door opens. The rest of my men enter the room, their movements as one, and at last I feel something, a swelling of pride. These men allowed my father to die. His blood is on their hands, and so they will die. I look at each of my men. All we have is loyalty. Without it, I wave a hand in the air. There is no structure, there is no respect. Loyalty is when you... I step closer to Arturo. Would you take a bullet for me? He nods. I know he would. Disloyalty, well, I face my father's capos. You will take their places, I tell my men. So, first you must take their lives. I step aside and the Valachi release my father's capos. More sobs and pleading fill the air. My men raise their guns. They don't fire. They wait patiently for my signal. One of my father's men holds up his bound hands, tears pour from his eyes, and I can almost hear him beg behind his gag. Kill them, I give the command. The noise of so many pistols being fired at once sends a thrill through my body. The hair rises along my arms and the nape of my neck. When the gunfire ceases, my men move toward the fallen and start to lift the lifeless bodies off the floor. Let's talk outside, I say to Angel, and he nods in agreement. He joins me as I stride from the room, and I'm once again struck at how comfortable he is. He shows no fear, even with the awareness that I have a weapon, and his hands are empty. At least, that's how it appears. He hasn't indicated that he is carrying anything. I'm no fool, though, and neither is Angel Valachi. Why did you arrange all this? I ask. Angel glances at the flickering light, and a grin coats his lips before he points at it. I think it's time for something new. Out with the old. He lowers his hand. It's time, Enzo, for a new generation to lead the Mafia, men with loyalty and purpose. That won't happen with the old advisors stabbing each other in the back. We can't survive like that anymore. He's right, but I don't say anything. I need men who are loyal like you. You think I will be loyal to you? I ask. His laugh is quick. Of course not. I want you to be loyal to your own. That's all I seek. Angel holds my gaze for a beat, even as my men pass by, dragging out the traitors who met their fate. He reaches into his pocket, and I can't help but reach for my waistband. Angelus smirks and holds up a photograph. I relax my fingers, and he hands over the photograph without a word. I take the small square of film and flip it over. It takes me a moment to focus on its unlikely subject, a young woman standing in a shipping yard, surrounded by a group of men. Her red hair trails behind her like a flag, lighting my nerves on fire. I clamp down on the instant attraction and hand the photo back to Angelus. Yeah? A little smile crooks the corner of his mouth, and he ignores the photo. Cassidy O'Rourke hid his little sister on a ship. He was smuggling her out of Ireland. I shrug. So what? I'm intrigued, but I can't show my hand. He flicks the photo. This isn't Cassidy smuggling her onto the ship. This is where she landed. I know where she is. I shrug again and repeat my words. So, what's it to me? Her name is Rowan, and she is O'Rourke's special little treasure. This is a union I would approve, Enzo. This is your new beginning. The power this would give you with her by your side. I sneer. I don't need a woman to gain power. Angel takes a quick look at the image again. You don't. It's not her, but the union. She will be yours to do with as you wish. Before I can respond, he leans in. Just think about it. He presses the photo into my chest, and I accept it as his men appear around him. He tips his chin at me, and with a knowing look turns and leaves, his men parting so he can walk between them like a king. I don't move as my men continue to take out the dead bodies. I glance down at the photo, my fingers trailing over its laminated edges thoughtfully. Rowan O'Rourke, a pretty little queen for a new king. Chapter 1. Enzo. The wolves have come out to play. Everyone smiles, talks, and laughs, but behind the smiles is calculation. Behind the words is always a double meaning, and as far as the laughter goes, it's just a shield to conceal what they're really thinking. The room is filled with the most dangerous people in the world. If a stranger walked in off the street, not that they could with all the security, but if they did, it would appear a simple gathering of beautiful, rich people, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the new year. Silver and burgundy balloons dance in the air above each table, a net holding them in place until it's time for them to drop down upon us at the stroke of midnight. How I hate all of this. How I hate these people. Actors, all of us, politely toasting each other while we wait to slide a knife between the ribs. Most of the time you never even see the threat coming. You have to be very good at the game in order to survive it. It's exhausting. Laughter from a table a few feet away draws my attention. I noticed Luca and Karina earlier. It's hard not to, with the large dog that sits erect at Karina's side. My lip twists wryly. Only my sister could get away with having an animal at her side at a posh society event. He's alert and trained to protect his owner, but more I think he's some kind of service animal. I didn't delve too deeply into the details. The dog isn't the only security they have in the room, of course. Some of the waiters, bar staff, and hotel security are owned by more than one of the familia in this room. 2 of the waiters and 1 of the catering staff in the kitchen are on my payroll. My sister laughs at something Luca whispers into her ear. I spoke briefly to her when I arrived at the party, but like always, she looks at me with a longing for more. I can't give her any more than I have. I'm not Francis, and that is what her heart truly desires. She adored our brother. Honestly, if I allow myself to go back to the past, I even understand why she adored him. He was a magnet that attracted people toward him. Everyone loved him, even Luca, who looked at my sister with adoration. Luca was best friends with Francis. After his death, they drifted apart, and I took glee in seeing the perfect trio broken apart. I direct my attention away from the disappointment I seem to be to my family, and distract myself with the view. Not much light filters in from the ceiling-to-floor windows that run the full length of the large, dimly illuminated ballroom. Lights twinkle from far-off skyscrapers in a cloudless sky. The sun set long ago, replaced with a full round moon that peeks between the city buildings and shines brightly through the windows. Everything appears serene. It's not. The slight bump against my arm is subtle, but I smile inwardly and turn to face Ivan Romanov. I don't like many people, but I make an exception for Ivan. He doesn't show his hand ever, and in this world that is not an easy feat. I wouldn't say we are friends, but if I had to give my respect to another leader, it would be Ivan. The suit he wears is all dark charcoal, apart from a red tie the hue of freshly spilled blood. It's apropos. Ivan Romanov has spilled a lot. I have news for you. Ivan speaks plainly, without preamble. His words are heavy with his Russian accent, but each word is clear. He isn't looking at me, his focus pinned instead on Evie O'Hanlon and Cassidy O'Rourke. Their backs are to us, and they are deep in conversation with another couple I don't recognize, but I'm sure they are important to garner Evie's and Cassidy's attention. This is their first public appearance since they announced they were together. I wouldn't have paired them together, but then again, if anyone was capable of handling the likes of Evie O'Hanlon, it was O'Rourke. I didn't particularly like either of them. "This new year may be hard for the Scarpettas," Ivan proclaims. This is what Ivan and I do. We share information. I haven't seen him much in the last few years. Once the Velachis made their marriage agreement with Ivan, he disappeared back to the part of the city the Romanovs controlled. The Romanovs hide themselves in plain sight, working stolidly and under the radar as a unit, not fully immersing themselves in the politics of the five families, as the rest of us squabble for more territory and control. He's always reminded me of a very cunning beast of prey, lying patiently in wait until he spies exactly what he wants, and then seizing it before it even recognizes the danger at hand. What do you mean? I pick up my drink and face Ivan. I've fed him information about what happens with the other families, in hopes that one day he may return the favor. Maybe today is that day. My gaze narrows. Is it the docks? Ivan and I have a tenuous partnership as far as the New Jersey docks in Port Elizabeth. The Scarpettas have helped all of the families smuggle shit in for decades. The idea that one of them would double-cross me doesn't sit well. Rumor has it. Ivan pauses and runs a tattooed finger along his neck, nodding to a man in a gray suit. The man looks away hastily. Most of Ivan's neck is coated in ink. It's something most leaders avoid. Marking our bodies makes us identifiable. But not Ivan. He paints his skin without care. I don't think even one tattoo is done without thought or meaning. I'm sure some of them are rank markings. But it's hard to know, as he never discusses himself or his people. Cassidy and Evie think that their experience is more valuable than the Scarpettas, he finishes. I can't help but glance at the back of the couple's head in question. Do they now? I murmur. With word moving easily through the channels, some local gangs are considering switching allegiance. I glance back at Ivan. To the Irish, he adds. His accent is heavier, showing his disapproval. I'm not sure if it is about gangs switching allegiance or who they are switching their allegiance to. The Irish have long been a thorn in the Italian world. Most of them were crushed, but not all. Some, like Evie O'Hanlon, we've learned to live and work with. Her power continues to grow. Ivan picks up his drink, but doesn't bring it to his lips. This is a problem for you, my friend. Angel does not allow any of us to deal with customers directly. Without the gangs, you do not have the docks. He drinks like he didn't just land a blow that I'm struggling to hide. He's obviously had time to digest this information, as it affects him, too, yet he doesn't show any signs of anger. But my own body sings with rage. I rise, unable to control the anger that pulses through me. Ivan's lips part like he's about to speak, but he drinks instead as I give him a quelling look. I can't lose the docks. I move through the room as Angelus Angel Valachi carves his own path through the space. He's like Moses parting the Red Sea. His smile is painted on his face, and pinned to his side is his precious sister, shyly smiling at people. I can't make a scene here, but the need to release some anger has me moving faster through the ballroom. I know I'm attracting some attention, but I can't slow down. I can't seem to find my calm in the middle of the storm that's tearing its way through me. The Conrad, being a 5-star hotel, wouldn't like it if I smashed up their luxurious ballroom. To the left, I see one of my security guards start to make his way toward me. I flick 2 fingers in his direction, telling him to stop, and he freezes on the spot. The double doors swing open as my palms hit both doors at once. It should have been Francis. My father's hateful words haunt me and nip at my heels as I turn the corner into the corridor. I pass more arriving guests before ducking down another corridor that's empty. I pause and try to find my composure, but it's nowhere in sight. A 3-foot-tall vase sits on a golden tabletop. I grip it with both hands and let it sail through the air. It smashes with a satisfactory crash against the wall, shards of broken porcelain raining down, and I turn to the large mirror that hangs before the table. Francis wouldn't have lost the docks. I stare into soulless eyes, and my fist collides with the image. 50 dark eyes stare back at me. I blink, and they all blink back. Gripping the edge of the table, I bend over, my fingers still itching with the need to destroy. My fingers dig into the table's surface, and I half expect it to crack under my death grip. Cheers have my head snapping up, my spine straightening, and I glare down the hall at the room I just disappeared from. The new year has started. What a way to ring it in. Just step down, let Karina lead, or Tom. The echo of my father's words have me glancing back at the shattered mirror. Fuck you, I tell him. I take a few deep breaths and fix my dark tie that has fallen out from my suit jacket. I turn and walk, the pounding pulse of my own blood still ringing in my ears. With each step, I make a conscious effort to shake off the anger. I can't allow Yvonne to see the effect his words had on me. I must show that even in the face of something as huge as this, I am in control. I re-enter the room with composure and accept a flute of champagne from a passing waiter. I curse myself as I quickly switch my hands and take the glass with my left. My right hand has a cut across it. I hadn't noticed or felt the sting when I smashed the mirror. I stuff my bleeding hand into my pockets. I don't know what draws my gaze back to Yvonne, but he's watching me and raises his glass toward me like he didn't just deliver a death blow to me. I hold up my own glass, and one of his brows raises as he seeks out my other hand that's still buried in my pocket. I can almost make myself believe that Yvonne knows my hand is bleeding and what I just did. The balloons and streamers float across tables and pour onto the floor. Cheers continue to ring out, and everyone around me hugs someone close by. Cassidy and Evie move into my line of sight as the crowd shifts. They are hugging someone who I can't see at first. Evie pulls away from the woman she's hugging, and I get my first glimpse of Rowan O'Rourke, the girl from the photograph, in the flesh. My mouth goes dry. Rowan O'Rourke is young, far too young for me. She looks like a woman from a pre-Raphaelite painting, her hair long, wavy, and vibrantly red against her pale white skin. She's wearing some kind of old-fashioned gown, and although it should look silly, it looks good on her. Really good. She's a tiny little thing, but curvy, and the dress somehow accentuates every one of her womanly curves, making my blood pound harder in my ears. The pink leash she is holding doesn't match her outfit, though. The leash leads to a large, ridiculous orange cat sitting on a chair next to her. What is it with these women and their animals? I shake my head a little. Such a strange little bird, Rowan O'Rourke. And yet her very oddness somehow looks perfect on her. She was made to stand out, even if she looks like she doesn't want to be seen. Glancing around, I notice that a fair number of men around the room are sneaking looks in her direction, and I find myself taking a step closer. That won't do. Her brother will have to continue to be protective of her just a while longer, while I work out how to best approach her. I had known she would eventually make an appearance, and I could decide what I wanted to do about her. Here, now, knowing what I do about the docks, it feels like serendipity. Finding Angel in the crowd, I tip my glass to him in salute and watch as a smile creeps along his face. Then I return my attention to Rowan. I can't take my eyes off her. Her smile is rare and genuine in a sea of others. She's real and innocent, and because she belongs to Cassidy O'Rourke, she's going to be mine. She really is a lovely girl. Her looks don't matter, though. They're a nice bonus, but revenge doesn't have to look pretty.
Chapter 2. Rowan. Clementine tugs at his leash with a low mew, drawing my attention. I reach over to stroke the Maine Coon, his long ginger fur gliding between my fingertips as he stands with his paws on the back of a chair, his feline gaze fixed intently on the doors leading out to the corridor. Glancing up, I'm just in time to see the back of a man as he exits amidst the streamers from fallen party poppers and celebratory din. Really, Clem? All that for a man leaving the room. You're supposed to be my emotional support animal, not a matchmaker or whatever. I'm not even certain what the cat wanted to indicate by signaling to the man walking away from us. Evie's arms come around me just then, distracting me, and she swings me round. Rowan, Cassidy, come meet the Scarpettas, my erstwhile fiancé. She giggles, obviously flushed with the alcohol circling the room. Cassidy's gaze is fierce, but his smile is tender and slightly goofy as he looks down at Evie. He's a little drunk as well, but watchful still. Cassidy's always ready to pounce. "I think we already met them, love," he says. He turns to me and reaches to tug at a curl. "Happy New Year, sis." "Auld Lang Syne," I whisper, echoing the song that just faded away. His gaze sharpens upon me, even as Evie tugs loose to speak to someone. "It'll be good for you here, a new start." "Yes." My fingers curl into Clem's fur. Away from the memories. Away from the constant fear. I look into my brother's drink-hazed gaze, though, and I know. We can cross oceans, but we'll never really outrun everything that happened over the past few months. Never outrun their deaths. Reset. I say the word out loud, a reminder for myself. Cassidy blinks, then nods. Pressure forms at my shin. Clem winded himself around me legs. He must have sensed that I was on the precipice, that place where I stand sometimes on the tips of my toes, ready to fall forward into misery and memory. I let myself fall over that edge once. Never again. With a grunt, I pick Clem up and hold him against my body. He's massive, his form covering most of my torso and hips, but he settles easily into me arms. I'm taking Clem to the window to look out at the cars. Cassidy takes a step. "I'll go with you." Evie's hand on his arm holds him. "Give her space." Their voices fade as I shuffle past strangers, fully aware by the stares and whispers that even if we haven't been officially introduced, I'm not a stranger to them. Evie and my brother have made excuse after excuse for me not being able to properly enjoy New York over the last few months. "You're in a foreign city." As if Cassidy wasn't in the same foreign city, and as if a great part of the population didn't appear to be Irish. "There are going to be a lot of eyes on us. It's not the right time to introduce you." As though I was some ingenue making her first social appearance of the season. I didn't need to be introduced. I get it, though. I understand the real reason, the one that lies beneath all of the others. I know why they hold me as tightly to them as I hold Clem to me now. I know why every person whose eyes trail me knows everything about me, down to my shoe size. Reset, I whisper, teeth gritted. I arrive at the floor-to-ceiling window on the far side of the room, away from the bulk of the crowd. Even so, a waiter lingers at a safe distance. Probably one of Evie's men. I give a little shake of my head and shuffle Clem in my arms, gesturing toward the cars far beneath us. Look at them, Clem. Like little fiery ants they are. So different from home. Clem obligingly peers out of the window for a second and then turns back to butt my face. Of course, he would stay fixed on me. He can sense every nuance of my emotions. He knows when I'm close. Hello? A female voice interrupts my musings, startling me into setting Clem down, where he sits at my feet. A woman stands a few feet away, holding 2 glasses of amber liquid. Guards hover several feet behind her. Hello, I reply. As intimidating as the guards appear, the woman herself is just the opposite. Elegantly dressed in a black dress that hugs her lithe body, she somehow manages to look warm and friendly. The dress features gold accents at the neckline, echoed in pretty gold ornaments that hold her hair in an elaborate updo. She's sophisticated and perfectly poised, perfectly New York. Your dress is amazing, and your cat is clearly a god in disguise, she says. Drink? She extends one of the flutes to me. I wave it away with a smile. I don't drink, but thanks. Oh. Her eyes twinkle. It's actually apple juice. Oh, I repeat, and reach for the drink. In that case, I'm Rowan. Vivi Valachi. And this is Clementine. Clem is a little god, aren't you, Clem? Reaching down, I stroke a finger around his ear. So smart and shockingly handsome. Valachi. The name means something, aside from the very cool alliteration, but I don't want to pause and puzzle it out. There have been too many names in the past several months. For the time being, we can simply be 2 women in a luxurious ballroom in the sky, sipping apple juice and talking to a cat. May I pet him? I hesitate. Tonight is not good for pets, sorry. Clem is on duty, so it would be confusing for him. On duty? Vivi draws back the hand she had extended and eyes the cat with interest. He blinks up at her lazily. He's my emotional support animal. Oh, well, I love that. I heard about... Vivi cuts herself off, laying a hand on my wrist and squeezing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's okay. It's what everyone is thinking. I drain the rest of the apple juice and motion to the waiter, placing my glass on his tray when he reaches us. Clem, scenting one of the salami appetizers on the waiter's tray, rises and swishes his tail expectantly until I nod. Just a small piece, please. I'll have to get to pet him when we meet again, somewhere he's not on duty. Vivi shifts the subject away from the danger zone effortlessly. We'll see each other again then? Vivi tilts her head. I don't see why not. You seem like someone I'd like to know. She eyes my dress, a vintage midi-length gown in blood-red velvet. And maybe get fashion advice from. I brush at the V neckline of the dress, which is now amply decorated in ginger fur, and grin. It's called Just Add Cat Hair. I just wasn't sure if our families liked each other or engaged in the occasional collie shangy. Collie shangy. It was a new word I learned this week, a Scottish term meaning quarrels or fights, taken, of course, from collies that got in fights all the time in the close quarters between cottages. Vivi is looking at me with a perplexed expression. Collie... shangy. It just means arguments. I haven't learned all the family dynamics yet. I don't know who likes each other and who wants to slit whose throat. It's all very annoying. Oh. Vivi waves a hand, dismissing the notion. You'll find that sort of thing changes with the tides. One week they're fighting, and the next they're married. Nothing is written in stone, except the strength of the 5 families. That isn't likely to change. She takes a small sip of her apple juice, her gaze traversing the room and touching briefly on several people before it makes its way back to me. And the 5 are... the Valachis, of course. Her lips tilt in a smile that is as sly as it is sweet. Then there are the Scarpettas, the Marzanos, the Paparados, and the Romanovs. I left my chin. So, the O'Rourkes are not among the 5. This would explain Evie's lingering irritation over Luca Marzano's snub in jilting her for the Scarpetta daughter. It cost her the chance to rise. Well, they're very closely linked, given their ties to the Paparados. That's right. I forget sometimes that Evie is a Paparado as well as an O'Hanlon. Although technically, the O'Hanlons are no longer absorbed in a bloody battle for supremacy. That ended with my brother and Evie being the undisputed winners. At what cost, though? Beside me, Clem knocks his head against my knee, a gentle reminder. Reset. Vivi looks at me with something like shared sorrow in her gaze. I'm going to give you my phone number, Rowan. I think we could be good for each other. I hand her my phone and lift my gaze to the people who surround us, indisputably some of the most dangerous people in the city, and then look back at Vivi. I guess we all have the potential to be dangerous for each other. Perhaps this sweet, dangerous woman will be a genuine friend.
Chapter 3. Enzo. I flex my damaged hand. The wound I inflicted on myself on New Year's had healed, but I had reopened it a few times after leaving the party. I hadn't wanted to leave, not after seeing Rowan, but it wasn't the right time to engineer a meeting. I didn't want her to notice my damaged hand or think I was weak. You are weak. My father's voice continues to taunt me. I know if I drink, I can douse the pain and the bastard's words that keep echoing inside me. I think I'm hearing him because of a combination of things. My father's death, the promise of Rowan, and most of all, seeing Karina with Luca Marzano. That's a blessing and a curse. My sister's presence reminds me I'm not completely alone, but seeing her happy and with Luca makes me feel more alone than I ever have. The entry to Bastoni Pietre is clear. No security watches the doors to the restaurant. The most dangerous men in the world come here to talk. It's what this place was designed for. The lack of security reinforces that rule. If anyone attacked another family member on this soil, they would be faced with the commission. It's a rule that was broken one time only, with disastrous results. An entire gang was wiped from existence. I remind myself of those consequences now as I step into the freshly refurbished restaurant. The scent of wood varnish is a strong undercurrent, apart from the coffee and food. The door closes gently behind me as I walk toward the bar. It was nearly a year ago that the Seventeens and Il Veleno decided to openly challenge the might of the Italian Mafia. So fucking stupid of them to target the one place that was forbidden. Yvonne is sitting at the polished bar, nursing an almost empty glass of whiskey. He's the only person present. The overhead lights reflect in the polished wood, their image slightly distorted. Meeting him here does ease some of my apprehension. I don't trust him. I don't trust anyone. At least here, I know it won't get messy. We don't always see eye to eye, and I think his temper just might match mine. But it's not a theory I'm willing to test. Not yet, that is. It got messy for Gino D'Aquino, who sent his men a year ago. Gino D'Aquino is no longer breathing, and neither are the men who took the hit on my sister. Yvonne glances at me from across his shoulder. The mirrors that line the back of the bar would have given away my presence. He picks up the glass in front of him and empties it before nodding. I don't slow down, but continue past him toward a door at the back of the room. I have no intention of having this conversation out in the open. Yvonne slides off the stool and falls into step beside me as we pass all the empty tables. The booths in the back have a few occupants who huddle close and stop speaking as Yvonne and I pass. Briskly, we pass through a doorway with a white and red sign hanging from it, bearing the words "Staff Only" in bold black lettering. The corridor isn't wide enough to accommodate both of us, and Yvonne falls behind me. It's recently got a fresh lick of paint apparent from the strong scent. Other than that, the corridor looks exactly the same as it always has, with its army green carpet bearing recent vacuum marks and white paneling taking up the bottom of the wall, running the full length of the space. To our left is a door with a gold plaque on it. The word office gives nothing away of the truth that lies behind the door. This room doesn't lead into an office, but a speakeasy. I enter first, and the atmosphere back here is different. You can almost taste the secrecy. The bar has one bartender who's staring up at a TV. Some football game has caught his attention, yet I know he is aware of our arrival. He will come to us when we call. The booths are empty apart from one toward the back. I walk toward the occupant but pause, and Yvonne does the same. The man hasn't noticed us yet. His head is bent as he rips up a paper coaster. His leg jiggles with nerves. Clearly, Yvonne got here first. You didn't need to do this. I had my people on it. I hate that he got there before me. I hate that he got the upper hand. And like everything in life, there is a cost. And this, I'm sure, will cost me dearly. Yvonne juts out his chin, not in anger, but to drive home his next words. So did I. My people got there first. I glance back at the man in question. He was associated with the group that took a hit on my sister. I grip my right hand and press my thumb into my wound, covered with a small white bandage. I can't do anything here, so why did you even bring him here? I ask, keeping the growl that wants to explode forth at bay. I thought maybe he would give me a location and information about the man. I didn't think for 1 second he would present him to me, and here of all places. It's like having a gun with no bullets. Yvonne exhales before cracking his neck. The black turtleneck he wears doesn't cover all his tats. Most are hidden, but some still peek out. My people don't know where your people play, and I wasn't going to use one of my playgrounds. The man continues to shred the coaster, oblivious to our arrival. Huh. You don't trust me? I ask, and remove my thumb from the wound. Fresh blood blossoms, turning the white fabric pink in the center. Shit. I push my hand into my pants pocket, an action that catches Yvonne's attention. Yvonne grins and opens his hand in an almost peaceful gesture. Do you trust me? I won't even give that question the dignity of an answer. He fucking knows I don't. Then why did you do this? I take a different route. I am curious why he has brought this man to me, and I watch his features intently for his response. His dark eyes stay focused. There is no shift or tightening of his expression as he answers. It is a gift for the dawn of the new Scarpetta family. May your reign be fierce. A fierce reign doesn't imply a long reign. I crush my wounded hand against my thigh, the burn instant, and I don't stop until dampness has me easing back on the pressure. Yvonne doesn't blink as I stare at him. I'm not sure what my face displays. I hope it's not my questions or my distrust. We have been casual friends since childhood, but that never really blossomed beyond a transfer of information to each other. We certainly never gifted each other anything. And yet here Yvonne is handing me a gift that I don't believe for 1 second won't cost me something in the future. And what a gift it is, I say, staring at the man. My father is on a roll and won't shut the fuck up. He thinks you are weak, and he'd be right. He did find the man first. I move toward the man, unable to stand still and listen to my father for 1 more second. The closer I get, the weaker the man appears. When he sees me, his face pales. I lean in, remove my damaged hand from my pocket, and place it on the table. His gaze darts to the blood-soaked bandage before he whimpers. He shifts in his seat, his long brown trench coat flapping open with his quick movement. My lip curls. He thinks he can escape me. I straighten and turn to Yvonne. This can't be the guy. Ivan's dark eyes almost dance with amusement as he takes in my bleeding hand, and he raises a brow. When I don't fill in the blanks, his face falls, and he once again looks like a man who's ready to kill at any second. No, this is him. He is sitting on a towel because he pissed himself, he says. I glance back at the man, and he shakes his head, the motion frantic. I am loyal to the Scarpetta family, I swear. Please. So fucking weak. I don't look away from the man as I ask Ivan the next question. What's his name? Elmo Salzano. Ivan spouts an odd laugh, and I can't prevent mine at the mention of the man's name. Elmo. I repeat his name. Elmo shows a glimmer of spine as his green eyes flash with anger at my and Ivan's mockery of his name. It's an Italian name. It means God's helmet. I lean in and knock on his thick skull. You will need God's helmet to save you today, you stupid motherfucker. I take a step back before I, too, break the code here and kill this man where he sits in his own piss. What was your relationship with Gino D'Aquino? He is not Il Veleno. Please, he was not with us. Yes, but you are Il Veleno, and Il Veleno worked with the 17s, Gino's group, I say. Ivan slips into the opposite side of the booth and leans back, looking very comfortable. I remain standing. Gino was fucking crazy, man. We all agreed with how the commission handled him. Elmo seems to relax. Maybe it's because Ivan is sitting now, looking for all the world like he's about to share a drink with a friend. Maybe that's Ivan's intention. Maybe he's right. People talk when they aren't half terrified, but I don't have that kind of restraint in me right now. I grin and lean against the table again. Firstly, don't address me as man unless you want me to remove the part that makes you one. And for you, I use that term loosely. I glance down at his wet pants and don't hide my disgust. Secondly, a gunman from Il Veleno tried to kill my sister. We were lied to. Elmo shakes his head vehemently. Who ordered that hit? All I want is direct answers here. Gino misled us, Elmo says. But you led Il Veleno. Did you order that hit? Please, I don't want to fight the Scarpettas. We have listened. We won't go against you again. Elmo flinches. I'm not sure at what, but the fear on his face drains him of every last drop of color and life. I straighten my spine. The bandage that covers my hand is now soaked in blood. I slowly start to unwind the bandage as I speak. No, you won't. This is your sanctuary. As long as you are within these walls, I cannot touch you. I slowly drop the bandage onto the table and examine the wound that I have reopened. I tighten my hand into a fist, and a slow but steady dribbling of blood plops onto the table. I lean in and smile through my pain. It is nothing, insignificant, a nuisance. Let's see how long you last in here. I open my hand and press my wound to his face, smearing blood across his cheek as I draw his shaking body toward me. The smell of piss nearly overrides my need to hurt him. I will make you one promise. It's going to be slow. I release him and walk away. Ivan slides out of the booth and follows me. We leave the speakeasy and make our way to the main dining room. Once we do, Ivan goes to the bar and returns with a white napkin. I take it and wrap it around my wound. He waits a beat like I'm going to tell him what happened to me. I roll my eyes. I caught it in a door. His snort is quick before he grows serious. If you need my men to watch the restaurant for Elmo's departure, just say the word. I will have 2 of my own guys watch the place and take care of him. A drink? Ivan asks. I don't want to, but I also don't want to decline. I nod my head and we climb up on the stools. The bartender slides 2 glasses of brandy toward us, surprising me. Maybe Yvonne ordered while I was lost in thought. I'm trying to talk myself out of going back there and taking the man's life. I'm weighing up the pros and cons. I'd die, but it would be worth it. Any progress on your other plans? Yvonne asks after I've taken a sip of the brandy. I swirl it around my mouth to savor the burn before I swallow. I know what he is referring to. Rowan. She has been on my mind, ever since I saw the image of her, and again 2 weeks ago when I saw her in person. I haven't stopped thinking about the pretty redhead. Not yet, I reply. That little bird is still in her cage, I mumble. Cassidy and Evie are keeping her very close, making it nearly impossible to get close to her. I have men following her every movement, most of which are shadowed by her brother Cassidy. Yvonne raises his glass and clicks it against mine, his dark eyes lighter than usual, like he's happy. I finish my drink and place the glass on the bar counter. She is not the only little bird in this city. I've been told another will be leaving her cage very soon. I speak of Vivi Valachi, of course. She was promised to Yvonne Romanoff when they were children. So much has taken place with the deaths of Don Valachi and Damon and Lulu Paparazzo. There's no telling what the status of that arrangement is anymore. But I know Yvonne retains an interest in everything that goes on behind Valachi doors. I get the sense that Angel has his finger in a dozen different pies at the moment, scrambling to try to repair a very shaky position within the 5, whether it's through marriage or some other means. Yvonne's gaze sharpens, as I expected. How do you know this? I grin. I know something he doesn't know, and I want to savor this moment. Angel isn't as clever as he thinks he is.
Chapter 4. Rowan. Cell phone, check. Notebook, check. Laptop, check. Pilot Precise Extra Fine Tip Ink Pen, check. Although maybe an extra wouldn't go amiss. I toss a second pen beside the first. Water bottle, check. I lay each item out carefully beside the vintage leather messenger bag on my bed before I'm satisfied I haven't forgotten anything, and then begin placing each inside the bag, saving the water bottle for last. That's it. I'm ready. Or as ready as I'll ever be, anyway. Nerves vie with excitement for a position in my stomach, and I smooth my hands over my middle, calming myself. Picking up the bag, I sling it across my body and give myself a critical look in the mirror. The blouse and high-waisted trousers I'm wearing aren't precisely fashionable, but they're me in every sense of the word, classic and feminine, and reminiscent of old Hollywood. I like the soft dough brown of the pants, and the way the drape of the creamy blouse accentuates my curves. I give a small nod. I may not look like every other girl on campus, but I'll do. Clem pushes his head into my hand, claiming my attention. I'm sorry, Bubba. The disability office hasn't gotten back to me with your permit to be on campus. Hopefully it will be coming soon. I can't imagine spending my days without Clem. Leaving me room, I sniff as the scent of something tantalizing weaves down the hallway. It leads me to the kitchen, where I find Meredith on the other side of the wide, marble-topped kitchen island, laying several plump, juicy sausages on a serving plate. She glances up with a smile as I set my messenger bag down on the table. Good morning, Ro. How'd you sleep, dear? Meredith was the O'Hanlons' elderly caretaker in Ireland, or rather, wife to the caretaker, John. She was the sole survivor of an attack that left every loyal O'Hanlon dead, and would have killed Evie if John hadn't saved her life. She came over to the States with Evie and Cassidy, happy to live out her remaining years with them here, instead of dwelling with memories in Ireland. Before I can finish replying, Evie sweeps in and pulls me into an impromptu waltz, spinning me around and then releasing me, as she half-dances around the counter to fill a mug with coffee. Morning, Lil Sis. Morning. Someone's in a good mood. Yes, well, your brother will do that to a girl. Ew. I smile, but part of me can't help but be wary of Evie. She's a dangerous woman beneath her smile and hugs. Is her sisterly veneer genuine, or is she just a cat playing with its food? Clem meows as if sensing the direction my thoughts have taken. Sorry, bub, you're not like that. Do you know where Cassidy is? Evie nods at the terrace doors behind me. He's out there. Beyond the glass doors, the sky is the pale Arctic blue of January, washed out and devoid of warmth. Evie's, our, home, is a penthouse, so the terrace is high above the streets of Manhattan and doubly cold. I look at Evie with wide eyes. It's freezing out there. She shrugs. He doesn't seem to mind the cold. Just then, Pup bounces around from the other side of the kitchen island, snuffling and pushing his nose against Clementine. Clem turns with a sniff and bounds onto the back of the sofa, where he lowers himself to a sit and begins cleaning his paw. There's no aggression between the two animals, but Clem is clearly too professional to waste time on a young dog. Be nice, I tell the cat, and grab my coat. Cassidy has his back to the inside of the penthouse as he sits in a chair with a cup of coffee in his hand. He isn't wearing a coat or even a lightweight jacket over his long-sleeved thermal. I open and close the door quickly as I join him to keep Clem from following. As much as I love him, the terrace is too cold for his paws. The cup in Cassidy's hand is no longer steaming, and the liquid is still at the brim. He doesn't notice I've joined him. Cassidy? He turns at the sound of his name, straightening immediately. Roll, morning, kid. Whatever thoughts or feelings he may have been processing disappear immediately behind a veil of brotherly affection. He doesn't talk about things the way he used to. Not business, not her family. I saw it in his eyes, though. That deep well of pain he couldn't shutter quite quickly enough. Ready for your first day? I am. Got my bag all kitted out. I gesture with my thumb to the messenger bag sitting on the table just inside. Cassidy bought it for me as a gift for getting accepted to Columbia. Good, good. His gaze is warm. I'm glad you're going to have this experience, you know. It'll be good for you, being around kids your own age, doing normal things. I duck my head. I know. Things back home. They were far from normal. You saw things you shouldn't have. Knew things you had no business knowing. It wasn't... He trails off awkwardly. Cass, it's okay. The entire conversation is awkward. We always had Derek and Mark around as buffers between us. Comedic relief to lighten things up when one of us grew too intense. We need that now. We need them. My eyes fill with tears, and my fist clenches in my lap. Rowan, I'm fine. I'm not fine, but I desperately need him to stop speaking. I'll cry until I puke if he doesn't. I smile at him brightly. I'm good. Reset. The door slides open, and Evie pokes her head out. Come inside and eat, now. No lollygagging. Christ, you'll freeze to death out here. Rising, we make our way inside to sit down and eat at that big table like the family we are. Reset. Columbia University is located in the Morningside Heights neighborhood of Manhattan, on the other side of Central Park from where we live. It's not that far as the crow flies, but it's the farthest I've ever been from my new home unaccompanied. Well, sort of unaccompanied. The armored SUV I'm riding in has 3 bodyguards sitting in the back seats, but I'm doing my best to ignore their presence. There's nowhere to park around the university, thankfully, so they drop me off street side across from Barnard. The 3 bodyguards emerge from the vehicle behind me and follow me at a staggered distance. I take 5 steps before turning around in irritation. You guys are going to have to pick spots and just stay. You cannot come in there with me. We're supposed to keep you in our sights at all times, Miss Rowan. One says implacably. No one is going to be in my classes. You'd be better off watching the streets for any suspicious activity. When I'm finished, I'll come right back out through the same gate. They look unmoved. Honestly, guys, Cassidy wanted me to have a normal college experience. Having you lurking over my shoulders and drawing attention to me is anything but normal. Fine. The one who appears to be in charge grumbles. If anything worries you, you press that button on your phone. He's referring to his programmed panic button, which is really just his phone number set to a single digit in my cell phone. I will, promise. With a sigh of relief, I turn and head toward the main gates of the campus. As soon as I'm out of sight of the gates, I pull an apron from my bag and begin to jog across the red bricks of the entry, crossing over the ornate B in the sidewalk with only a brief glance. I'm late. A little thrill courses down my spine at the thought of the secret I'm keeping from Cassidy and Evie and my bodyguards and anyone else who thinks they know anything about me. Classes for my major don't start for another few days, as the university intentionally staggers the start dates for different departments so the dorms aren't overwhelmed by students moving in. I've taken advantage of this, spending my time while Cassidy's men wait patiently outside the gates. Not in student orientation and the like. I did all of that online. But rather, in training for a job at a coffee cart located in Barnard's inner courtyard. Today is my first day on the job. Several yards ahead, I see the manager waiting for me, cash box in hand. He points to the watch on his wrist. "Almost late," he says. "Almost," I breathe, settling the apron over my head and taking the cash box. "I'll be early next time, promise." He grumbles but lets it slide, opening the door of the cart and ushering me in. "Turn the cash box into the office on the first floor at the end of your shift, and call if you have any problems, hear?" "Yes, sir." A line is already forming. Taking a deep breath, I turn and greet my first customer. The day flies by. I spend it serving students who are arriving on campus to confirm schedules, buy books, and get familiar with the campus, as well as a few who actually have classes already. My first few orders are rushed and messy, but soon I'll get the hang of swirling the syrups into the coffee and topping it off with chocolate, caramel, and whipped cream. By the end of the day, I almost feel like I know what I'm doing, and my little jar of tips has a few dollars in it. The last hour of my shift is devoid of customers, which, being late in the day, I honestly didn't expect many, if any at all. Still, I keep the cart open as directed until the sun sets and darkness creeps over the courtyard. Then, and only then, do I begin to put items away and lock up the cart. Cash box tucked beneath me arm and my messenger bag slung crossways over my body, I head toward the main building. The courtyard, filled with students throughout the day, is mostly empty of people now. A few stragglers linger on benches here and there, and as I walk, one of them tosses a cigarette to the brick pavement and rises, heading toward the same building as I am. I avert my gaze and speed up. I'm sure it's completely innocent. Just a man making his way into one of the most popular buildings on campus at the same time as I am. Or maybe it isn't. I could feel his gaze on me, assessing, calculating. In my peripheral, I see his step stutter as he matches his gait to my shorter one. I fumble for my phone, tucked very safely away in my bag. I'm a few yards from the door when his hands grab at me. No, not me. The cash box. He tries to yank it away, shoving at me at the same time. "No! Somebody help!" The sound of my cry echoes in the courtyard, the building sending it back to me. Surely someone will hear. "Stop! Give me the fucking box!" I hold on to it against all reason, my fingernails digging into the metal as I clutch it to my chest with one hand and try to fight him off with the other. There's only a couple $100 in this little box, but it's my job. I feel a fingernail rip. "Stupid bitch." His hand carols around my throat, lifting me several inches into the air, and instinctively, I drop the box to grab at his wrist with both hands. At the same time, another set of hands appear, yanking my attacker away from me. I fall to the ground in a heap, my hands flutter into my throat as I watch my savior grapple with the would-be thief. He punches him viciously in the face, sending him staggering backward a few feet, and as a few people emerge from a building, the robber rips away from my rescuer altogether and flees toward the street. He turns to look at me then, and my breath catches in my throat at the ferocity I see blazing in his eyes. One word springs to mind and forms on my lips. Hero.
Chapter 5. Enzo. Playing the good guy isn't exactly in my nature, but for Rowan, I will make an exception. She's wearing a look of complete shock as she continues to stare up at me. Drawn by her early screams, security has reached us, and questions spill from their lips. Rowan blinks several times and frowns. I turn to the men who should have been here the entire time, and not just arriving after the incident. She could have been hurt. Well, that's not completely true, since I staged the entire robbery, but these men don't know that. I hold up a hand. Don't fire a million questions at her. She's clearly shaken. Give her a moment. I turn to Rowan and reach out, just touching her elbow to help steady her. The sweater covering her pale-colored blouse doesn't stop the warmth of her skin from sinking into my touch. "Thank you." She stammers through the two words and frowns again. I smile at her. "You are very welcome." Her hand wraps around my forearm. My fingers still rest on her elbow. I'm waiting for her to sob and turn hysterical, but she seems to stand taller. Her shoulders relax and she takes a small but steady inhalation. "Thank you." Her words are strong this time, her blue eyes clear from her earlier shock. I'm not sure what shocked her more, me rescuing her, or being robbed in the first place, but right now there is a certain calm on her pretty face. The red curls that fall down her back and across her shoulders look soft and silky, and I'm tempted to reach out and take a strand between my forefinger and thumb. I'm all too aware of her security still standing behind us, though. I ignore them as I ask my next previously rehearsed question. I had no idea what to say to a damsel in distress, but according to the internet, it's to ask her if she needs anything. "What do you need?" Her gaze darts to the men behind us, and the clear blue of her eyes clouds over in a fascinating way. It's clear that the men are making her uncomfortable. I need some space." I finally release Rowan's elbow, surprised when she doesn't take her hand off my forearm as I turn to O'Rourke's men. I want to read them their rights on how incompetent they are. Words form on my lips, and the men shift their stance. I'm sure my features convey the fact that I'm pissed, and I smooth my expression, remembering at the last second that I'm nobody to these fools. I'm not Enzo Scarpetta, I'm just a bystander who happened to be in the right place at the right time. "You guys can leave. The lady just needs some space." I relax my jaw, conscious that my words are coming out through gritted teeth. They eye me consideringly before deciding, for whatever reason, to leave us alone. Jesus, strike fucking two. If she was mine right now, these men would be on their fucking knees begging for their lives. I play the part of ordinary guy and ignore their incompetence, turning back to Rowan as they walk away. My fingers find her arm again. The pale skin of her face is flawless, like porcelain. I could stare at her all day. Instead, I glance around the courtyard and lead her to a bench that she slips into easily. Only then does she release me. I return to the cash box and gather its contents off the ground as she watches. It had taken me a week to track her down. Evie and Cassidy had been very careful. I understand why. With the death of Cassidy's brothers, he wasn't letting Rowan out of his sight, and he wasn't at fault for me finding her. It was the woman living with them. Some old Irish woman they brought from across the sea. She wanted to do her own shopping, it seems, and she wasn't as careful as her employers. Loose change from the cash box has spilled all over the courtyard. I would never typically bother with something like this, but figuring I should put on a good show, I work on collecting every coin. After a moment, I hear the click of heels, and she settles beside me. Her fingers are long and delicate as she gathers up the bills before stuffing them in the red cash box. Her gaze bounces across the pavement as she tries to locate every coin. "This was my first day, and look at the mess I made. I'm going to get fired." She drops a handful of coins into the box and runs a hand through her long, red, curly hair. Her Irish accent thickens as she gets more upset. Her fingers snag on the curls, and she withdraws her hand, her cheeks pinkening. "How could this happen? And on campus?" Her calm is dissolving as quickly as a pill in water. I reach out and wrap my fingers gently around her wrists. She freezes, and wild blue eyes rise to meet mine. I want to ask her why the fuck she is working. Why does she want to go against the grain? I want to drag her to her feet and march her back to my home, back to my bed. With that thought, I rise, pulling her to her feet and directing her back to the bench. I kneel down in front of her. "These things just happen," I say. "On campus? On my first day at work?" She looks ready to cry, a tear actually welling up and sliding down the pale perfection of her cheek, before she swipes it angrily away. The depraved part of me had pictured her tears before I arrived. They were something that went hand in hand with the idea of revenge. Maybe they would come with the realization that she was completely at my mercy. Maybe they would stream down her face when my cock was in her mouth. I hadn't gotten that far yet. I just knew I relished the idea of them. Right now, though, faced with the reality of them, I just want her to stop. I have no fucking idea what to do with a weeping woman. That's because you're a fucking idiot. My father makes a grand reappearance in my mind, and I shove the door closed on him. I have no time for him right now. Miss? I look up to see a security guard, one who actually belongs on campus, hovering. We received a report of an attempted mugging. Would you like to come with us and file an official statement? Panic flashes across Rowan's lovely features, and I know exactly what's going through her mind, as I've been spying on her for days. Her brother has no idea she has a job, and if she files a report, word will get back to him immediately. He'll be upset that the authorities were involved, and she'll lose what limited freedom she has. And for what? Nothing much happened. My little bird is in quandary. Her lips part, and I place a hand over hers, stopping her before she can speak. Everything is okay, I say. We stopped the guy before anything happened. And all's well that ends well. I don't think a report is necessary, unless, of course, you do? I look at Rowan, eyebrows arched innocently. She shakes her head. No, I agree. Everything is fine, officer. Thank you so much. The young security guard puffs up his chest at being called officer and steps away. Robberies happen all the time. My words fail to break through her panic that's rising hard and fast. She clutches the edge of the bench beneath her as she battles it back with each breath. Fuck me. I need to get the hell out of here. It's okay, little bird. I almost say her name and stop myself. Not that I think she would notice at this moment. She's too distraught. Don't worry, she will see through this charade eventually. All you have is a small window of time, and my son, you are running out of road. My father's voice continues to pound any confidence I had in handling this situation into the ground. Rowan takes another long breath. Her blue eyes swim with tears. She is clearly fighting to keep at bay. Her tears, I'm not prepared for them. She needs to stop crying. I need my cat, she says, and nods several times, as if to confirm that what she says is true. I glance around. I don't think she would have taken the creature to work. I don't see it. Your cat? I echo the words, like I don't know anything about the creature. I'll get him for her, anything other than watching her cry. He's at home, she says on trembling lips. Home? Do you want me to take you home? I ask. She nods, and I rise almost immediately and take out my phone. I was hoping for this moment. I know exactly how this will play out. I hit the dial button and wait a beat until I speak. I'm going to miss my meeting with my friend, I say, and glance back at Rowan. She's staring up at me like I'm about to fix everything. Smart girl. I am. Oh, it's okay. I can get myself home, she begins. No, everything is fine. I face the main doors. Bring me my car. I end the call and think how lucky I was that Rowan didn't follow her brother's rules. If he knew she had a job, he would end it in seconds. I smile internally, knowing her little secret. The car will be here in a moment, I say. Rowan has a calmer look on her face. Her hands no longer grip the side of the seat. While I was on the phone, she gathered the red cash box and hugged it to her belly. She rises, holding it tightly. I need to return the box before I leave. Where do you turn it in? I ask. The office on the first floor. I hold out my hand for the cash box. I'll carry it for you. Rowan's cheeks turn a beautiful shade of pink, and she hands me the box. We walk side by side through the halls of the university. I'm almost hoping she asks me a question about how I know each turn to take to get to the first floor. But she doesn't. I know every room and corridor of this university, thanks to Google. Everything is online and too easy to access. But my cover story is that I attended this university, so we shall have something in common to share. "Are you okay?" I ask Rowan. She has wrapped her arms around her waist. She looks tiny beside me. I could crush her with my bare hands. She gives me the first glimpse of a smile. "Thanks to you, I am." I allow a smile to grace my lips that causes her cheeks to deepen in color. "It was my pleasure." Her tongue flicks out as she licks her lips before dipping her head. I can't see her face as a mass of red curls fall forward. We reach the office on the first floor, and I push the cash box through the small window. "What's your cat's name?" I ask as we make our way back out through the building. Rowan tucks her curls behind her ear, but they are wild and untamed. They bounce free no matter how many times she tries to tame them. It's amusing. "Clementine." She smiles, and it fires freedom and love into her eyes. "I once had a fish," I say. She wiggles her nose. "A fish?" "Yes, a fish." She giggles softly and gives me a sidelong glance. "Did this fish have a name?" She sounds like she doesn't believe me, but wants to. I'm lying through my teeth, and it's actually enjoyable. "Ryan," I quickly say. This wasn't part of my script, so I'm going off the cuff. We reach the main door. Dusk has faded into full dark outside, and Rowan hesitates. "My car's outside," I say. She ducks her head again, but marches outside with me. On the other side of the courtyard, opposite the one Rowan arrived from, my car waits outside of the gate. As we walk across the road, Rowan's phone rings from deep inside her beige, wide-legged trousers. She scoops it out and gives me an apologetic look. "Go ahead," I offer, like a perfect gentleman. She stares at the phone. "It's my ride home," she informs me. I have an immediate sense of disappointment. "Would you prefer to go with them?" I ask. We have reached my car, and my hand rests on the door to the back. "No, I'll go with you," she answers, ignoring the ringing phone. I pull the door open, and she slides in. I don't go around the other side, but slide in beside her. She still has her phone in her hands. She types out a quick message I can't see, but afterward she hits a button to silence it and puts it in her lap. Interesting. The car hasn't moved, and Rowan puts on her seatbelt. Realizing we're just sitting, she looks at me with confusion. "I need your address?" I say. I already know it, but she can't know that. She rattles off her address and falls into silence as my driver enters the location into his GPS and pulls away from the curb. Rowan diverts her attention from the world outside her window and me, probably making sure the car is going in the right direction. Inwardly, I scold her for taking a ride from a complete stranger. She's lucky it's me and that my intent isn't ill-willed. Well, it is a bit, but today at least, I'll make sure she gets home safely. "Thank you again for helping me." "You are welcome." I offer another smile. Her cheeks heat, but she continues to speak. "I'm sorry you missed your meeting with your friend." I should feel some level of guilt for lying, but none comes. "Nothing to worry about," I reassure her. She bites her lip before glancing back out the window. I allow the silence to grow. She is still clutching her phone that sits on her lap. The car slows as we near her apartment block. When the car comes to a complete stop, she turns to me. "This is me." She gives a nervous smile, glances out the window, and when she looks back, she wears a look of worry. "Would you like me to walk you up?" I ask. She immediately answers. "No." She clears her throat. "No, thank you. For helping me." I nod, and she stares at me for a moment. Her eyelids flutter closed until they rest on her cheeks before she looks at me again. Her blue eyes are soft and vulnerable. "What happened tonight, with the robbery?" She pauses and frowns. "I needed to see your kind of goodness after that. Doing something kind for a stranger without asking anything in return. You have no idea what this means to me." I'm tempted to reach out and touch her, but I keep my hands loose and relaxed in my lap. "I would hope anyone would have done the same," I say. She smiles sadly. "I don't think so." I look away and meet my driver's gaze in the rearview mirror. He nods and gets out. I offer a final smile to Rowan. "Take care," I say as her door opens. A breeze fills the back of the car, and she unbuckles her belt and gathers her phone. "Thanks again." She exits the car and walks to the front of the apartment that's guarded. One of the guards ducks his head to see into the back, but my driver swiftly closes the door, cutting me off from prying eyes. I watch until Rowan disappears into the building. "No good will enter her life if you do." That fucking ghost. The sad truth is, he's right.
Chapter 6. Rowan. I feel like a child. A small, insignificant child. The chair from the dining room table is hard-backed and stiff, making me sit up straight. Evie and Cassidy pace in front of me, and I can't tell who is the angrier. Fragments of the vase from the dining table litter the floor next to the wall that it met when Cassidy flung it. Winter roses scatter the glass remnants. Broken amid the water, Meredith is dying to mop up. She's hovering in the kitchen on the other side of the island, a dustpan in hand to collect the glass with, her mouth pinched. I give her a tiny smile from the corner of my mouth, rolling my lips inward as I do. Meredith isn't comfortable enough yet to tell Cassidy what to do. Unlucky for me. From his place on my lap, Clementine pushes his head into my chest, and I absent-mindedly stroke his back. Pup is nowhere to be seen, conspicuously absent ever since Cassidy's voice rose. He's probably under their bed. "What the hell were you thinking, coming home on your own?" He roars now. "You're not in Limerick anymore, Rowan," Evie adds. "You know this. The city is bigger and more dangerous than you could ever imagine." Cassidy runs a hand through his hair, already standing straight up. "Jesus, when I think what could have happened. Brouhaha. As in, they were making a big brouhaha over nothing." The word tumbles around my mind as I stare at Evie and Cassidy without really seeing them, murmuring at the appropriate times. "We're already taking every possible precaution for your safety. For you to just blatantly ignore them." "Are you even listening?" Evie cuts Cassidy off suddenly, narrowing her gaze upon me. I sigh. Time to join the conversation. "I just think you're overreacting. I met an 18-year-old who flew all the way here from Okayama City, Japan. It was the first time he had ever been out of his country, and his parents didn't accompany him." My brother stops and stares, cocking his head at an incredulous angle. "Is that who you were with? This kid?" I sigh again, more heavily this time. He doesn't get it. "No, I told you. I stayed after class to have a coffee with some of the new students, and one of them gave me a ride home." I hate lying to Cassidy more than anything, but I don't have a choice. If he knew I had gotten jumped on my first day of school, he put me right back in my gilded cage. And it was nothing. Just a random robbery that happens all the time. I was carrying a cash box. There's no way it was anything else. But Evie and Cassidy would immediately jump to the worst possible conclusion and swear that it was a conspiracy, some mafia thing, and determine that it was too dangerous to risk allowing me to attend school on campus. I'm not giving them that opportunity. I will go to school like every other girl my age. "Let me see your class schedule." Cassidy holds out his hand and snaps his fingers, the gesture imperious. Pressing my lips together, I reach for my bag. I planned for this. During my training for the coffee cart, I talked to a lot of other students. One was a pre-med student who lamented long and loud about how terrible his class schedule was. I swapped my class times for his, an easy fix with one of the word processors in the library. He was a full-time student, taking extra classes to graduate a semester early. Cassidy had paid for me to be full-time, but I had downgraded to part-time during the orientation period. The doctored schedule will give the illusion that I'm busier with classes than I actually am. I hand it to him and watch as he looks it over. "You're taking too many classes. No, I'm not. I think you should start out a little slower. I feel the flush creeping up, a visible precursor that my temper is about to break loose. Evie steps forward, placing a hand on Cassidy's arm. Now, hold on a second. Rowan is perfectly capable of managing a full class schedule, and one doesn't necessarily inform the other, you know. He looks at her irritably. What is that supposed to mean? It means her class schedule doesn't have anything to do with when or how she got home. She just needs to be more careful. Avie turns the weight of her stare upon me. Don't you, Rowan? I nod. I won't hear of her being given less of a challenge just because she's female. Challenge is good. Cassidy opens his mouth, and Evie holds up a palm to silence him. We can make arrangements for her transportation, and Rowan will abide by them, but you're not going to hold her back. A pang of affection for my sister-in-law strikes me in the region of my heart, followed by one of guilt. I look down at Clementine to hide it, then stand and gather my things. Thank you, Evie, I mumble. Clementine in tow, I go to my room. Frustrated, I drop onto the bed and stare at the ceiling. I hate this feeling. I try to be honest, but God, I'd be locked in the sleek Manhattan Tower until I turned 40 if I didn't do something. My phone buzzes, and I pick it up to see a message from Vivi Velocci. Vivi, how was the first day? Me, crazy. Vivi, crazy good or crazy bad? Me, I don't know. Laughing emoji. Sitting up, I tug my shirt over my head and then discard my bra. I have to stand to shimmy out of me trousers and find a satiny nightgown, but quickly turn off all the lights except the small one beside the bed and climb beneath the covers. Vivi and I continue texting as I sink into the pillows and allow myself to relax for the first time all day. Rowan, I met a man. Vivi, oh yeah? Tell me more. Rowan, there's not much to tell. It was just different. I don't know why I lie. I just know I want to hug the knowledge of my rescuer to myself a little longer, instead of offering it up to be dissected and analysed. I feel the need to protect the memory, cherish it, as though telling anyone would make it disappear. And I also don't want to tell Vivi I was mugged, any more than I wanted to tell Cassidy or Evie. Vivi, different good or different bad? Rowan, definitely different good. Movement on the terrace outside my window catches my eye, and I lift myself up on my knees to peek through a sliver of my curtains. It's Evie and Cassidy. They argue, Cassidy pacing and gesturing in his anger, while Evie stands cold and stiff with her arms crossed over her chest. Firing gasoline. I pull the curtains closed. Rowan, I'll talk to you later. I settle back into bed, this time with the book of poetry I keep on my nightstand. Tennyson. I flip through until I find the page I've read so many times the edges are crinkled and worn. The Lady of Shalott. I've been drawn to it, especially since moving to New York. The story of Elaine of Astolat, forced to live a life of isolation, either by some curse or imprisonment, is one that always made my heart beat a bit faster. With indignation and sadness, of course. Her knight in shining armour, her Lancelot, arrived too late to save her. I hate that part of the poem. It's the same in Mallory's version. Why is there never a happy ending? I close the book, my thumb holding my spot. My Lancelot arrived in time today, though. He was there exactly when I needed him, rescuing me from a criminal. I never learned his name. The realization strikes me suddenly like a physical pain. How will I find him again? I snort, as if I'd ever have the courage to go looking for him. Damn. Reopening the book, I try to read. My fingers trace the letters, my eyes read them, but my brain obscures their meaning, refusing to comprehend anything save one line. I'm half sick of shadows. It's like I'm looking into a mirror, seeing a reflection of the world around me, rather than being a participant in it. I toss the book to the bed beside me. Like Elaine, I'm tired of shadows. I want to be part of this world around me. His face was the realest thing there was today. His eyes, a warm amber shade, are seared into my memory. His lips were full and soft, making me curious how they would feel against my own. It's not the only thing I wondered about. My fingers travel over my stomach, lifting my gown until I feel skin. I can still remember how strong his hand had been when he wrapped it around my elbow and led me gently to sit down. I wanted more. I wanted both of his hands on me. I wanted to feel them on my waist, on my hips, on every part of me. I've never craved someone's touch before, but it's a need I can't deny now. My hand slips lower, into my panties and further, stroking lightly against the sensitive flesh above my labia. I close my eyes and imagine it's his hand, his finger. My brow crinkling slightly, I pause. What if he hadn't taken me directly home earlier? What if... I draw my bottom lip between my teeth, my imagination wilding out. What if I had sat beside him in the back seat of that SUV with his blacked-out windows, just like Cassidy and Evie's, now that I think about it? He must be somebody important. What if I had sat beside him, though, and maybe I had been wearing a skirt instead of a pair of trousers, and I'd had the courage to inch the hem upward just a little bit to indicate my interest? Thank you for saving me, I could have said. Beside me in the back seat, I would have felt his body change, tighten with awareness, understanding. It was my pleasure, but you could thank me properly, he might reply, placing his hand on my thigh beside him. His fingers would torment the edge of my skirt, whispering the fabric against my skin as they eased it upwards in excruciating increments. I can feel it. Oh, okay, I would whisper, my thighs sliding open, both in the back seat and in the here and now, in my bed. What have we here? He might say when my skirt is high enough to reveal the tops of my thigh-high stockings. I've always had a weakness for pretty things, and lingerie no one ever sees is no exception. I imagine his finger tracing the elastic before it resumes its journey, and then abruptly stopping. Are you sure you want to thank me, sweetheart? He asks. I nod mutely, the only witness my imaginary hero in the darkness of my bedroom. A wicked smile breaks over his face, and the warmth blossoms between my legs. Lift that skirt and show me that pretty cunt. In me fantasy, I'll slowly lift my skirt, revealing myself to him. I'm conveniently bare, no pesky panties to bother with. It's my fantasy, after all. My nightgown creeps up around my waist in tandem with the action, and as my hero's gaze burns into my core, the fingers on my thigh flex, then slide gently inward. He spreads me further open, then dips a lazy orbit around my folds, spreading the moisture gathered there before bringing it up and circling my clit with the pad of his middle finger. My head falls back, and I gasp. His finger, thick and hard, slides a little further into my channel. He plunges it in and out several times until my hips are rocking helplessly against him, then settles me against the heel of his hand and thrusts his finger deep. He hooks it in such a way that it curls against the top of my walls and begins a steady, demanding rhythm that refuses to let me retreat or hold back in any way. Then he adds another. Hold on, he murmurs. Wishing it was real, I grip his imaginary wrist, pushing his imaginary fingers into me hard, and ride his imaginary hand until I come, shaking and sweating, and smothering a shout with my pillow.
Chapter 7. Enzo. A soft knock on my father's office door. No, it's mine now, I have to remember that. Has me looking up from the recently varnished desk. Instead of having his bloodstains removed, I had them glossed over. Each time I sit behind the desk, they're a reminder. The bastard is really and truly dead. No one announces the visitor who opens the door, but I'm not fearful. The guards will have vetted whoever it is long before they reach my office. The tip of Bacio's nose appears first, then my sister steps in. She's cagey as she takes in the room, her expression carefully blank. Bacio's low growl makes me raise a brow at the animal. The dog never liked me, and the feeling is mutual. I'd prefer if this one waited outside, but I don't say anything to Karina. I'm sure she knows. Knowing her, she brought the animal here to annoy me. She stops assessing the room, but not before I see pain radiate in her eyes. Mio fratello, she says, stepping around the desk with her arms open for an embrace. I stand and she hugs me, ignoring my hands hanging loosely at my side. I haven't sought out Karina since coming back to New York City. When I arrived home and found out that she was in a relationship with Luca, I was shocked, to say the least. Meeting them at the New Year's party had been awkward and brief. Part of me has yearned for this contact, though. She's all I have left. My arms slowly wrap around her and she relaxes against me. I close my eyes and allow myself this moment of contact. She'll see through you soon enough. My father ruins the moment, along with the growl from Baccio. Heel, Baccio, Karina says, breaking the embrace. She walks back to the front of the desk and sits down. The dog rests at her feet. He got what he wanted and is no longer growling. I slide into the new chair that I bought for myself. It's far more comfortable than my father's stiff-backed chair had been. It was too much like him for my tastes. Karina glances around again. You've changed some things. I nod, following her gaze. I needed it. I replaced the old blood-stained carpet with a pale biscuit-toned one. Some of the books on the shelves had to be replaced, and the room has been painted a deeper color, a soothing gray. How are you settling in? Karina asks. Fine, thank you, I answer. Karina tilts her head. She touches the edge of the desk. But you kept the desk, she says, mostly to herself. I smile inwardly. She will never know the sick reason I kept it. I like this desk, I answer. The room looks good. Karina continues her small talk. Right now, I just want her to get on with it. What is she doing here? Because it's not to admire the decor. I nod agreeably. It does look good. She shifts forward in her chair. You never responded to my dinner invitation. Finally, I fold my hands on the desk. I'm a busy man, mi sorella. Hurt fills her dark eyes before they flare with a temper that I've seen 1,000 times when we were kids. I was always the brother on the receiving end of her rage. I deserved it. I hated the relationship between her and Francis, and poked fun at both of them. They were twins, so their connection was to be expected, but it didn't stop me from feeling like I never belonged. Right now, her angry eyes are focused on my hands. You think Luca and I aren't busy? Ah, Luca. My sister expected me to sit and play nice with her boyfriend. Vito Marzano is still alive. Yes, Luca has taken over a majority of the Marzano enterprises, but it isn't the same as being Don. Karina slides forward to sit on the edge of her seat. You have capos for that. New capos, I remind her. They are only just settling into their roles, and I won't abandon my men. I can help. Let me have something. We are familia, Enzo. Let me help you. We can work together. Familia. Are we? The last time I checked, I was the throwaway brother. This isn't how our father wanted things, I say. She flinches, and I wonder what part of that hurt her. She would do a far better job than you. I reach out and touch the varnish that covers our father's blood. Fuck our father. The level of venom in Karina's voice surprises me, and I don't surprise easily. But a part of me respects her anger. You hear that? She said, fuck you, I whisper mentally to my father. How I wish he was here to hear his precious daughter talk about him like that. But since we are on the topic of my father, speaking of, I had to learn of our father's death through a news article. We couldn't reach you, you know that. Karina leans back in her seat like that's an excuse. I lean forward, joining my hands tightly together. I would have found a way to get to you, to make sure you were at the funeral. I would have loved to see the old man being placed in the ground where he belonged with the maggots and dirt. I didn't think that you would want to be there, Karina says softly. Why would you say that? Who wouldn't want to go to their own father's funeral? What kind of monster does she think I am? The real monster you are. His voice mocks me. Because he was an asshole, Enzo. Grade A fucking asshole. Between the lies, the insults, and I mean, remember that? More hurt and anger flash behind her eyes as she points to my ear. My stomach clenches. I, of course, can't see what she is pointing at, but I don't need to see the scar behind my left ear. It runs down my neck. He gave me that mark the night Francis died. He lost his mind that night and beat me with his belt. The buckle sliced so easily into my flesh. Uncomfortable feelings have me standing abruptly. I slowly fix my suit jacket to banish the sensation that's building too quickly in my system. Father was preparing me for this role. He had to be tougher on me. The excuse is lame, and we both know it. I never wanted you to have my empire. I'd never leave it to someone as weak as you. I want to call your bluff on that statement, but I see you are ready to end this conversation. Karina stands. Why would she stay and hash this out when she can see the monster that hides behind the desk and suit? I nod in agreement. When she walks away, she gives a low whistle, and Baccio follows her to the door where she pauses. She's clutching the door handle, and I don't know what battle she's fighting, but I don't need her pity. I'm ready to tell her just to leave, but she returns to the desk and withdraws an ornate cardstock invitation from her bag. She tosses it lightly to the desk, and I reach across to pick it up, turning it over. I would have thought you would have preferred the drama and elegance of St. Patrick, I jest after a quick glance. Karina's expression is humorless as she responds. Our Lady of Pompeii is Italian. Luca and I intend to marry and announce the strength of our union. You'll need to bring a date. My sister is getting married. All I can do is nod after a beat. I can do that. A date. I can already picture Rowan on my arm. Before I showered last night, I had taken a moment to sniff my suit jacket. Rowan's perfume had clung to the material. I can already tell she's going to drive me crazy. Maybe in a good way, though. In order to win her fully, I'm going to have to woo her in ways I've never bothered with before. I think I'm going to have to be soft and gentle with her. When the smell of her perfume hit me last night, something primal reared its head. I had to fight with myself not to go to her place in the Upper East Side and claim her. But that won't work. If they had the smallest inkling of my goals, Cassidy and Evie would move heaven and earth to keep their precious bird away from me. So I would need to ensure Rowan O'Rourke fell for me, and hard. I'll just have to control myself until I know she's caught in a cage of her own making. Any idea as to whom? Karina asks, pulling me out of my musing. I don't answer her. See, we are more alike than you think. You don't tell me shit either. I have no idea what she means. Now I'm wondering what she isn't telling me. But before I can ask, she marches from the room, flinging the door open so hard that it hits one of the bookshelves. One of my guards is there at the open door, and I hold up a hand, telling him to let her go. I'll find out what secrets my sister is keeping from me.
Chapter 8. Rowan. Night has often let its curtains fall and surround me in my grief. It has swallowed me as a wave would, weighted me with sorrow. The words linger on my tongue like the bitterest of brews as I lean against the bar in the coffee cart, reading from the thick textbook before me. The pages are paper thin, and I turn them with care, engrossed in the Mu'allaqat, one of 7 pre-Islamic Arabic poems from the 6th century. It's lovely, haunting. So much more than I expected when I enrolled in this course. Even though I'm only attending part-time, the classes here at Columbia are no joke. I expected a few, at least, to be relatively easy, entry-level courses, but only one is actually an introductory class. From a first year, I'm expected to take literature classes for 2 cultures other than English. I chose Middle Eastern literature to begin with. Excuse me, miss. Gazing focused, I straightened to find a man around my age standing before me, peering in through the open window of the cart. Hi. I swept a hand through my hair and pushed my book out of the way. Hello. Can I get an Americano? Certainly. I struggle for the right expression. That'll be coming right up. Turning, I begin to make the drink. So, where are you from? I don't answer. I've had a number of such questions, and I usually ignore them. Evie and Cassidy warned me. The less information I offer, the better. Scotland? Scotland is beautiful. Not that I've actually been, but I've seen pictures. I want to go. It's on my bucket list. What brought you here? Scotland. I huff quietly to myself, rolling my eyes. I'm not from Scotland. Turning, I bare my teeth politely and place the Americano between us on the counter. $2.37, please. Oh, sure. As he fumbles for his cart and pays, I pull my book back in front of me and open it to my spot. On the floor beside my seat, Clementine yawns and stretches, as if to ask if he needs to intervene. The disability office finally came through and provided the necessary pass that allowed him on campus with me. I gave his paw a little nudge with my toe. Thank you. I slide the Americano closer to him, with what I hope is a dismissive smile.
Ah, yes.
He lifts the drink and takes a sip.
Great coffee. Good work. Anyway, I was thinking...
God, am I going to have to take my break early? The sky is persistent. Maybe I should absquatulate. Leave suddenly, without warning.
You're holding the line up.
My gaze flickers past the annoying student to the man who just stepped up behind him. The man from the other night. My hero once again, it seems. He smiles, just the faintest curl of his lips.
Hi.
My hand lifts of its own volition in a little wave, the pages of my book falling closed. Hi. The student takes a step to the side.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I'll just wait over here.
The man twists his neck to look fully at him and gives a single, decisive shake of his head.
No.
No?
Go away.
Oh, okay. The student leaves, and I can't help the delighted little laugh that escapes. Thank you. He was most determined. My rescuer places a hand on the counter between us, tapping the wood with a roll of his fingers, and my cheeks heat as I remember the way I fantasized about those fingers taking possession of my body. To give myself something else to think about, I grab for a paper cup, knocking over the stack. Blushing fiercely, I set them right. What can I make for you? His gaze travels over me, steady and unblinking, and he takes his time replying.
How about a pour-over?
I hesitate. Are you asking? His lips quirk in the faintest of smiles.
No, I'll have a pour-over. You'll have one also.
Will I? I pick up a pen and hold it, poised over the cup. What's your name?
Yes, you're going to take your break.
He glances around, drawn back to look at the outside of the cart.
Is this cart part of a franchise?
I frown, not understanding. I don't follow.
Like the one where they always ask for the names? You didn't ask for the other guy's name.
Oh. I tap the pen against the cup. Around us, the sounds and sights of the courtyard blur and fade into nothingness. There's only this man standing in front of me, his pale amber eyes and alluring mystery I wanted to drown in. I didn't want his name. His lips, full and soft-looking, curl up more fully at the corners.
Such a sweet little bird. I'm Enzo.
After a moment's deliberation, I write my name on his cup, along with my cell phone number, and then get to work making 2 cafe Americanos. He leans on the counter across from me, the spicy fragrance of his cologne vying with the scent of coffee.
You're not Scottish. Where does the accent come from?
For some reason, it doesn't bother me when he asks. I lift the handle on the steamer. Limerick?
I'm glad you brought it over with you. It suits you.
I set the 2 coffees down on Enzo's side of the counter, then, with a shy smile, slide the window closed and lock it. After grabbing the cash box and picking up Clem's leash from where it rests on the floor, I exit the cart and lock it behind me. Enzo is waiting beside the steps with both coffees. He does a double take when he sees Clem.
Wow, that is one hell of a cat.
This is Clem. He's my service animal, and he'll pretty much ignore you, so you can ignore him if you like. I need to drop this off. I gesture with the box.
Okay then, as long as he doesn't bite and scratch, I'm good. Trade you.
He takes the cash box from my hand without waiting for a response, replaces it with my coffee, tucks it beneath his opposite arm, then grabs my free hand with his. His grip is sure and firm and warm around my smaller fingers. Once again, my cheeks turn hot as I remember my fantasy from the other night.
What's that look for?
He bends to peer at my face, and I bring the coffee up to hide my expression. What look? We walk the same path we walked a few nights earlier until we reach the office where I can drop the cash box, and then, by tacit agreement, wander back out into the courtyard. The air is crisp and cool, and a shiver against a sudden wind that cuts through the buildings that tower over us, shading the area's walls and corridors. Enzo makes a noise in the back of his throat and drops my hand long enough to shrug out of his coat and wrap it tightly around my shoulders, bringing it around in the front beneath my chin. I look up at him from beneath my lashes, breathing in the heady scent of his cologne that surrounds me.
"That one,"
he says.
"That one right there."
I don't know how to respond. You smell good. I manage. The words squeak. A smile ghosts over his lips, and his fingers beneath my chin twitch, brushing the skin of my throat.
"Let's go inside, get you out of this wind."
Abruptly, he loosens his grip on the collar and picks up his coffee from where he had set it down, then takes my hand again. We start walking again, this time up a set of concrete steps and into one of the buildings where classes are held. It's quiet, the halls echoing with our footsteps as we walk slowly along. Clearing my throat, I reach desperately for a topic of conversation that would get my mind off this crazy attraction. "So, do you attend classes here?" I pitch my voice low, not wanting to disturb anyone inside any of the classrooms that line the hallway. He chuckles, the sound husky and amused.
"Not anymore. I was a business major here, but I took a lot of my electives at Barnard. I have a friend who's a professor in the International Affairs building. That's why I'm here all the time."
Oh. My gaze flits around the corridor as we stroll, and warmer now, I ease his coat down to rest over the crook of my arm. His thumb strokes the knuckle of my hand, and contentment swells within me. I wonder if he enjoys it as much as I do, this little stolen moment in time. It feels like we're in a bubble where it's only us, and nothing else matters. There are no familia to worry about, no bodyguards to consider or retribution from enemies. Just us. "So, if you've graduated already, what do you do?" I ask. He sips his coffee before responding.
"I'm an investor in a lot of different things. Pharmaceuticals, primarily."
He ducks his chin, his gaze glancing along the pale marble flooring.
"I've been fortunate."
That explains the car and driver. He's wealthy. We reach the end of the hallway, and after peering inside the little door window with a mischievous expression, Enzo opens the door to a room and gestures for me to enter. It's an empty classroom, smelling faintly of chalk dust and sweat. Clem moves ahead of me, sniffing curiously at the small folding desks that rise in rows like stadium seating. I release his leash so he can explore, jumping as the door closes behind us.
"I had a literature class here once,"
he says, tilting his head to the side. He sets his coffee down on the large wooden instructor's desk at the front of the room. "Here?" I toss my own empty cup in the trash and gaze around the room. "This room?" He points to a desk around midway.
"I sat there."
His expression turns wry.
I almost bailed on it. It was one of the most embarrassing classes I was ever in.
"What do you mean?"
The professor was very hands-on. She used to make us act out most of the reading.
That doesn't sound so bad. Active reading has been shown to be instrumental in developing student appreciation for and understanding of difficult text.
Even the love scenes.
My lips round on a little puff of air.
Oh, indeed.
I cover my mouth to hide a giggle. "I'm sure you did a very good job." He frowns and takes a step toward me.
"Are you laughing at me, little bird?"
My mouth goes dry, and I ease back a step until the chalkboard is at my back. No. What book did you have to act out?" He takes another step, the movement almost primal.
"Persuasion."
"Jane Austen." His next step brings him to stand inches away, our chests separated only by the span of my arms folded between us, his coat a cushiony barrier. He lifts an eyebrow at it, then raises his arms and places them on the chalkboard behind my head, boxing me in. "What?"
"You pierce my soul. I am half agony, half hope. Tell me not that I am too late, that such precious feelings are gone forever."
I forget to breathe. I know the words aren't his. I know they're not intended for me. I know Austen wrote them for another man, another woman, and yet they resonate. His gaze holds mine hostage as he speaks each one, low and laden with import, so deliberately. "Enzo," he talks over me as if I hadn't interrupted him.
"I offer myself to you again with a heart even more your own than when you almost broke it 8 years and a half ago."
His eyes are sticky honey, holding me prisoner. "You..." He moves one hand, sliding it purposefully around my jaw and into my hair.
"Dare not say that man forgets sooner than woman, that his love has an earlier death. I have loved none but you."
Holding me still, his face descends, and he kisses me. His lips on mine are at once fierce and tender, soft and hard. His kiss is a confusion of contrasts, blasting through any defence I might have raised. I don't make a single protest, though. Why would I? I've dreamed of this, of far more than this. I've yearned for this stranger's hands on me, his fingers against my most sacred parts, skipped right over the intimate mystery of his mouth against mine. This is magic. My arms, folded in between us, go limp and then curl around his waist. His coat falls on the floor, but neither of us notices or cares. Taking it for the invitation it is, he presses in, the heat of his body enveloping me as he wraps himself around me in a full-bodied embrace. It's then I feel him, hard and thick and insistent through the thin material of my skirt. His hands travel down to my hips, pulling me in tight against him. The pressure of his fingertips turned bruising, and I turn away from his kiss on a gasp. I want, dear God, do I want. And that's exactly why I have to leave. I don't know this man. I don't know anything about him. With every ounce of strength I still possess, I push past him and break for the door. I have to get back to work. Scooping up Clem's leash, I flee, leaving him leaning, palms flat, against the chalkboard. Maybe he'll look at his coffee cup before he throws it away. Maybe he'll message me.
Chapter 9. Enzo. Ice-cold water pricks my skin. It's like small, sharp needles piercing my skin, and for the first few seconds I lose my breath, my train of thought dispatches, and all I feel is the numbness that I have been seeking. She has been all I've thought about. Even against the harsh, cold water of the shower, the image of her face manages to burst through the shield of cold and take presence. It's useless. I reach out and twist the knob, and a blast of hot water chases the shivers down my spine. I reach up and brush the last of the icy water out of my hair. My cock starts to grow as the memory of Rowan consumes me. She had looked up at me with such eager innocence in her gaze. The character I was playing was so far removed from the man I am that it was a struggle to remain in my role. And yet there was a curious truth in every word I quoted, too. I truly was half agony, half hope. I truly was offering myself to her. Maybe not my heart. Not that. But my body? Every cell, every burning stretch of skin over muscle and bone. It was hers. Rowan's Enzo was too slow, too patient. The hunger she stirred in me demanded I tear into her soft flesh. My hands roamed down my torso until I grip my heavy cock in my hand. I hiss at the pulsing flesh that wants release. The classroom had been empty, and all I wanted to do was bend her over a desk and fuck her from behind. Hard, fast, vicious. I thrust into my hand with the force I can imagine pounding into her pussy. She would be tight around my cock. My grip follows the images in my head, and I squeeze my cock harder as I pound into my hand, imagining the walls of her pussy tightening around me. I imagine her cries, her soft flesh taking a hammering. What would her pussy taste like? I'm sure it would be as sweet as she is. I reach out with my free hand and balance myself against the cold tiles as I continue to thrust, hard and fast. I can almost hear flesh slapping against flesh before I give another hard stroke, my seed squirting across the tiles. I jerk again and more pours out, spilling onto the tiles at my feet. A few more strokes and I release my cock, taking in a lungful of air. I'm only slightly satisfied, though, as I rinse my cum from my body and finish up showering. Turning off the water, I step out and walk past the rows of towels. My body still hums, and I know I need more. But not yet. I still have to play the gentle, playful, and patient man. If I had my way with Rowan, I no doubt wouldn't be able to control myself and be gentle. I leave the bathroom and step into the master bedroom. The room is warm, and the radiant floor heating warms the pads of my bare feet instantly. I stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and look out at the gardens. Below me, a statue of a woman carrying flowers serves as a center point to our rear gardens. The garden statues were never particularly interesting to me, but this one captures my attention today. Celeste, the flower fairy's leg, peeks out of her dress, teasing with the small amount of flesh that's on display. Just like Rowan teases and tests me. I'm sure it's not intentional, but everything about her teases the beast inside me. My gaze roams past the statue to the lots stretching below toward the Hudson. There are even more in the distance. The island of Manhattan rises in all its splendor, and I think that somewhere in that city, my target walks around, unaware of how much I lust for her. My cock starts to grow again. I could never be gentle with her. My greed for her flesh sends aggressive waves of need through my system. I turn away from the window and start to get dressed. The heat in the room has dried most of the moisture from my skin. As I pull my shirt over my head, my phone buzzes with a text notification, and I peer over at it, grinning to myself when Rowan's name pops up on the screen. She had left her phone number on the coffee cup the other day, and I had wasted no time in pursuing a flirtation over text message, aware that building trust this way might be the quickest method of doing so. Little bird, what are you up to today? Me. Important things, of course. How about you? I've been thinking about you. Little bird, if you were thinking about me, why haven't you messaged me? Me. I have to play it cool, can't seem too eager. But I'm never not thinking about you. 3 dots appear and swim on the screen for an excruciatingly long moment of time. I position my gun and stare, willing her message to pop up already. Little bird, I'm able to slip away for the evening. I thought I might go to Chinatown if you'd like to meet me there. Me, are you asking me on a date, little bird? Little bird, I would never. Me, because I would be delighted. Little bird, okay, yes, I am. Me, I'll meet you at the statue of Confucius in Confucius Square. Right now I have to get back to work. Until later, sweet girl. I head to the docks, encouraged. My cock still throbs, but I don't have time to take care of my needs again. I have some workers to locate. I park just outside the Port Elizabeth docks and get out of the driver's seat as 2 more vehicles pull up behind me. I climb into the passenger seat as Tom makes his way to the driver's side, and Arturo climbs into the back. Tom places an unlit cigarette behind his ear. He knows better than to light up in my car. The scent of stale cigarette smoke has me rolling down the window slightly, and I hide my irritation. 2 more bodyguards get into the back also, and we are ready to go. I don't like to be chauffeured around. Most Dons are, but I've only taken the passenger seat so Tom can use his ID to pass through security checks. He's technically retired, but still comes on board for this kind of thing. We move through light security checks, passing easily through each with Tom's ID, before continuing on through the maze-like docks. No one bothers to check us for weapons. Even though we are all packing, no one in their right mind would fire a weapon in the docks. It would draw the police, and that would have the port shut down in minutes. Much like a small city, the various terminals and entry points take some navigation to get through. Tom finally slows down alongside a metal building with red, peeling paint, a crane rising up in the distance behind it. The minute Tom gets out of the car, he removes the cigarette from behind his ear and takes a lighter out of his pocket before lighting up. Another man is waiting for us, and no one speaks as we all climb out and follow him into the building. The heavy metal door clicks behind us, but lights in the warehouse give a warm glow as we walk down a narrow hallway. The white walls have recently been painted, and I can smell the undercurrent of the fresh coat. Arturo and my other 2 guards walk behind me, while Tom goes in front. A cloud of smoke billows from his mouth. We stop at a door, and Tom crushes the half-smoked cigarette under his heavy boot before we enter the room. There are several people seated around a table, but the one person who makes me stall is Evie O'Hanlon, sitting next to Cassidy O'Rourke. "What is this?" I ask. I don't sit. "Take a seat." Christo Ameti, head of the Albanians, waves a hand at a chair. I don't move, and neither do my men. Evie shifts uncomfortably in her seat as I stare at her. The table is half full of leaders from different families. "It's only fair that we let both sides have their say," he continues, pushing through a note of uncertainty. Tom is waiting for my order, and after a brief nod of my head, he sits. I glance back at Arturo, and he leaves the room with my 2 guards. They will wait outside until this meeting is over. I sit beside Tom, discreetly across from Evie and Cassidy. I'm the Don of the Scarpetta family, so having them here to have their say doesn't sit well with me. I don't play well with others, and I didn't have any indication I'd be sharing the fucking sandbox. I nod for the meeting to start. There is another man sitting beside Cassidy, looking woefully out of place. I'd peg him more as an accountant than a made man. I don't ask who he is, but wait to see if he has anything of value to say. "I wanted to talk about the Roya," Cassidy starts. I fold my hands on the table in front of me and lean back slightly in my chair. I know their leader is here to my left, but I don't acknowledge him. I keep my focus on Cassidy. "Go ahead." Inwardly, I offer up thanks to Yvonne for giving me the heads up on this. Evie flashes me a warning look that I ignore. She must not like my tone. That's fine. I don't like her presence. "It's my understanding that they have paid their debt to the Scarpettas and should be free to choose their employers." Cassidy keeps his gaze steady. I hide a vicious grin. "They should be grateful that we allow them to play in our backyard," I spit back. The Roya, who are essentially the Albanian Mafia, tried to establish themselves in New York City. They failed miserably. We took out most of them, and the ones who remained we allowed to stay and even vouched for with the Marzano family, who was the head of the 5 at the time. But only those under our, i.e. my father's, employment and protection at the time. Just because he was dead didn't mean their debt died with him. As long as they have a presence here, they are under Scarpetta protection, I add. Since you are the new Don, they are technically under new protection. They might as well have their pick of a new leader, Evie challenges me. I sit back in my seat, wondering what's in it for her, or perhaps more accurately, for Cassidy, although perhaps that's sexist of me. "The dock you managed in Limerick is considerably smaller than Port Elizabeth," I fire at Cassidy. Cassidy waves a hand. "A trifle. Limerick handles less than 8 million tons of cargo a year, while Port Elizabeth handles nearly 124 million tons of cargo," Tom says. This is why he is here. He knows his numbers. "If I may," the man sitting beside Cassidy speaks up. He looks sweaty and unaccustomed to meetings like this, but he pushes his glasses up his nose before he speaks. "Sneaking things into a smaller port is actually much more difficult than sneaking them into a larger port. Cassidy and Evie could handle more risky endeavors quite easily." I flatten my hands on the table and stare at Evie. "Evie, why don't you tell Christo what recently happened to your crew in Ireland?" Evie sniffs but doesn't reply. I wonder how willing Christo would be to jump ship if he knew the mess they made in Ireland. I won't take my foot off their necks for one moment. That's why Evie is here and not just Cassidy. They can try and soften me, but they are foolish. The years didn't turn me soft, they only hardened me. I wouldn't bend for my sister, never mind another woman. I don't care for Christo's response, and it's clear that Evie is no longer speaking to me. I rise, and Tom gets to his feet too. This is my playing field, and only I declare when a debt to me is cleared. I give a final warning, and no one dares speak as I leave with Tom. Evie and Cassidy walk out after me. "Enzo, you could at least think about it," Evie says the moment she falls into step beside me. I stop walking and turn to Cassidy. He's the real person here pushing for this. "I didn't think you needed a woman to do your work for you." "I don't." Cassidy takes a step closer to me, and I grin, daring him to do something. "Well, it looks like you let Evie do all the talking in there." "I respect her opinion," Cassidy says, looking at Evie. "That's all it is, an opinion," I remind him. "You'd do well to mind your own business before attempting to cut in on anyone else's." I stride quickly down the hall, distantly hearing Evie saying something to Cassidy before I exit the building. I climb into the driver's side this time. They won't stop us on our way out. What an absolute waste of my time. "What was that all about?" Arturo asks once the car starts to move. "I'm not entirely sure," I answer honestly. I don't know what Cassidy is up to, but he must think I'm thick. That was his first mistake, I say as I drive out of the docks. The second is in challenging me at all. He has no idea who he is playing with. My phone rings as I pull beside Arturo's and Tom's vehicles. "Elmo Salzano has been spotted leaving Bastoni e Pietre." One of my spotters, who has been waiting for Elmo to make his moves, informs me. I glance at the dashboard. I have time before meeting Rowan. I also have a lot of pent-up anger that needs to be unleashed. Perfect. Stay on him, but don't approach. I'll take care of the rest.
Chapter 10. Rowan. Confucius Square is noisy and smelly with traffic and pedestrians. It's the cusp of evening, that perfect time of dusky afternoon when the sun is balancing on the horizon, loath to slip completely over the edge, but nightfall hovers just beyond, waiting to share its every secret. I cut my hand over the phone and peer up at the statue of Confucius, trying to hear Vivi over the phone. I should go inside somewhere, but there's something invigorating about standing here in the midst of the seething mass of humanity, none of them knowing or caring who I am, or that I'm away from my brother's leash, even if just for a little while. I still don't know how I managed to do it. If he and Evie hadn't had to leave for something themselves, there's no way I would have been able to slip away. Try Alighieri. Her voice skips in and out, muffled by the din of everything around me. It sounds like she wants me to read Dante. I will, as long as you read some Robbie Burns. Her snort of frustration comes through loud and clear. I told you. Already read. Years ago. Oh, she did tell me that. I forgot. I like talking literature with Vivi. I like talking to Vivi, period. She's fun and lively and intelligent, and doesn't treat me like I'm incapable of cogent thought. I decide to poke at her a bit. And now that you are older and wiser, you're therefore able to appreciate him. Read him again. You're cute. What? Doing? I have a date. I don't tell her who I'm waiting for, but my gaze tracks beyond Confucius in a continual arc, searching for Enzo. Vivi's excitement is just a third presence on the phone, clamoring in my ear for more details. I answer her distractedly, hanging up when I see him approaching from half a block away. A street over, a streak of dying sun breaks through a bank of dark clouds, casting a perfect spear of light down the perpendicular sidewalk. It's like a sign, and I feel a corresponding grin break over my face as I wave, catching his attention. In the back of my mind, I hold some vague idea of not appearing too excited. I begin to walk toward him with that intention, but my steps quickly devolve into a half-jog. I can't help it. Stopping in front of him, I bite my lip and twist my hands together to keep from reaching for him. I have zero cool. Hi. Hi. His gaze roves over me, not resting on any one thing but consuming every detail and committing it to memory. You look very pretty, little bird. I glance down at my dress, a pretty mustard yellow worsted wool, with a nipped-in waist and tiny buttons extending the length of the bodice. He doesn't know about the thigh-high stockings beneath it keeping my legs warm, but manage it to make it feel feminine and sexy. Maybe I'll let him discover those later. My heart thumps at the thought. Thank you. I look at him hungrily in return, taking in the dark coat covering grey slacks and a black sweater over a collared shirt, from which his neck rises, strong and... Is that? Is that blood? My hand reaches toward the offending place on his neck, but Enzo stops me, curling one hand around mine and reaching for the spot himself with a crooked smile.
I must have missed a spot.
What happened? Were you hurt?
He
doesn't seem to know how to reply, and I feel my brow crinkle. Internally, I hear my brother's voice.
There are people who will use you to get to me, to Evie. They'll use you to hurt us.
I take a step back, but Enzo's hand tightens around mine. No, Enzo is different from those people. He's not a gangster, right? Doubt niggles at me, the faintest uncertainty beginning to settle cold in my veins. I take a deep breath. Something happened at work then? I suggest. He nods.
Yes.
His eyes are dark in the fading light, the side of his face lit by the fluorescence of a shop sign.
Something like that.
Like a protest? I'm grasping. He works for a pharmaceutical company. He nods again, his fingers flexing the tiniest bit around mine, and exhales slightly.
That's it exactly. These things happen more frequently than the public is aware of, unfortunately. I got in the middle of it as I was leaving.
I say. He agreed with my suggestion far too quickly, but I don't want to call him out on it. I want to walk in, talk and laugh and enjoy my first date. It's foolish, but I don't want to be smart right now. Right now, I want to see if the chemistry that arcs between us can make me forget that ice in my veins. After another moment in which we simply watch each other, wary, waiting for what? Further explanation? Exoneration? I shake my head a little, my shoulders slumping, and reach into my purse for a small bottle of hand sanitizer. Pumping a bit on a napkin, I step forward and wipe the blood from his neck. He watches me wordlessly and, when I'm done, leans down to capture my mouth with his. The kiss fragments the remaining tension, and I relax into it, my body melting against his as humanity streams relentlessly around us. By the time he releases me, I've forgotten everything. My name, his name, the blood.
So, Chinatown,
he whispers low, so I can hear him.
Why here?
With difficulty, I pull myself back to the present. I've never been. I've been reading all about it, though, and wanted to see it. Enzo nods and tucks me firmly against him.
Good choice. Come on, I'll take you to this little hole in the wall that serves up the best dim sum in the country.
Dim sum?
Never had it? No. Your life is about to change, little bird.
Can we see Doyer Street, too?
Doyers? Why do you want to see that?
It's famous, or infamous. Did you know that when the Chinese Mafia was in power, a number of murders took place there in its famed bloody angle? I shiver. Enzo lifts an eyebrow.
Do tell,
he murmurs.
Like a cute little fucking professor.
I give him a quelling look. Research is important. Anyway, there's this bend in the street that allowed hitmen to take their targets off guard. Many of the murders were especially brutal, with the use of hatchets. He rubs the stubble on his jaw, looking off to the side.
Why don't we look at the stalls? They're a good tourist attraction. Chinatown is famous for this stuff.
He gestures to a stall we're passing, where a vendor sits among miniature Buddhist ornaments interspersed with Chinese statues of the Empire State Building and yellow taxicabs. With another pointed look, I stop to look and touch every item. I pretend not to notice when he pays for something and slips it into his pocket. Enzo is a big softy, but I won't make fun of him for it. We stop for dim sum next in a tiny little place called the Joyful Plate. It's actually several dishes, little dumplings, and other delectable oddities I've never had before that melt on my tongue. A low moan escapes me at the unusual flavors, and I reach for another before realizing I'm stuffing my face as though I haven't eaten in days and draw my hand back.
What are you doing? Eat.
Enzo commands, voice gruff. I wipe the corner of my mouth with the tip of my finger. I'm being a pig. It's so good. Enzo narrows his eyes and picks up a dumpling.
Open.
What? No.
Open your mouth, little bird.
Staring at him, my lips part of their own volition. He moves the dumpling between them, waiting until I bite down dutifully, and watching the movement of my mouth on the treat before he pulls the remainder away and finishes it himself.
That wasn't so hard.
My breath hitches. We leave shortly after, continuing our stroll through Chinatown. Night is falling in earnest, but the streets are brightly lit by blinking signs and continually changing traffic lights. People move with and against us in a steady flow, but Enzo keeps me on the inside of the sidewalk, tucked securely against his side. In spite of the noise and chaos, there's something strangely peaceful about it.
What next?
Enzo's question cuts through my musings, and I glance down at the phone in my hand. I've had my GPS on the entire time, making note of where we are and what businesses and sites are nearby. I don't know, I say. You tell me. I want to do something different, reckless. He looks at me thoughtfully.
You'll have to give me more than that, little bird.
Taking a deep breath, I try to put my feelings into words. For once in my life, I want to be crazy, to climb out of the box they've put me in, out of the cage. His head tilts.
They?
I look away from his penetrating gaze. My brother and his wife, they're protective. He doesn't question my explanation further. His finger brushes my cheek, rough and tender at the same time.
So you want to fly?
A nod. Yes, I want to do all the things I've never been able to do. Dipping his head, Enzo kisses me, long and deep and drugging. He lifts his head, blotting out the city lights behind him.
I can make that happen.
Raising my hands, I frame his face with my palms. Make me fly, Enzo.
Chapter 11. Enzo. I run my hand along my neck again. Rowan had cleaned the blood off with a tissue and hand sanitizer, readily believing it was from a rowdy protest outside the make-believe pharmaceutical company I said I worked for. The lie makes me antsy, but there's nothing to be done about it now. It's a necessary evil. I hadn't held back when I caught up with Elmo, and I hadn't exactly been careful to avoid getting his blood on me. Elmo had lasted longer than I had expected, but the lack of showers and the piss on his pants must have gotten to him. Once he left the Bastoni di Pietro, he didn't get far. The fear that had leached out of him when he saw my face had fed the aggression that needed to be unleashed, and I had let it fly. I flex my hands as I think about how he would never see the light of day again, or draw another breath. Rowan keeps talking, her excitement not penetrating my muddled thoughts from my recent kill to the idea of Cassidy trying to work against my sister. Did you know that the actual canals still exist under Canal Street? I nod at her, only half paying attention. I've heard rumors there is an abandoned subway station under Chinatown. I'm not certain when she changed the topic, my thoughts so fixed on Elmo. I nod again, but this time, the hurt I see flashing in her gaze penetrates my absorption. It gives me pause, and I pull my mind away from Elmo and the Albanians. Rowan must have done a lot of research to prepare for tonight. Sneaking away from her brother wouldn't have been easy, and I'm sure this date is a raging disappointment for her thus far. I'm acting like an ass. My father's voice would normally tell me I'm right, that I am a jerk, but I don't hear his voice. Instead, it's something different I feel. My own disappointment. I don't want to see hurt in her gaze, especially not from me. She's always so shyly happy, handing me her sweet, unguarded smiles. I want that. I want to know that I'm responsible for her happiness. My stomach clenches at the thought. Since when did I give a fuck about someone else's feelings? I reach out a hand and Rowan doesn't hesitate in slipping hers into mine. Jesus, I sigh internally. She trusts me. She shouldn't. My car is parked close and I walk her to the passenger side and open the door. She shows no hesitation as she climbs in. So fucking trusting. When I get in, I notice she's fumbling with the seatbelt. I reach across and she freezes as I take the buckle and stretch the belt out before slowly sliding it into place with a click. There. Thanks. She wets her lips and I ease back into my seat, start the car and pull away from the sidewalk. No driver today? She asks, glancing out the window, her leg jumping slightly. No, I like driving myself when I can. Why is she so nervous all of a sudden? I prefer when she trusts me. Reaching over, I place my hand on her knee, startling her. I try out a soft smile, the one she is used to seeing from me. Easy, little bird. There's nothing to be nervous about. She swallows and nods, her gaze fixed on my hand, with an oddly intent expression where it rests on her thigh. I remove it before I get any ideas and drag it higher to where I really want it. The flow of traffic is slow, and as we stop and start between traffic lights, I send off some texts, letting Arturo know Elmo has been taken care of, and that I won't be back until later. You know, texting and driving is one of the #1 causes of accidents on our roads. Rowan's voice is tight. I can't help but smile. You are full of knowledge today. Her cheeks darken. What's so funny? I think it's funny you are worried about texting and stop-and-go traffic, but you want to do something reckless and crazy. Rowan shrugs a little, but her eyes light up. I stop the car outside the Vessel, a relatively new permanent art installation. I don't get out immediately, as I'm of two minds about taking her here. But when I glance at Rowan, she's staring out the window at the structure. Wow! Her voice is filled with awe, and it's enough to make me open the door and walk around to hers. The art structure is currently closed, and will be for the foreseeable future, because in the 4 short years it has existed, there have been multiple suicides here. Once we are both out of the car, I reach across and take her hand in mine once again, and she smiles at me. As we approach the 2 security men, they wave us through. The door at the bottom of the structure has a silver box to enter a code to gain access. I enter the PIN and the large door opens. Fun fact, I say, stepping into the room. Since you like fun facts. I smile at her, thinking how she loves telling me facts, and for the first time, the smile I give her is completely me. You are currently somewhere that no one else is allowed to be. That is a fun fact, Rowan says, and I squeeze her hand in mine. She looks up at me with wide eyes. How did you get access to a place like this? I hesitate for a deliberately long moment. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Her laughter flows through the antechamber, and her cheeks grow pink. I don't know what she sees on my face, but she takes in a quickened breath. Looking at her, want swamps me, a tsunami of feeling that makes me reach out and anchor myself with a hand against the wall. I want her body, that's not in question. It's more than that, though. I want to keep her cheeks flushed with whatever this is, want to keep a laugh on her lips and a smile at the ready. I want to hear the noises she makes when she comes, and I want to experience her wrath when I piss her off. When she cries, I want to be both the reason and the antidote. I want to be the only person in the world to make her feel these things. I'd kill any other man who looks at her with the same intent. Rowan O'Rourke is mine. She just doesn't know it yet. Let me show you around. I take the first step of 8 total flights, all winding around to showcase stunning views of the city. The only view I'm interested in, though, is Rowan. The spiral staircase has small nooks and crannies that you can sit in, concealed from all the open vantage points. I haven't let Rowan's hand go, and she keeps taking quick glances at me. She veils her face behind her red curls. I can imagine my fingers entangled in that mass of hair. She hasn't spoken, and I want to know what she is thinking. I slow down as we approach a private area. It's dark and perfect to steal a kiss, or maybe something more. My cock twitches in my trousers. Another fun fact, there are 154 flights of stairs here. Rowan's ruby lips stretch across her white teeth. Are we going to climb to the top? She asks. I smile and tug her gently toward me. No. Her frown is one of confusion. I mean, it would be a workout, considering there are nearly 2,500 steps, but I can think of other ways to flex our muscles. Her laughter is hidden behind her hand, but when she meets my gaze, her blue eyes have darkened. With my free hand, I capture her face, and she sucks her bottom lip between her teeth, biting down slightly and sending a rush of blood to her lips. She's teasing me again. The beast in me roars. He doesn't like to be teased. Without further words, I capture her mouth in mine. She yelps slightly from the speed at which I've taken over her mouth. I nip her bottom lip just like she had, and her sharp inhalation of breath tells me she likes it. I bite a bit harder and open my eyes. She hasn't closed hers, but I see a flash of pain, so I release her lip from between my teeth. She searches my face. "Don't stop, please." The implication of her request has me smiling. She isn't a frightened girl. She's a woman who seems to know what she wants. I recapture her mouth, and this time she meets my kisses with the same force. Her sharp teeth pierce my skin, and she quickly jumps back as I reach up and swipe blood from my mouth. "Minx," I declare, placing my bloody finger in my mouth and sucking. "I'm so sorry. That was an accident. I didn't mean to hurt you." She looks horrified. I laugh and swipe more blood from my lip. "You could never hurt me." "I could bite you harder." She settles, a teasing note entering her voice. I snap my teeth together. "Go right ahead." Her nostrils flare, and I see a woman who is unsure of what is acceptable, but more than willing to test her boundaries. I'm sure in her world a virgin is taught to behave like an innocent lady. But no woman is fully innocent in her sexual needs. They all have kinks, and I think I just found Rowan's, and I'm prepared to lean into it. Rowan stares at the blood on my lip before she flattens her hand in the center of my chest and pushes me back toward the small nook we just walked past. My back hits the wall. I could stop her, but her show delights the beast in me. I try to remind myself she's a virgin, so bending her over the railing and fucking her isn't an option. But Rowan may surprise me yet. She reaches up on the tip of her toes and takes my damaged lip in between hers. She sucks, and a rush tears through me as she tastes my blood. Pain has my hand snapping to her small waist as she tentatively bites me again. "That wasn't fair," I say, as she smiles up at me, blood on her lips. "You asked me to bite you." With my hands still firmly on her hips, I spin her, and she yelps as her back is pressed against the wall. My turn. Her expression grows serious, and she swallows. "What are you—" She falls silent as I release her hips and lower myself to my knees in front of her. The yellow wool of her winter dress sways slightly as I run my hands up her inner thighs. The thigh-highs surprise me. Rowan has a naughty side. I want to tear into her pussy and drink her, but an inner voice makes me look up at her to make sure she likes what I'm doing. Her palms are pressed against the wall behind her, and as I stare up at her, very slowly she inches her legs apart for me. That's a clear sign. I slip the dress up and press the material to her torso as I stroke the inside of her thigh. Her legs are tense, and I run my hand down her calf before bringing it back up. I follow my hand and leave a trail of kisses. Her small white thong has my cock straining against my trousers. With a brush of one finger, I push the material aside. Her bare pussy drags a sigh out of me, and I find myself looking up at her again for approval. She looks simultaneously intrigued and scared to death, and I probably ought to warn her that once I taste her pussy, I won't stop. But I don't. I'm not a nice man, and I don't play fair. The pulse in her neck beats rapidly. A second thought enters my mind. Once I taste her, no one else will ever. Only me. She's mine. Before I give any more attention to that thought, I sink my mouth against her pussy. She jumps against me before settling, squeaking on an inhalation as I drag my tongue against her clit. Her fingers dig into my scalp as she squirms beneath me. Taking one of her hands, I place it on her dress and release it into her keeping, then use both my hands to keep her steady before running my tongue across the sensitive butt of her clit. "Oh, my God!" Her words have me using my hand to push her legs further apart so I can get in as deep as possible, but the position doesn't allow it. I pull away for a moment, and disappointment flashes across her features. "Put one of your legs on my shoulder." Rowan nods and shuffles against the wall, getting a better balance before she places her leg across my shoulder. I pull the thong back, seeing her pussy in all its glory. It's so pink, and light reflects off the wetness. Fuck. Eating pussy has always been a means to an end, but now, with Rowan, I'm going to enjoy this. I sink into her sweetness, nothing obstructing me now. My fingers join my tongue as they battle with each other. I've only one finger in her tight pussy. She's soaking, allowing me to sink another finger inside her. "Oh, my God!" Her nails dig into my scalp, directing my head deeper and harder against her. Her juices coat my chin, and I've never enjoyed eating someone out quite as much as I do her. She tastes so sweet. Her flesh is pink and soft as I continue to suck her soft bud, and she's panting, clearly enraptured by my mouth against her. I could leave things here. I could be satisfied with giving her pleasure, giving her a new experience. I could let her go home a virgin, more worldly than when she came, but relatively untouched still. But no, it's not enough. I need to make her mine. Now. I pull back and lower her leg to the ground, then rise and lick my lips. The taste of her on my lips has me considering going right back down. I shrug out of my suit jacket and let it fall to the ground. Rowan is staring at me with something like awe, and fuck me if it doesn't make me want to pound my cock into her. She's so fucking perfect. I remove my tie and unbutton my shirt down to my navel, but I don't bother removing it. There'll be time enough for niceties like nakedness some other time. Rowan takes a shaky step toward me, and with an unsteady hand she touches my stomach. Her touch surprises me, my muscles clenching and then relaxing in response. I like her touch. I open the button of my pants, near desperate for her touch somewhere else. She freezes with her hand on my torso, staring down at the hard cock that's visible through my pants. I push them down, along with my boxers. She nods, but fear fills her gaze. I can't promise her I'll be gentle, but I know I can't leave here without taking her. I want my seed inside that perfect pussy. I step towards her so my cock presses against her stomach before I slide my hand down and push 2 fingers inside her. With my other hand, I cup her face, making her look at me. "You want this?" I ask, knowing she does. She nods, her eyes fluttering closed. I push a 3rd finger in, widening her, getting her ready for my cock. Her eyes spring open and her hands grip my shoulders. I rub the swollen head of my cock against her clit, and she gasps at the sensation. My cock throbs for release, and I grip her thigh and hitch it up. Using my free hand, I guide my cock to her entrance, and with a single sharp thrust, seat myself fully inside her tight cunt. She cries out, her hands shoving against my shoulders, and I hold her tightly to me. "Bite me," I whisper. "I know it hurts. Fucking bite me. Bite me hard." She stares at me for a second, tears making her eyes bright in the dim lighting, then pushes the fabric off my shoulder and clamps her teeth viciously in the tender muscle between shoulder and neck. I hiss. "That's my girl." I pull almost all the way out, reveling in the drag of her flesh against mine, then slam back in. Her cry is broken against my neck, and I feel her lips a second before her teeth sink into my skin once again. I squeeze my eyes against the pain, drawing back and pounding into her again. She's feeling pain too, every time I pull out and push back in, deeper and harder. She's so fucking tight. Her teeth release my skin, and I pull out slowly before pushing back in. Blood stains her lips, and that startles me, but I don't care that she drew my blood. I sink my cock deeper into her and withdraw. She cries out in half pain, half pleasure, and I fight with the beast within me to keep my pace slow. I can't fuck her like I want to, but her tight little pussy around my cock will make me come. After a few minutes, I feel her tighten around me. Her hips begin to hitch, searching frantically for something she's never found before. I grasp them and start to fuck her faster, coaxing her into smaller, tighter circles of motion that I know will help her reach her orgasm. Her lips rise along my neck, her cries of pain turning to mewls of pure pleasure. I know I can't fully give in to my beast, not yet anyway, but I keep pumping as her lips land on mine. She kisses me with a hunger that's hard to match. Her cries grow louder, and I move faster. Enzo! My name on her lips is almost enough to make me come. Enzo! She shouts my name again, and her pussy tightens around my cock, squeezing the cum out of me as she finds her own release. She jerks and cries out with her orgasm, and I join her as I empty my cock inside her sweet pussy. I know with each passing second it's official. Rowan O'Rourke belongs to me.
Chapter 12. Rowan. My eyes open to early morning sunlight warming the ceiling above me. I turn my head, and my gaze fastens on a small snow globe figurine, the Empire State Building frozen in suspended animation within its curved confines. For a quiet moment, before my brain clicks into gear, I'm not to Rowan O'Rourke, sister to Cassidy O'Rourke, and sister-in-law to Evie O'Hanlon. There are no familia. No people with guns and contracts lurking around every corner of this city. No bombs to look out for, hiding on the underside of our cars. For a moment, I'm just me, a girl, aching sweetly in private spots that make me want to squirm with remembrance. I lost my virginity yesterday. The memory makes me smile and immediately lift a hand to my mouth. It's raw from his kisses. Is that the only tangible evidence? I'll lower my hand to lift the blanket and peer beneath, searching for fingerprint bruises on my breasts. I can't decide if I'm relieved or disappointed when I see none. My inner thighs and hips are sore, though, proof that it wasn't just a dream. I want to do it again. I stretch, touching the headboard with my fingertips. And again, and again. Down the hall, Evie hollers something in the kitchen, and the spell breaks. I can't lie here and be some anonymous girl, reveling in the fact that a beautiful, mysterious man took her maidenhood. Do people even use that word anymore? Yesterday. As much as I'd prefer to ignore this inconvenient truth, I'm an O'Rourke, Cassidy's sister. And holy Mother Mary, would he be furious if he knew what I had done yesterday? Climbing from the bed, I push my hair out of my face and shuffle into the bathroom for a shower. It's the weekend, so I don't have to rush today, but a vague sense of loss assails me at the idea that I won't see Enzo, as I won't be on campus. Maybe I could invite him over to meet my family? As quickly as the thought comes, I dismiss it. No, as much as Cassidy tries to keep me separate from his world, I'm a part of it, and it complicates things. I'll never have the freedom to pick and choose who I give myself to. Cassidy no doubt has someone chosen for me already, someone he'll put in my path at an opportune time. We'll all pretend like it's fate instead of anything carefully orchestrated, and I'll instruct my heart to forget its feelings for anyone else. Kind of like Tristan and Isolde when I think about it. Ugh. Enzo would never be suitable as far as Cassidy is concerned. He's just a regular guy, even if he does appear to be a wealthy one. I run the soapy sponge over my body, pausing when I reach a set of faint marks around my hips. I guess he did leave bruises. Dropping the sponge, I trace each one with my fingertips, pressing on them lightly. I read somewhere once that if you can't remember where you got a bruise, push on it. Most of the time, your brain will supply the memory when triggered by the pain. I want to remember every minute of yesterday. I never want to forget a single detail, not the flex of his fingers around my hips, or the way he drove me to bite him, or the thrill of the cold night air against my bare skin when he lifted my dress. I want to remember that shock of pleasure as his tongue speared against me, and the thickness of his fingers as they filled me before he replaced them with his cock. That pinch of pain that subsided into the most delicious fullness, and then the most incredible yes, yes, yes kind of pleasure. What would Enzo think of me if he knew who I was, who my family was? Would he be disgusted by all the terrible things they've done to protect one another, to protect me? A feeling of hollowness sits like a stone in my belly, and I rest my forehead against the cold tile of the shower wall. He would probably never want to see me again. The hot water beats a rhythm on my back, and I close my eyes against that inevitability. He can never know. Cassidy and Evie can never know about Enzo, and Enzo can never know about them. It's as simple as that. Clear-headed, I turn off the water and step out to face the day. I'm just about dressed when a knock sounds on the door. Rowan? I open the door to Evie, hand raised for another knock. Mornin'. Eyes narrowed, she appraises my outfit. I'm dressed more casually than usual, in a pair of leggings and a sweatshirt. Are you ready? For what? The fitting, Ro. For a second, I stare at her dumbly, uncomprehending. Then I close my eyes and slap my palm to my forehead as I recall our agenda for the morning. Oh, I forgot the Scarpetta Marzano wedding fitting thing. Whirling around, I hold up a finger. Let me change. I'll just be 1 second. There's no time. You can go as you are. Evie grabs my arm and tows me down the hall, giving me no room for maneuvering. I protest anyway. I look like I just rolled out of bed, Evie. What will all those women think of me? Your sister-in-law? She snorts. I could not care less what the women of the 5 families think of me, or you, or anyone else, trust me. I managed to pause her long enough to leash Clementine and grab my purse. Vivi told me she's called the General Queen. Karina Scarpetta, I mean. Evie punches the button in the elevator with slightly more force than necessary. I'm aware. She's not terribly good about making friends, hence why Angel Velocci roped us all into playing bridesmaid. I'm reminded, belatedly, that Evie was once engaged to Karina's fiancé, Luca Marzano. Open mouth, insert foot. She loves Cassidy so completely, though. Surely she's not still angry with them over that mess. Not even a General Queen can compete with you, I offer softly. Evie turns to face me, a small smile flirting with the corner of her mouth. You're a good kid, Rowan. I lift one shoulder in a shrug and bury my face in Clem's fur. I feel her hand graze my hair a second before the elevator glides to a stop and the doors slide open. Evie doesn't move. You're soft, though. If you don't toughen up, they're going to eat you alive, men and women alike. As I stare, she strides forward into the parking garage, leaving me to follow. The bridal shop on 5th has a gleaming white storefront and a fancy carpeted showcase room in the back, lined with plush couches and chairs. We're escorted there by a fawning saleswoman, who hands us each a flute of champagne. Evie shoots me a warning glare when I knock back a swift swallow. I lift my shoulders defensively. What? It's perfectly legal in Ireland. Go easy, you're underage over here, she reminds me. The room is filled with women. The only one of whom I know is Vivi. They all slack curious gazes in our direction over their glasses. I beeline for Vivi, my fingers tense in Clem's fur. Hi, I mouth breathlessly, my gaze drift into the younger woman beside Vivi. She's lovely, with a pale cloud of hair and equally pale eyes. She appears almost as uncomfortable as I am. Vivi gestures in her direction. Rowan, meet Mila. Amelia, to be precise. She's a Romanov, Ivan's younger sister. I nod, assuming the girl's name and face to memory for further use. Oh, how lovely. One of the ladies sighs, and we turn to see the bride-to-be stepping forward on a raised red velvet dais. The gown she's wearing is stunning, with a plunging neckline and big, poofy skirt. It's completely over the top and magnificent, fit more for a princess than a general queen. I'm unaware of making the comment aloud until the room goes still, and everyone, including Karina, turns to look at me. I'm so sorry, I stammer. I just meant... My voice trails away, and my fingers dig into Clem's fur. There's no way to salvage this. And then Karina laughs, the sound husky and unexpected in the silent room. You're absolutely right. This is more your style than it is mine, sweetheart. I'm not certain if the remark is meant to be insulting, or merely an astute observation. I smile uneasily and take another swallow of my drink. A ripple of laughter moves through the women, except for Evie and Vivi. I, for one, think Rowan could pull off just about anything. You should see her wardrobe. It's so refined. Vivi inserts. One of the elder women lifts a drawn-on eyebrow at my leggings but doesn't say anything, out of deference, I'm certain, to Vivi and her position as Angel Lochy's sister. He wants the Scarpetta Marzano wedding to be a grand display of the unity between the 5 families, a harbinger of a golden age of accord between us all. Karina turns to go back to the dressing room and emerges a short while later in a sleeker, more tailored gown. The tension is broken, and we chat and drink and try on the bridesmaids' gowns chosen for us. Red velvet columns that are beautiful on the Italian women, but which make my and Evie's Irish skin even paler than normal. She did that on purpose, Evie mutters, wriggling out of the dress. I'm sure she didn't. I zip my own dress, carefully marked for alterations, back into the dressmaker's bag. And you look beautiful anyway, so don't worry about it. Did what on purpose? Vivi asks. I don't need to look to feel the warning in Evie's glance. We don't need to draw the Valacis into any residual pettiness between Karina and Evie. Nothing. Do you want to pet Clem? I think he can be officially off duty now. Really? Yes. I draw Vivi away, and we settle in a corner of the room to play with Clem. He indulges us, head-butting and purring loudly before curling up at Vivi's feet. I need to get one of these Maine Coons, she murmurs. He is the coolest cat. He's the best, I agree. I want him to be the ring bearer in my wedding when I get married one day. This day has made me sentimental and thinking about weddings. Vivi grins. He could wear a little bow tie with the ring on it. That would be amazing. Her eyes turn dreamy. I want the big, elaborate princess wedding. An orchestra, miles of flowers, everyone in poofy pastel dresses. Yeah, romance, I add. It has to scream romance. I want to arrive in a horse-drawn carriage. Or a limo. A limo would be okay. And leave in a convertible with the big just married sign. We turn silent, each of us lost in our daydreams. Rowan, Evie's call jerks me to attention. It's time to go. I hug Vivi. I'll see you later. The drive home is tense. Evie sits beside me in the back of the SUV, stiff and irritated. What's wrong? I ask. I thought, all things considered, that went fairly well. I made some new friends. Evie's bitter laugh stops me. Don't be stupid, Rowan. There wasn't a single friend in that room.
Chapter 13. Enzo. I fix the bandage onto my shoulder. I hope it scars. It will be Rowan's way of branding me, and some twisted part of me likes that idea. I pull my shirt on and push each button into place before tucking the ends into my pants. A knock on the door sounds as I pick up my tie. Come in, I call before turning to the mirror and fastening the tie around my neck and fixing the collar. My gaze flicks to Tom in the mirror. You are the worst retiree on the planet. What brings you here? Tom smirks, but his levity fades quickly, replaced by a grim expression. I know today is a big day for the family. I wouldn't bother you, but it's important. I turn to him. What is it? Frank's body was found. My stomach clenches along with my fists. Fuck. Frank was the sole remaining organizer of the pits. The others were ash, courtesy of the fire that burned the atrocity to rubble. He was my revenge to take, but it appears that someone got to him first. Do you know who took him out? I walk away from Tom, reaching for control. I'd had my men working on hunting him down, but I clearly should have done the work myself. I had been so busy since returning to the States, struggling to keep the Roya in line and making sure they didn't shit on my doorstep. At least they were proving their worth so far, with a steady stream of heroin imports coming into the Port Elizabeth docks sent by the suppliers I won in Afghanistan. Tom shakes his head. Hundreds of people were killed in the pits. The list of possible culprits is endless. Tom is right. You wouldn't have fixed it anyway. It took your sister to make it right. You had one job to do, and that was to find Frank, and you fucked it up. I pick up my suit jacket and slide it on. What about Marzano? I button the jacket. Tom shifts from one foot to the other before taking the cigarette from behind his ear. "You know how my contract works, Enzo." I snort. "I know, you belong to both families. Just because I know that doesn't mean I have to like it. I belong to the people I care about. I've been in this business for a long time, Enzo, but I've watched all you kids grow up. My only interest is in doing what's right for all of you." Tom rolls the cigarette between his fingers. "Even if our interests interfere with each other's?" Tom tilts his head. "My position was designed to be impartial." His gaze pleads with me to let it go. But I can't. Humans can't be impartial. The old man looks away, and I hate arguing with him. He is the closest thing I have to a father. But even with Tom, I keep my walls high. I promised no one would ever have the power to fuck me over. "Thanks for letting me know." Tom leaves, and I turn to the mirror to assess my appearance. "Such a fucking disappointment." My father's voice rages inside me. Reaching up, I dig my fingers into Rowan's bite, pushing until pain and heat and dampness blooms. Uttering a quiet oath, I peel back the suit jacket to see a small red stain on my shirt. That won't do. I quickly change, putting on a black shirt this time, and pulling my jacket over it. I don't bother with a tie. Outside, I stop to admire my black Bugatti Chiron that's already idling in the drive for me. Just perfect. The leather beneath me is heated, and I grip the steering wheel before popping the center console. Taking out my sunglasses, I put them on and give my beauty a little rev just to hear her sweet purr. It reminds me of the sounds of pleasure Rowan made in the vessel. The increased funds are starting to pay off from the shipments, and I know what I will do with a bit of extra cash. Add another beauty to my collection. I pull out of the driveway, already making plans. I will go car hunting. But not today. Today I have a wedding to attend. Today will tell a lot. When Angel Valachi demanded that all of the Familia daughters be my sister's bridesmaids, fucking stupid if you ask me, I knew this wedding would mark the deadline on my courtship of Rowan O'Rourke, such as it was. She should be thoroughly wooed by now. I've saved her from a mugging, made out with her in a forbidden place, flirted with her via text and in person, spent what little time together I could manage. And, of course, I have the prize. Her virginity. That should seal the deal, yet an unease has settled upon me. She had been more than I had expected. I reach up and touch my shoulder. The memory of wanting to share her pain as I took her virginity makes me uncomfortable. Why did I care so much? Because you are weak. My fingers tighten on the steering wheel, and I push my foot down hard on the accelerator, like I might outrun his voice. Half an hour later, I slow down in front of Our Lady of Pompeii Church, where the wedding will be held. There are valets waiting to park the cars. I see a stream moving toward a lot down the street. A valet waits until I've stopped completely before opening my door and holding out a hand for my keys. Climbing out, I fix my suit jacket and remove my sunglasses, then drop the keys into his open palm. If you get as much as a speck of dirt on her, I'll personally track you down and cut each finger off. The smile in his eyes dims, and I pat his shoulder before I walk to the front of the church, knowing I've made my point. High above, the bells ring from the campanile. I dip under the large arch and walk around to the side door of the church. Luca Marzano and the groomsmen are gathered in a small room behind the altar at the front of the sanctuary. I duck around them and glance out the door. I can see everyone waiting. It's a full house. At the front is Vito Marzano, an oxygen tank resting along his right leg. All those years of smoking have finally caught up with him. I don't want to be stuck in this room with the men. I need to find Karina, as I'm supposed to walk her down the aisle. The bridal party is supposed to meet somewhere in the rear of the church. Above the entryway, a large landing houses the choir, which hasn't arrived yet. A small chapel behind this landing is where the bridal party is waiting. I climb a spiral staircase, and before I step out into the opening, I take a peek. Vivi Falaci is there, and lots of dresses, but I don't see Karina, any of the O'Hanlons, or the O'Rourkes. I can't pretend I wasn't seeking Rowan. I ignore Vivi and leave the chapel, returning outside to the church grounds. The area is large as it was once home to a religious school run by nuns. I walk past a few small outbuildings before catching sight of a white-clad figure sneaking around the side of the building. Karina. Curiosity piqued, I follow. Why is Karina sneaking around on her wedding day? I turn the corner of the building to find Karina with a cigarette in her mouth and a lighter in her hand. She isn't aware of my presence, and I easily reach around her shoulder and take the cigarette from her mouth. She spins, and I snap it in two, causing her gaze to narrow. "Did you not see Vito gasping for air?" I ask. Karina folds her arms and glares at me angrily, but I can't help but smile. My sister is stunning. I want to tell her that, but I'm not Francis. I never will be. I drop the broken cigarette on the ground. These things left him with an oxygen mask and no strength for life. I lean against the wall. It was one cigarette. Karina drops her folded arms, her defenses crumbled. I mean, it's almost cruel to keep him alive. I glance at Karina, and she's looking at me warily. I'm joking. I'm not going to kill the man. Karina's eyes widen, and she takes a step closer. I would hope not. That is, after all, Luca's father. I reach out and touch her arms. You look perfect. I finally find the words. Her eyes shimmer. I'm happy you came, Enzo. I swallow pain that shouldn't still exist after so much time. Karina doesn't need to use her words. I can see what she feels. The loss of Francis. Today, of all days, will be bittersweet. He would have been so happy. I run my hands up and down her arms. I don't know who I'm trying to comfort. Seeing you marry his best friend, he would have loved that. Karina won't look at me, and I don't know what I've said wrong. Karina, I try again and drop my hands. Shit, bringing up Francis wasn't the right thing to do here. I'm sorry. Enzo. Karina battles with something, and for a moment I see fear widen her eyes. But it disappears. I never thought I'd marry. Me neither, to be honest. She punches me lightly on the arm, and I grin. What's that supposed to mean? You've always been tough as nails. There aren't many men who are strong enough to handle you. Karina exhales. I've had to be tough. That drags me right back to Francis. Yes, you did. I'm here now, though. I'll help you. Karina fans her hands rapidly in front of her face. Damn it, you're going to make me ruin my makeup. I've fought so hard not to be a stereotypical bride, and look at me now. I'm being such a girl. Her outburst catches me off guard. You stereotypical? I snort. Stereotypical girls don't fight for their family. My words are fierce as I think about how Karina burned the pits to the ground. She looks at the ground. I touch her chin, making sure she raises her fucking head. You're a queen, Karina, and I'm proud of you. Then she's in my arms, and for the first time in my life, I know Karina is hugging me and not our brother's ghost. I love you. I don't expect her words, and they bring emotion to the surface in the form of a lump in my throat. I release her with a little push. Let's get you back inside. She nods and smiles, her expression lighter. The heaviness that had consumed her is gone. I actually thought you might become a nun at one point, I tease. She snorts. I don't think the sisters would have been very forgiving of my ways. I glance at her with a smile. I suppose not. Murder, arson, and God knows what else wouldn't have gone over well. Inside, I let Karina go first up the spiral staircase leading to the bridal party's gathering. Karina gives me a final smile before she walks toward Evie. I ignore her, my gaze roving around the space to land on the other woman standing just beside the staircase. Her gaze widens with confusion, and her mouth opens. Momentary panic has me stepping briskly toward her, and I'm surprised when Rowan tries to back away, realization filling her eyes. I clasp my hand over her mouth and pull her out of sight from the rest of the women, who thankfully all have their backs to us and their attention focused on Karina. I keep a hand over Rowan's mouth as I move us both down the stairs. She sinks her teeth into my fingers, confusion having faded swiftly into anger, and I stop at the bottom of the stairs when a few more guests arrive and walk past. As we wait, I whisper in her ear, "You forgot that I like it when you bite me." She removes her teeth from my hand and tries to pry my fingers off her mouth. I walk across the entry hallway to the heavy oak arched door that leads to the basement. Rowan seems to panic the moment she realizes we are descending. She fights, but her small frame and useless slaps don't have me loosening my grip. I quickly bend and scoop her off the ground. "Put me down now, or I'm going to scream." Her cheeks are as red as her flaming hair. I don't stop until we are deep in the basement. I throw open the door of what looks to be a small study room, complete with what appear to be a few cast-off pews, bench, lectern, and whiteboard. This will do. I shove the door closed behind us with my foot and raise an eyebrow at the hissing woman in my arms. "You seem angry." She slams her small hands against my chest. "How dare you?" She wiggles, and I give her one small mercy and place her gently on the ground. "You bastard!" Hurt floods her gaze. I don't mind her being angry at me, but I can't stand the hurt in her eyes. I also can't blame her. I have no idea what to do, so I do the only thing that allows me to avoid the look in her eyes. I take a step forward and grip the back of her neck, dragging her mouth to mine.
Chapter 14. Rowan. Enzo is a... Scarpetta? Marzano? Who are you? I hiss, wrenching my mouth away from his. I can't reconcile this. Seen him here, though, at this church, with these people. It's incontrovertible evidence that he's not who he said he was, that he's something else entirely. Enzo is Familia.
Scarpetta,
He answers.
I'm Karina's brother.
The whole time you were with me, you knew.
Who you were?
His eyes blaze a warning, even as something flickers behind his defensiveness. Shame? Uncertainty? It's gone too soon for me to be sure.
Yes, I knew exactly who you were, and I'm not sorry, Rowan O'Rourke. I saw you, and I decided. Her. She's mine. My prize for this fucked up, twisted hell of a landscape we were born into. You're my prize, and you're my penance, my obsession and possession.
His mouth crashes down upon mine again, obliterating the room around us, our reason for being present in this place, and nearly every ounce of anger I have in that moment. Almost. I struggle against him once again as he goes to his knees before me, his intent plain as he pushes me against the single pew of the small room we find ourselves in. His hands snake beneath the red velvet skirt of my dress and begin pushing it up. No, I'm no man's prize, Enzo. No man's possession. I won't be some pawn for you to play when you need to leverage against... A whimper escapes me when his teeth scrape against my clit through the silky lace of my panties.
No.
One hand holding my dress secure at my waist, the fingers of his other skillfully pull the panties down over my hips until they're bunched at my ankles.
Your cunt tells a different tale.
One thick finger invades me without warning, gliding forcefully into my channel while his thumb works my clit. My cunt is stupid, I gasp out, my head falling back. My hands latch onto the edges of the pew, needing some form of support when he leans forward, spreads me open with his other hand, and licks me slit to clit in one long, smooth motion. I keen.
She seems pretty smart to me.
He turns me in one swift motion, bunched my dress again so it stays pinned between me and the pew, and places my hands decisively on either side of my hips on the pew seat. The position forces me into an exaggerated lean forward, tilting my ass into the air and sending me up onto my tiptoes.
Stay,
he grits out. Behind me, I hear the rasp of his zipper being lowered and close my eyes. I should move. I should at least protest. Show him that he can't just use me like this. He can't trick me, make a fool of me, the way he has, and get away with it. Tears rise behind my eyelids, and heat blooms in my core, where it's pressed against the wooden pew. I want him. I don't know what that says about me, what that means, but I still want him. I stay. A moment later, when I expect to feel the fullness of his cock invading me, I feel the shock of his tongue against me once again. He buries his nose against me, inhaling deeply, and laps greedily at my pussy from behind. While I'm reeling from the shock of that sensation, his hands slide up to cup my ass and part each cheek, then his tongue is there, rimming my dark hole just as greedily as it did my pussy. The sensation is different, making me simultaneously want to sidle away and grind myself hard against his tongue. Oh God! The broken cry escapes in a concert with his wicked chuckle.
Call me God,
he says.
Call me whatever you need to. Just know the only hands, the only mouth, the only dick that will ever touch this body going forward is mine.
He shifts position behind me, and a moment later, I feel the blunt head of his cock nudge against the folds of my cunt a second before he thrusts forward, seating himself in a single heartbeat of a movement. Neither of us move for a moment. We hold there, suspended together, bound by lies and something more. Something neither of us have figured out just yet. Then Enzo places a hand at the base of my skull, smoothing my hair in a tender gesture before cupping me there, and begins to move. His hold should frighten me. It's inherently, unmistakably dominant, his fingers curled around my neck. It's meant to hold me in place, establish authority, bind me to him in as irrevocable a way as possible. Despite my inexperience, I recognize this. And yet, there's a sweetness to it that belies all of that. Maybe it's the way he touched my hair first. Maybe I'm just depraved. He pounds into me viciously, each press of his flesh into mine heralded by the slap of skin and the bump of the softness of my pubic bone against the hard pew. I cry out with each thrust, the sounds forced out of me with each rock of my body. Part of me knows this is a claiming. There's no going back, no returning to the Rowan I once was. This will change everything. His hand snakes around my hip, coming between the pew and my clit and pressing down hard.
You're going to come for me, little bird.
I shake my head. His thumb gentles, circling teasingly, relentlessly. He slows his thrusts, dragging his cock in and out of my channel with excruciating slowness.
I'm not stopping until you do. They'll find us like this, my dick buried in your sweet pussy.
He pinches my clit, and with a broken, defeated cry, I come. The orgasm breaks over me like 1,000 stars splintering over a nighttime ocean, retreating slowly with the ebbing tide. Enzo increases his speed again, and moments later, he comes. He drapes himself over my back, breath coming hard, for exactly 3 seconds before he straightens. I hear him tuck himself back into his pants before he fixes my dress and pulls me to stand. I'm limp, all the fire fucked out of me. I look at Enzo with all the hollowness I feel. You win, I tell him. Whatever game it is you're playing, you win.
Rowan.
Whatever he's about to say is cut off by the clatter of boots on the steps and the door being flung open. Cassidy stands framed in the doorway, his expression moving from concerned to enraged in the space of a second. He doesn't speak, just acts. The punch catches all of us off guard. Enzo spins and crashes into me, knocking me into the wall before he manages to right himself. Motherfuck. His hands go out in an automatic gesture, making sure I'm okay and out of the way before he wheels around to confront my brother. I don't think I've ever seen my brother so angry, except maybe when the O'Hanlons took Evie.
What the hell have you done?
He shouts now, face mottled with rage. Without deigning to reply, Enzo lowers his head and rushes him. The fight is loud and brutal. I shrink back into the corner where Enzo placed me, flinching at the crack of fists and the splintering of furniture as they toss each other against it. Evie appears in the doorway, her eyes widening with confusion and then apprehension when she sees me on the other side of the men. She runs a hand over her mouth, a hand I can't help notice is shaken just a bit. Others appear behind her, crowding into the narrow space of the stairwell. I catch glimpses of them around Enzo and Cassidy, Angel Veloci, Luca Marzano, Sal Fiorelli, the infamous Dawn of the West who took Carina Scarpetta in, and numerous bodyguards. My own hands begin to shake. Even I know this is bad. Enough! Angel roars and steps into the fray, narrowly missing a fist to the cheek as he moves between Enzo and Cassidy. 2 bodyguards follow suit, restraining them both. Explain yourselves, and the explanation for interrupting this day had better be good. His voice is low and lethally quiet. Enzo and Cassidy still, their breaths sawing in and out as they struggle for control. At last, Cassidy speaks. He has besmirched my sister's honour. Enzo sneers but doesn't respond, his tongue darting out to lick at a trail of blood on his lip. Lucas scoffs. Besmirched? You mean they had sex? How do you even know? They're fully dressed. Cassidy's expression grows darker still. It reeks of sex in here. Oh, come on. Angel holds up a restraining hand, silencing Luca. Go on. She was an innocent. He had no right to touch her. Evie's voice is soft. Cassidy, I know this is difficult, but Rowan is a young woman now. He doesn't acknowledge her. I insist he marry her. Immediately. My stunned gasp is lost in the collective murmur that filters through the room. No! Cassidy! Evie takes a step into the room and grabs Cassidy's arm, pushing the man out of the way to do so. That is a ridiculous... His expression, when he looks away from Angel Veloci and down at Evie, is cold and distant. It's not for you to decide. He returns his attention to Angel. Her honour has been tarnished, and our family's honour has been gravely insulted. I demand reparation. Angel nods slowly and looks at Sal Fiorelli. Fiorelli lifts his chin. I'm inclined to agree. He thumps a gold-handled cane on the floor, the sound ringing through the quiet room. Make the arrangements. Half of the crowd begins to disperse, leaving me with Evie, Cassidy, Enzo, and Angel Veloci. Evie pushes a finger into Cassidy's chest. This is not right, she hisses. And you'll have me to deal with later for it. She holds out a hand to me. Come, Rowan. I step forward, placing my hand in hers. I don't want to marry him. I swipe angrily at the tears that suddenly want to track down my cheeks. Cassidy places a hand on my shoulder, pushing me none too gently toward Evie. You liked him well enough a few minutes ago. You'll be fine. Go with Evie. As Evie leads me from the room, I cast one last glance back. The men's faces are blank and stoic, giving me no indication of their feelings. Enzo's eyes, however, are hot with something fierce and banked. The next hour passes in a blur. Evie takes me to a nearby room and straightens my hair and dress. My red dress. I look at it in the mirror and swallow a sob. It's not the poofy white princess dress of my dreams. And Clem? Where is Clem? I ask. Clem has to be my ring bearer. A terrible thought strikes me. Do we even have rings? Evie mutters beneath her breath. A better question is if you have a license. See my face, she sighs and grips my hands. It's okay, Rowan. Everything will be okay. The men are working on getting an expedited license right now, and someone is getting the rings. Let me see if I can get Clem here for you. She steps outside the room, and I sink into the padded blue velvet chair in the corner, trying desperately not to cry. So it wasn't the wedding of my dreams. Big deal. I had bigger things to worry about, like being married, period. And to Enzo Scarpetta. I knew nothing about him. Everything I thought I knew about him was a lie. Did he even want to marry me? If so, why? Evie returns a little while later with a bouquet of flowers and Clementine, looking handsome and aggrieved, with a black bow tie around his neck. Smooth in his fair back, she shows me a plain golden wedding band that has already been attached to the fabric. Ready? I shake my head and bury my face in Clem's fur. Inhaling deeply, I let his scent and pear envelop my senses and calm me. No. Ready or not, it's time. I give myself another moment, then stand. Taking hold of Clem's leash, I open the door and begin to walk down the hall to where Cassidy waits at the entrance to the chapel. Sal Fiorelli waits alongside him with Carina, whose gaze slides over me with something like annoyance before she masks her expression. Carina's dressed as Whyte. The doors open, and Evie slips past us to take her seat. At first, I could see nothing but a sea of people. Carina and Fiorelli begin walking ahead of us, and the congregation rises in a wave of oohs and ahs. The thought of following her down the aisle has me cringing backward, but Cassidy's hand on my arm is unyielding. "Smile," he murmurs, and begins to pull me forward. "Fuck you," I whisper back, gratified when his step hitches slightly. "I will never forgive you for this." Karina and Fiorelli reach the front of the nave and take their places, and I'm able to see Luca and Enzo waiting. Luca's jaw is tight, no doubt angry at having to share his ceremony. Enzo looks bored, except for that flame in his gaze as it tracks my progress down the aisle. And then I'm there, at his side. Cassidy gives me to Enzo swiftly and without fanfare, placing my hand in his with a small squeeze before turning and taking a seat beside Evie. I look blindly at the priest in front of me, the words drifting in and out as we repeat the necessary phrases and take our vows. My fingers are cold and clumsy as I attempt to untie the bow tie and retrieve the ring. Enzo's fingers, warm and strong, move mine gently aside as he finishes the task, peering into my face. Blinking, I slide the ring on his finger. I turn my face a fraction when he bends to kiss me, and his lips land on the corner of my mouth instead of my lips. I feel him smile against my skin.
"Point to you, little bird,"
he says.
"It'll be the last one."
Just days ago, I was in a bridal shop, drinking champagne, fingering tulle dresses, and dreaming of my wedding day. Today, I'm in a bridesmaid's dress I hate, standing next to a husband who's been forced on me. A husband I don't even know.
Chapter 15. Enzo. I insist. Angel holds the door open for me and Rowan. The white limousine is owned by the Valachi, and I want to decline, but Angel is waiting. You don't turn down the Valachi. I stand back and allow Rowan to get in. Her anger pulses silently, and she slides across the leather seat, not saying a word, to stare out the far window. She clutches that cat of hers on her lap, her fingers curled tightly into its fur, and it hisses at me when I slide in to sit beside her. I make a face, and she pushes her hip as close to the opposite door as possible. My wife isn't just angry, she's fuming. Vivi climbs in and sits directly across from Rowan, but her focus is on me as she glares openly in my direction. Everyone's pissed at me. The door closes as Angel gets in, and he opens a small hatch that reveals a mini-bar. He takes out 4 glasses and fills them with equal amounts of brandy. He holds one out to Rowan. She doesn't look at him, but waves a hand in his direction. "I don't want to drink," she snaps. Angel isn't affected by Rowan's manners. "Vivi?" he asks. "No." Angel smiles at me with 2 raised brows. "More for us." He pours Rowan's drink into mine and Vivi's into his. I accept mine and Angel raises his as the limousine starts to move. "To a very happy ending." He leans across and I do the same, meeting him in the middle. We click glasses. Vivi huffs loudly, but Angel acts like we aren't trapped in a tin can with 2 raging dragons and a spitting mini-griffin. "This is my favorite time of year," Angel reflects. "It's all about new beginnings, forgiveness, and new friendships." He holds his glass up to me again, and I drink to his toast. But I don't trust Angel, not for 1 second. He talks lightly about inconsequential things, his smile appearing genuine and happy. The ride feels long, and I've emptied my glass when we finally reach our destination. It's the same venue where the New Year's party was held. I take a peek at Vivi, who hasn't blinked the entire ride, continuing to glare at me. I wonder if she'll be so brave when her brother isn't here. She's starting to piss me off. I get out and wait for Rowan, who storms ahead of me, refusing to make eye contact. "She'll calm down," Angel reassures me. "I don't really care," I find myself saying. Beside me, Vivi intakes a sharp lungful of air before she races after Rowan, no doubt to throw more fuel on the fire. Signs have been printed out directing all the guests to the main function room. Waiters stand about, available to give directions to anyone who can't be bothered to read. As we pass through the first set of open double doors, every guest is handed a glass of champagne. Rowan, not hiding her disgust, storms past. She needs to calm down and know her place, but clearly that won't happen anytime soon. Vivi is on her heels like a dog. I take a glass of champagne, smile at the waiter, and keep walking, trying to keep my fingers loose on the stem of the glass. I got what I wanted, but it's increasingly clear there's going to be hell to pay. Just before we enter the main room, I see Luca, Karina, and the wedding coordinator have stopped Rowan from charging ahead without me. She still looks like she's chewing steel, but she has stopped walking at least. The wedding coordinator smiles nervously as I join them. "You're here, wonderful. They'll announce Luca and Karina first, and then Enzo and Rowan. Just smile for the photos. You can give each other a kiss if you like." Rowan rolls her eyes. "Let's just get this over with." Reaching out, I place a hand around the back of her neck, my thumb and fingers circling the slender column almost completely, to stroke lightly. She stiffens under my light grip and tries to shrug loose, but I tighten my hold the tiniest amount, just enough to send a message. Behave. Two members of staff clad in white gloves reach out and push open the double doors, revealing us to the crowd already within the room. I let my hand slide down her arm to take Rowan's hand, surprised when she lets me. Everyone stands and claps as we enter the room. I'm surprised when Rowan falls into step beside me. She isn't smiling, but she doesn't appear murderous. Her nails dig into my hand. We keep walking, the cat by our side, and I dip my head to whisper in her ear, "I like it when you try to hurt me." Her head snaps up, and she looks ready to tackle me to the ground. She could try. It might be entertaining, but she merely relaxes her hand, and we finish our walk to the head table. Only then does she take her hand out of mine and find her seat. Once we sit down, the clapping stops, and everyone dissolves into chatter. It's funny how everyone is pretending that what just happened was what was planned from the start. A part of me hates ruining my sister's moment. She doesn't show any disappointment, yet I'm sure she feels it. Seated as I am between my sister and Rowan, I know conversation with her isn't an option. I lean into Karina. "Well, there wasn't anything stereotypical about your wedding." Karina wrestles with a smile. "You can thank me for the memories later," I add. Her laughter is light. "Care to share the joke?" Luca asks. "I was just saying how everyone looks so happy," I say. "All of it is fake." Luca snorts. Hilarious. He too must see all the fake smiles directed at us. Some may even be plotting our deaths. "They see through you as easily as you see through them." My father's voice bounces around my skull. I take another glass of champagne off the table in hopes of drowning out his voice. "Everything you touch rots. You'll destroy that poor girl." He won't stop, and I rise, drawing all eyes to me. "I need to use the restroom," I say to Karina, as she's the easiest person to speak to, but I'm also aware the room is watching, so I lean into Rowan. "You should smile. The whole world is watching. And it's not the world you are used to," I say before placing a kiss on her cheek. I lick my lips and taste salt. Was she crying? Why does it matter? I nod and accept all the smiles as I pass through the room. I keep my gait slow and don't race as I want to. The moment I leave the room, I take a left to where the restrooms are. I need to splash some cold water on my face in hopes of banishing my father's voice from my mind. I turn another corner and stop. Vivi Valachi is standing there. Without a word, she strikes me, her hand burning into my cheek. The force snaps my head to the right. I rub my jaw and turn to her with a grin that I know will terrify her. It does. Her eyes flood with fear. "I'll let that one slide out of respect for your brother." I take a step toward her. But that is the only time you will walk away after putting your hands on me, unless it's in a way that's pleasing to me. Her hands curl into fists. You are disgusting. I pity Rowan. Her body shakes, with anger, with fear. I'm not sure which. I don't know her well enough. Be careful, I bite back. Be very fucking careful. My warning sinks in, and she shakes her head before marching away. Laughter behind me has me glancing over my shoulder. Talk about a party. The laughter continues. I mean, this is my idea of entertainment. Cale Gallagher, the new head of the Irish branch in Philly, holds out a drink to me and I take it. His presence here, waiting in the hall with 2 drinks, isn't lost on me. Gallagher is Fiorelli's man, or at least his father was. I don't know what the alliances are now that his father is dead, struck down in the streets recently by some unknown player. His organization, the East Coast Irish, has always been a valuable partner in extending our operations south. There's even been talk of merging his family with an Italian one and giving them a seat on the commission. I take the drink and raise it to my lips. I sip a small amount, letting the flavors lap across my tongue. I'm testing it for any unusual tastes, but it's pure brandy. I need to leave Philly more often. Cale downs almost half his drink. As if you don't have troubles enough. My words are sharp, but he doesn't seem to notice as he continues to smile and talk. We do, but not like this. You see, in Philly, the cartel is much stronger than it is here. The Italians cannot split into this family or that family. It's all Italian, Cosa Nostra. But you guys... His eyes twinkle, and he doesn't finish his sentence. What just happened in the church was a shit show, and at least Gallagher is being honest. But it doesn't mean I have to be. He is, after all, Fiorelli's man, and from the sheen in his eyes, he's had far more to drink than a few brandies. How's Sal? I ask. He scoffs. Alive and still thriving. But still the boss. He's got goals. He is the perfect mix of confidence and drunkenness. What a perfect opportunity. You saw Vivi slap me? I ask. His smile widens. I heard it first. I mean, that girl was mad. I force a laugh. She's Rowan's best friend. Of course she's mad. I hold up the glass and take another drink. Women are so fucking complicated. I mean, I'm more of the wham-bam thank you ma'am type. He smiles again and empties his drink. I don't want this conversation to end. You want to grab another drink? Why not? Perfect. We pass a waiter and I take the full bottle of champagne from the tray. Small double doors to the balcony give us some privacy. The fresh air is nice, and once Cale sits down, I fill his brandy glass with champagne. I fill my own, but take a small sip while letting some of the liquid back into my glass, a trick I learned a long time ago. See any friendly faces in there? I point toward the room with the glass. Cale pats his pockets before taking out a small box. He opens it to reveal 3 cigars. He offers me one, but I decline. He lights his before looking up at me. Something in his gaze makes me rethink taking the cigar. People like it when you accept what they offer. It makes them think we're bonding. Maybe I will have that cigar. He grins and rises to join me at the balcony railing. You didn't hear this from me, he starts. I take a pull of the cigar. I don't inhale, but release the smoke. How the fuck this is enjoyable is beyond me. Azrael is here. I try not to react to the mention of the commission being at my wedding. I say, and take another puff of the cigar. Why would Azrael be here? I can't say, Cale says. I'm considering hanging him over the balcony to get the information out of him. He is a future holder of the commission, so he would be privy to information that I would never get. But hurting him would be a kill strike for me. It just seems strange for them to be here. I continue, and I don't look at Cale. I shrug like it's not a big deal. You didn't hear it from me, Cale says again. I lean in. I'm a man of my word. He nods, gullible as fuck. He's normally sharp as the proverbial tack, and as dangerous as anyone I know, maybe even more so. But for some reason he's chosen to let down his guard tonight, and the drink is making his lips very loose. Loose lips sink ships. I hope what he's telling me will give me enough leverage to sink a few. The commission is questioning whether the current 5 families are capable of the level of forgiveness required for business to continue. I shake my head. I don't understand. He glances at the double doors before taking a puff of his cigar. For instance, the Don of Miami said that he would never be able to forgive as necessary if he were in your position. It appears that Cale may be a bit too drunk. He's making no fucking sense. My position? I question. I almost agree with him. I would have had a hard time allowing my sister to marry the man who killed my brother. I hear his words, but it takes a moment for them to sink in. The cigar burns away between my fingers. There is a deadly quiet that flows around me. I mean, you have far more restraint than most. Cale raises his glass to drink, but pauses. Something flickers behind his gaze. I have the realization that perhaps he's a bit more sober than I thought. Heat starts to consume me, and even out here on the balcony, I don't feel the breeze. The air tightens, and I'm back outside with Karina as I tried to calm her down. What was it I said? Frances would have been happy to see you with Luca. Something like fear had passed behind her eyes. Did she know? I can't believe that, but everyone betrays everyone in the end. So, why the fuck not? Rage ravages my system, and I reach around a startled Cale, slipping the gun out of the band of his trousers. I hear his shouts as I rush through the main corridor, pushing wedding guests aside. They protest, and some even try to follow me. But nothing can stop me. Not even a fucking army from hell. The double doors into the function room are open, and I don't pause. I rush to the table at the front of the room. Karina leans into Luca, and it appears that they are sharing a lovely moment. I raise the gun, and I don't hear the panicked screams all around me. I feel the movement more than I see it, mostly men withdrawing their own weapons. Rowan screams, but I don't look at her. My sole focus is Luca, who has finally noticed the shift in the room. "What are you doing?" Karina screams. "This is for Frances." Luca doesn't have a chance as I unload the gun into his chest. Blood splatters across Karina's white dress. Her screams of anguish make me laugh. She knew. She knew, and she married him anyway. She needs to die too. The tip of my fingers burn, and I drop my cigar, the wind howling around me. Cale is wearing a look of pure confusion. "Are you okay?" he asks. I blink away the terrifying image of what I want to do and force a grin. "Yeah, just thinking about killing the motherfucker." Cale relaxes. "No one would blame you." I rub my burned fingers together. I want to go in and kill him as I just imagined, but there are too many guards. And I have the knowledge that Azrael is hiding out in the room. If I killed Luca, I would die on the floor too. And my sister loves him. There's that. I can't kill him. When Cale speaks again, he appears far more sober. "I'd better get back." I empty my glass. Me too. I leave the glass on the table and walk into the hallway. I see faces and hear voices, but everything sounds far away. Luca killed my brother. Luca, who just married my sister. As I enter the main hall, Luca is whisking a laughing Karina around the room in the money dance. Karina can't know. She loved Frances. But that look in her gaze behind the nun's school wall haunts me. "He's laughing at you. He took your brother, and now your sister." I keep walking into the room. Rowan sits at the head of the table, Vivi at her side. I focus on her. She is a beacon in a raging storm. I just need to return to my seat and not kill Luca. You thought you were smart, tricking Rowan into marrying you. The Marzano lad has you in spades. I squeeze my burned fingers together, the pain silencing my father's voice. Rowan and Vivi stop speaking, and I sit down. Rowan glances at me and hesitates. My focus returns to Luca as he twirls my sister around. She can't know, it's not possible. Karina would kill him where he stands. I pick up the glass of champagne and empty it. The evening moves in drifts of faces and noise, and all I can think of is how I'm going to kill Luca Marzano. I stay for what is considered a respectable length of time, since so many people are watching. Rowan left the table shortly after I arrived and is speaking to some elderly gentleman. Her troubled gaze keeps rotating around the room, but not once does she look at me. I get up and make my way to my bride, but I'm intercepted by Cassidy. We are leaving. I don't pause, but keep walking to Rowan. It's time to go, I say. I expect Rowan to argue, but she almost looks relieved. We leave the room in silence. I've messaged to have a private car pick us up. Outside, the air doesn't do much to clear the rage that still roams and erupts in my body. It wouldn't take much to push me over the edge, so when Evie and Cassidy arrive outside, I'm tempted to tell them to fuck off. Cassidy stands in front of Rowan, who folds her arms. He opens his mouth to speak, but closes it. I want to tell him having his sister married off isn't much of a concern. Imagine finding out your brother-in-law killed your brother. I glance at Evie, who glares at me. I smirk. God, I'm glad she's pissed. After the shit she tried to pull at the docks, this is the justice she deserves. I'll speak to you soon, Cassidy finally says, after a long, awkward silence. Rowan turns with tears in her eyes and gets into the car. Cassidy meets my gaze, and I'm waiting for a threat, but his jaw is clenched so tight he looks like he might shatter. I turn away from them and get into the car. "Where are we going?" Rowan asks from beside me. Her voice is scratchy, like she's been crying. I keep my focus out the window, and I don't answer her, nor does the driver. "What about my cat?" "You will see your cat when you get home." I meet her eyes, and she shakes her head slightly, her eyes brimming with tears before she looks away. I meet my gaze in the reflection of the car window, and all I see is my father looking back.
Chapter 16. Rowan. Outside the tiny windows of the jet, a winter storm rages. Sitting across from Enzo in the butter-soft leather seat, I tug at the lap belt and try without success to hide my nerves. I need Clem. Enzo is in a terrible mood. Something changed during the reception. I can't put my finger on it, but it's like a switch flipped, and he went from being defensive to righteous to angry. Really, really angry. I don't think it has anything to do with me, though. Is it safe to fly during a snowstorm? It's vicious out there, the wind whipping a bitter mix of ice and snow against the fuselage and a high whine that grates against my nerves. The storm hit on our way to LaGuardia, an airport within sight of the Manhattan skyline. The vehicle we were traveling in drove us directly into a private terminal, where we were then able to dash across a tarmac to a waiting private jet, something Enzo referred to with satisfaction as a Dassault Falcon 900, whatever that is. All I know is that even with Enzo's man holding an umbrella in front of us, the snow stung my face with 1,000 tiny cuts as we made our way to the plane. They're nothing compared to the cut of his betrayal, though. I can't believe I haven't bled out by now. Reset. I rock forward slightly. Enzo leans forward now, his tight expression softening slightly, and brushes my fingers away from the metal buckle as he pulls the belt across my hips. Relax. I turn my face to stare out the window. I need Clementine. Who's Clementine? My cat? The one at the church? Oh, that's right. I have someone taking care of him. No, you don't understand. I need him. My fingers twist in my lap, hanging on to imaginary fur. Reset. Reset.
What do you mean, you need him?
I shake me head, not wanting to explain that he's my service animal. I mentioned it briefly when we first met, and Enda was polite enough not to ask questions. But now, after everything that's happened, I can imagine him making fun of my anxiety disorder, or worse, keeping Clem from me intentionally in some misguided attempt to cure me. He eyes me for a minute, waiting for an explanation that doesn't come, before sighing in defeat as an attendant comes down the aisle with drinks.
He'll be safe at home when we get there, Rowan. We're not bringing a cat on our honeymoon. Here, drink up. It'll relax you.
He hands me a flute of champagne, watching over the brim of his own glass until I take a sip. I don't need to relax. I don't say the words, but I think them as I lower the glass and rest my head against the back seat. I need things to reset, but nothing is resetting. I need to go back to where I still had choices, when Enzo was just a guy who bought coffee at the coffee cart, and not my husband, staring at me as though he just won the bid for the blue ribbon bowl at the fair. I don't think life has ever really given me choices. Husband. I close my eyes to shut Enzo out and roll the word around my consciousness. What will it mean to be a wife to a husband? We've had sex already. I think I can handle that, although the idea of giving him access to my body again while I'm so angry is simultaneously hot and repellent. But what about all the other things? Will we share a bedroom? Drink coffee together in the morning? Will he drive me to school in the morning? Or will he even allow me to continue my education? What about children? Will he expect me to have kids right away? A warm hand covers the one holding the flute of champagne, making me realize it's shaken. Enzo takes it smoothly from my grip and sets it down. I look up at him to see his forehead creased with concern.
Everything will be all right, Rowan. I promise.
I nod. Then I shake my head, my nerves drawn tighter and tighter. I squeeze the arms of the seat, trying without success to transfer some of the tension, then link my fingers together and flex outward, making them crack. The sound does something to me. It's like ice breaking, the lines spreading outward in ever-increasing circumference, the bottom falling out beneath me. There's no safe zone. It's not okay, I whisper.
What?
He leans forward. I said, it's not okay. It's not all right. I need Clementine. You had no right to keep him from me. No right.
We're going on our honeymoon, Rowan.
A honeymoon I didn't ask for. After a wedding I didn't agree to. After a non-existent engagement I wasn't party to. This is all farce. It's a joke. I glare across at him, everything boiling to the surface suddenly. You took everything from me, Enzo. I got married in a red dress.
Yeah?
He shakes his head, as if to say so. A red dress? Girls have dreams, you moron. I wanted a white dress. The poofy princess one. My own wedding, with pink peonies and something borrowed. Something blue. Instead, I'm in a tin can, thousands of miles in the sky, and I feel like I can't fucking breathe, and I just need my cat.
Stop being so dramatic, Rowan. You'll see the damn cat soon enough.
Dramatic? I gasp, but have trouble pushing the breath back out. The air sticks in my throat, stale and heavy. Reaching for my champagne, I jerk the glass up and toss its contents swiftly in his face. That's dramatic. The air in my throat releases in a keen of sound. Reset, reset. Enzo's expression goes blank. His hand stretches toward me, and I flinch away, scrabbling at the latch on the seatbelt. Dragging in quick, shallow breaths, I get it unbuckled and fumble my way into the aisle, away from him. Don't touch me. There's a bag in his hand, one of the Whyte air sickness bags.
You're hyperventilating, Rowan. Sit still.
Get off of me. I stumble against a seat and glare as he pins me into it, forcing the bag against my mouth.
Fucking breathe.
Fuck you.
Later.
Several painful minutes later, my breathing evens out, and I'm able to push his arm away from my face. I'm fine. Turning my face, I stare out to the window. With a sigh, Enzo drops into the seat across from me. A stewardess brings him a towel, and he wipes his face without comment after she disappears down the aisle again.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you needed the cat the way you do.
I don't look at him. I started having panic attacks and trouble with anxiety after my twin brothers were killed in a car bombing, I say. Clem helps me redirect when I start getting overwhelmed.
He helps you reset.
A nod. Several minutes pass, then...
It won't happen again.
The storm is no more than a nuisance, and we land in under 2 hours. Another private terminal, and a brief car ride later, we stand in the honeymoon suite of the Oaks Hotel on the Canadian side of Niagara Falls. For all the hype given by the hotel concierge, the room doesn't appear to have been updated since the 90s, in odd contrast to the luxury of the jet we flew in on. It's relatively simple, with a bed, wardrobe, and fairly standard hotel-grade furniture. I give the king-size bed with its brown coverlet a cursory glance, and walk past it to look out the window at the falls. The snow is too thick to see anything, but I continue to stare out at the blankness of the storm as Enzo moves around behind me.
I called ahead to make arrangements with the hotel staff.
Enzo says.
There should be clothing for you in the drawers.
My fingers stroke over the velvet of the hideous bride's dress. Thank you.
Not much of a view, is it?
I look at his reflection in the glass. You get what you pay for, I guess. He huffs a laugh and tugs at the buttons of his tuxedo shirt, revealing several inches of smooth, muscled chest.
I expected the storm.
Reset. We're both speaking on levels beyond the obvious, and I'm suddenly impatient with everything unsaid. With a small sound of frustration, I whirl around and stride past him to the bathroom. I pause to grab the bottle of champagne that's chilling in a bucket of ice before slamming the door behind me and locking it with a satisfying click. A massive corner hot tub-style bathtub dominates the room, heralded by a set of origami towel swans in a lover's pose on its edge. Rage bubbles up, and before I fully realise what I'm doing, I find myself marching over and sweeping them off to the floor in a violent motion. Stupid swans. I tip the bottle up and take a swig of champagne. Seems like everyone wants to get me drunk today. Champagne at the reception. Champagne on the plane. Champagne here. It's only polite for me to accommodate them. Standing in front of the bathroom door, I tap on it with the rim of the bottle. You know, Enzo, it's very important to be honest, and you've been anything but honest with me. I hear him come to stand on the other side of the door and take another swallow of the chilled liquor. It burns a fizzy path down my throat. Or maybe that's the problem. Maybe you have been honest all along. There's silence for a moment, then his hand softly lands on the wood.
Open the door, little bird.
You probably don't even know what I'm talking about. I roll until my back rests against the door, lifting the bottle again. Ernest Worthen, a.k.a. Jack, of Oscar Wilde fame. Ernest was a reprobate, a liar, and a troublemaker.
I'm familiar with the story.
His voice grets out.
Now open the door.
I don't think I will. Another swallow. You lied to me, Enzo. Gained my trust and stole my virginity.
I didn't take anything you weren't offering.
Shame burns bright within me, but flares swiftly into fury. I wouldn't have offered if I had known who you really were. I had no desire to be tied to this lifestyle. None. It took my parents, my brothers, and everyone. Lies. I'm sick of the lies. My parents lied about who they were. Cassidy lied about the depth of our involvement in illegal activities, passing it off when I tried to see how deep we were. I might have at least been prepared for what happened to Derek and Mark if I had known.
Everyone has secrets, Rowan. You're a grown woman. You're too old not to realize that.
I don't like the soothing, logical tone of his voice. And then there's you. If there's one person who shouldn't keep secrets from me, it's my husband. Are you going to continue to lie to me, Enzo? Silence screams from the other side of the door, and I release a bitter laugh. That's what I thought. I step away from the door, moving toward the bathtub. It's as good a place as any to sit down and finish off this bottle. I'm 3 feet away when the door smashes inward and bounces harmlessly off the wall behind it, a few slivers of wood falling to the floor. Enzo stands framed in the doorway, breathing hard.
I could have done that at any time,
he says, pointing a finger at me.
But I didn't. Don't ever lock a door against me again, wife.
Tears prick my eyes and I turn away, levering one foot carefully over the edge of the tub. Why didn't you then? His sigh is loud and aggrieved. Stepping forward, he stops me from climbing into the tub by taking my face in both of his hands. The gesture forces me to meet his eyes, wherein I see a mixture of irritation and concern, and affection.
Because you were standing there, and I didn't want to hurt you.
One of the tears threatens to spill over, and I drop my gaze hastily, trying to blank it away. They didn't just lie about who they were, you know. They lied about who I was.
Who you were?
My reply is a whisper, and I press the bottle of champagne against my chest. I was organised crime right along with them, only I didn't have a clue. I was Mafia. I laugh again. Mafia. His finger lifts my chin until I look at him again.
Yeah, you're Mafia. You had a window where maybe, just maybe, you could have gotten out of it.
He shrugs.
That point is debatable, but we'll play devil's advocate. You're going to a good college, you're fucking brilliant. Maybe you could have cut ties and made a career for yourself where this shit didn't dog your every step.
His expression hardens.
But that window's closed, little bird. Your future is marked, and it's mine.
I lost the battle with the tear. It falls, followed immediately by another, and then another. And that's one more choice I didn't get to make, I say. Pulling away from him, I finish climbing into the bathtub. I settle back against the curved edge and tip the bottle to my lips. Cheers.
Chapter 17. Enzo. I nurse my brandy and drum my fingers on the wooden surface of the hotel room desk. I've checked in with Tom and Arturo, and now it's time to drink to my success. Rowan O'Rourke is my wife. My docs are thriving. I'm well on my way to burying Luca Marzano. In the bathroom, Rowan continues to struggle with her emotions. I listen, waiting for her to cycle through everything. Silence, then tears, then slamming things around. Her voice is small, just a mass of mumbles when she talks to herself. I can't hear what she is saying, but it's okay. I'll be here when she calms down. I feel strangely guilty for leaving her cat behind when she has a clear and legitimate need for the creature. It's an uncomfortable feeling, knowing I'm in the wrong and need to make reparations. I'll make it up to her. When we were growing up, Karina often acted as irrationally as Rowan is now. I dealt with her emotions in the same way, giving her space. I used to tell Francis I wasn't walking into the lion's den. He would laugh and tell me not to let her hear me say that. He could walk into the den and bring out a lamb, though. He had a way with her that I didn't. I empty my brandy and glance out the window. The snow has stopped falling, and there is a view of the falls. A huge sinkhole that makes the world disappear beyond it. There's no way Karina could possibly have known what Luca did. She loved Francis so fiercely. She'll thank me when she's no longer Karina Marzano, but Karina Scarpetta again. Rowan has fallen silent, and I rise slowly, wondering if she's fallen asleep on the tiled floor. I walk to the door and pause, listening for activity. There's nothing. Gently, I raise my hand and knock. A rustle of movement answers me. "It's stopped snowing," I say. "So?" Her voice echoes low and near, ripe with belligerence. She must be sitting on the floor with her back to the door. Is she trying to keep me out? I breathe a huff of laughter at the idea. She knows she can't keep me out. I keep my tone calm, soothing. "You're mad at me. I get it. I'd hate for you to miss this view, though. It's pretty spectacular." "Nothing." "Up to you," I finally say, slapping my palm against the door. "You shouldn't cut off your nose to spite your face, though." I walk away and return to my chair. My hand hovers over the decanter as I consider a refill, but in the end I leave it alone. I hear her moving around now. I turn my gaze to the window and take in the falls as the door opens. I don't move my focus as Rowan, with small steps, makes her way to the window. She folds her arms across her chest in a defensive gesture, but nothing can hide the look of pure awe on her face. I watch her take in the falls. All her earlier anger and fear slowly evaporates from her features, fine-boned but puffy with her tears as she soaks in the view on the other side of the glass. I get out of my chair, moving cautiously as her shoulders stiffen at my proximity. I stand close to her, but not too close. Do you want to see more of it? I ask. A small smile snatches the corners of her mouth before she arranges her features in a frown again. I'd love to see it when they open. My heart thumps at the unexpected smile, and I turn away in annoyance. Then get dressed. What? Why? She looks at me for the first time since stepping out of the bathroom, her blue eyes sparkling with greed for knowledge. I can show you now. She hesitates. This doesn't change anything. My lip crooks upward. Just get dressed. Done protesting, she moves away to do so. She comes back out of the bathroom in a green coat that hangs to her knees. The lamb's wool will keep her warm, along with the woolly gloves and hat in her hands. Her red locks spill like flame across her shoulders, and I have to restrain myself from clearing the distance between us and pulling it through my fingers while I press her mouth to mine. I won't hold back for long. She is, after all, my wife. Turning resolutely away, I collect my coat, scarf, and gloves. Come on. We leave the hotel, the bounce in Rowan's step that she tries to subdue, making me smile. When we leave the hotel's sidewalk, I reach across and take her gloved hand. After a brief resistance, she relaxes, leaving her hand in mine. A small outbuilding located right beside the falls conceals the entrance to a tunnel that runs behind the falls. The door has been left open for me, and when I turn the knob, I see another flare of curiosity and excitement in Rowan's gaze. I love that she can't stay angry for long. It's 2 a.m, the area bereft of people and activity. A single light burns inside to illuminate our way, and I keep my grip on Rowan's hand once the door closes behind us. She reaches up with the other to pull the wool hat from her head, sending a few melting snowflakes to the floor as she shakes her hair out. I find myself staring as she peers around. Her beauty is rare, almost as much as the falls themselves. Natural and unaffected with her pale skin and the bright contrast of her hair and eyes. Her gaze catches on mine. What? I shake my head and turn toward the tunnel. Nothing. Dim tungsten lights line either side of the tunnel's sloping walls. As we walk down the path, the pounding of an incomprehensible weight of water roars above our heads. Rowan's eyes flicker up to the arched ceiling, and her fingers tighten around mine. We are right under the falls, I say. She glances at me, her gaze open. That's rather terrifying. We're perfectly safe here. Reaching out, I let my fingers trace her jawline. I wonder if anyone has ever kissed under the falls. The wonder of being the first to do something out of the ordinary sparks in her blue eyes, but she purses her lips and remains silent. Still cutting off your nose to spite your face. I reach up and pinch her nose gently between my fingers. She lifts her gaze to mine, and her tongue flicks out to wet her lips. It's invitation enough for me. Without further conversation, I press my lips against hers, only mildly surprised when I'm the one who sighs into the kiss. I need this contact with her. The truth of it pisses me off, and I'll deny it to anyone but myself. But there it is. I need her kiss like I need air. When I walked back into the wedding venue earlier, it was Rowan who anchored me, even as pissed as she was at me. If she hadn't been there, I would have killed Luca and died in the process. I don't think I realized at the time how powerful her hold over me was. I'm not sure I like that. I break the gentle kiss and suck her bottom lip in hard. She moans and my cock stiffens, giving me the excuse I need to shift my mindset from these pussy ideas to thoughts of pussy. You know, we'd probably be the first people to have sex under the waterfall. I expect her to step away from me. I hope she doesn't, because I'm going to take her under these falls. You see an opportunity in everything. Her tone is mild. No matter how bad a situation is, there is always an opportunity. Raising her hand, I peel the glove away and bring her hand to my mouth, licking a hot kiss against its center. Rowan shivers, but doesn't back away. She wants this too. Instead, she throws her head back and looks at the roof of the tunnel. Closing her eyes, she smiles softly, listening to the power of the water pouring over our heads. One crack and we would die. Ants under the crush of a heeled boot. It's exhilarating, though. I know she feels it too. That tenuous balance of power and helplessness. "I'm not sure I want to have sex with you," Rowan says, keeping her eyes closed. A small smile plays on her lips. "I'm not sure I want to have sex with you either," I reply. Liar. I know I do. Her eyes snap open. "You suggested it." "And you're thinking about it." I respond by dragging her body closer to me. "I might be." She's slowly melting, and my cock is getting harder with each passing second. "How can I convince you?" I press a kiss just below her earlobe. "I want you to grovel." I laugh and step back. "How would I grovel?" I ask, knowing I won't do it. Enzo Scarpetta doesn't grovel, not for man or woman. But she's half smiling, so I entertain her and slip out of my jacket. Time enough to disabuse her of that idea later. I lay the coat out in the center of the tunnel like a blanket before I shrug out of my suit jacket. "You want me to get on my knees? Look what happened the last time I did." My cock throbs as I think about how I ate her out. Rowan bites her bottom lip. "I want you, wife," I say honestly as I open each button of my shirt. Cool air touches my skin, but I'm burning up, making it irrelevant. "How badly?" She doesn't meet my eyes, but takes in my bare stomach as I shrug out of the shirt. "Bad enough that I'm stripping under a waterfall while it snows, and you are fully clothed." She purses her lips to hold off a laugh. I grip my belt. "How am I doing?" I ask as I open the buckle. She swallows, and I know I need to be more convincing. I clear the space between us and cover her mouth with mine. Her hand goes around my neck, her fingers tugging at my hair. The pain burns my scalp, but I ignore it and work on taking off her coat. I push it across her shoulders before throwing it over close to mine. "Your other glove," I say. "I'm the one giving orders." Rowan looks into my eyes, the statement half-whispered. If she needs to believe that for a moment, I will grant her the fantasy. "Sure." Uncertainty flickers across her expression. I grip her face. "Don't think, just feel." She frowns. "I think I want to be closer to the opening." I nod and release her, gathering our clothes. I return and take her hand, and we walk toward the opening of the tunnel. The noise of the falls increases, drowning out the thud of my heartbeat in my chest. "Aren't you cold?" Rowan shouts. I grin. "I'm on fire, little bird." She fights a smile again, and we stop before the spray of the cold water can reach us. I'm done playing games, and drag Rowan back to me. "Make as much noise as you like," I tell her. "No one will hear you scream." I consume her mouth with mine, my tongue slipping between her lips. I drop the bundle of clothes I'm holding so I can pull the remaining glove from her hand. "I'm cold," she complains. "I'll warm you," I say between greedy kisses. Her hunger matches mine. The spray of the water reaches us. It's like an afterthought, though, not enough to wet us. But if we stay here long enough, we will be soaked. I finish opening my pants and reach in to palm my cock. A groan rips through me that has Rowan looking down. She bites her bottom lip. "On your knees," I say, and she follows me as I spread our jackets out. She's shuffling out of her own pants and panties, but she keeps her top on. "Like this?" She settles on the coat with her back to me, the falls spreading out before her. I kneel behind her and press a kiss to her neck. Goosebumps rise along her thighs. I'm feeling the cold too, but it's a turn-on. the bite of it against our warm flesh. I dip my hand under her top and pull her bra aside so I can tease her nipple between my fingers. I squeeze and she sinks back closer to me, her bare ass rubbing against my erection. With my other hand, I get my pants and boxers down to my knees, and once there are no barriers, I push 2 fingers into her wet pussy while still playing with her nipple. "I want to hear your screams," I shout at her over the roar of the waterfall. Her eyes are closed, ecstasy clear on her face. I remove my fingers and push down on her shoulders, guiding her until she's on all fours. I stare down at her for a moment, riveted by the sight before me. Her narrow back and small waist flares into a set of wide hips and rounded bottom, exquisite for this kind of fucking. She has the most beautiful ass, creamy white skin that will show my fingerprints to perfection. My wife is stunning, flawless in every way. We may have arrived at this marriage in an unusual way, but the first time I saw her, I knew it was as though she was created for me. I just have to convince her of it. I run my palm across her ass softly, once, twice, before tracing a finger down the seam to dip it into the wetness between her legs. She pushes back against my hand, mewling softly. I push my hand against the inside of her thighs, spreading them wide. Rising on one knee, I move in until my cock is right at her entrance. I push in fully, not taking it slowly, and am rewarded with a loud moan I hear over the roar of the water. I pull out and slam back in, and the resulting sounds are music to my ears. I fuck her hard and steady, and when her screams aren't so loud, I drive in deeper and faster until she continues to make music. My fingers dig into her hips as I hold her still so I can drive myself into her. She's my wife, and she's fucking perfect. I don't slow, not even after we both have come. I keep pumping until she reaches back and taps my hand that still grips her hips. Only then do I stop. I pull out of her slowly, and she raises up to kneel on her knees, breathless. Brushing her hair aside, I speak into her ear. "That was fun. From here out, I give the orders." My hand travels the length of her spine. "You'll give me this body. You'll be loyal to me above all others. You'll finish your degree because I want you to do that." I tip her head back so I can meet her gaze. "You'll be a good wife to me, Rowan, and I'll be good to you. Do we understand each other?" I press a kiss to her neck, sealing my demands, and when she nods unsteadily, I smile.
Chapter 18. Rowan. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, had we ne'er been broken-hearted. Once upon a time, Robert Burns' poem made me think of love, and bittersweet and gone. I'm a different person now. The first time I read that poem, my brothers were alive. I still had my parents. I wasn't married to a man who had wooed me with betrayal. I tossed the book of poetry I'm studying for one of my classes to the floor. And it was ruined what used to be one of my favourite poems. There's a kind of irony there, I guess. Cassidy says he ruined me, so it's appropriate. Getting up from where I'd been lying across the bed, I moved to stare out the window at the expanse of lawn. Clementine blinks from where he's stretched out along the foot of the bed, napping, but doesn't stir, the lazy beast. I've only been here with him a day, but he's made himself quite at home. The Scarpetta mansion sits on the banks of the Hudson, and Enzo's suite of rooms has a view of the rear garden sloping down to the river. It would be a peaceful sight if my soul wasn't in such turmoil. I cross my arms over my chest. Staring out at the river makes me think of the Lady of Shalott. She left her island to seek Lancelot, and it killed her. Some fairy tale ending. I had this little spark of hope when we were in Canada that maybe, just maybe, the Enzo I had met on campus might actually exist, that he might be real. He was by turns tender and easygoing and interested in me, and for a while there was no such thing as the familia. Maybe, just maybe, I could have my fairy tale ending, regardless of how it began. We could start over. begin again. But then we came here, to his home, and it was like a mask dropping into place.
You'll be a good wife to me, Rowan, and I'll be good to you.
The fantasy faded away, swiftly as it was born. He was Don Scarpetta, and I was his wife. Upon arriving after the honeymoon, as he shed his coat in the huge circular foyer, I stood looking around, uncertain where to go or what to do. "What now?" I had asked. He paused in the middle of handing his coat to a woman I assumed was the housekeeper.
What do you mean, what now?
I mean, what should I do? And where's Clementine? I twisted my fingers together, my gaze darting toward the different doors leading off from the foyer. Enzo's chest rose and fell, and I could practically see him calling for patience.
I don't know,
he muttered, waving a hand as he turned toward one of the doors.
Do whatever it is you wives do. Spend my money, decorate the house, go to school when it's time to do that. But no more of that coffee cart foolishness. Classes only.
He was about to disappear down a hallway, and I suspected I wouldn't see him again for hours if he was anything like Cassidy or Evie. And Clementine? He stopped but didn't turn around.
I'm sure the cat is around here somewhere. Ask Sarah.
Sarah, the housekeeper, led me to Clementine. I had spent the remainder of the day curled up in bed with him tucked around my neck, his rumbly purr the only thing holding me together. Cutty crumbling. Scottish for the purring of a cat. Enzo didn't come to me last night, and I don't know where he slept, or if this is even his room as well as mine. I haven't seen him since he walked away from me yesterday. A knock sounds on the door, and I brush at the tears on my face before calling, "Come in." Sarah opens the door. "You have a guest." "A guest? Is it someone for Enzo?"
Don Scarpetta left during the night and has not yet returned. This is your company, madam.
Oh, the information stabs. Where is he, if he didn't come home? Is he hurt? With another woman? He didn't intend to marry me, after all. Maybe he has a mistress. Is this what it will be like to be a Mafia wife? I follow behind Sarah numbly, Clementine trotting along behind us both. I'm only barely concerned with the fact that someone waits for me somewhere in this massive house, my attention wholly on the fact that Enzo didn't come home to me. After a dizzying number of turns, we finally enter a study lined with bookshelves and furnished with dark wood tables and stiff leather sofas, and I find Evie waiting for me. Evie! Sarah leaves, shutting the door quietly behind her. As soon as it closes, I burst into tears. Evie grabs me, pulling me close. "Oh, sweetheart, what the hell kind of mess have you gotten yourself into?" "Everything's so fucked up, and I hate it here. It's so dark and oppressive and fancy." I fling my hand out, indicating the luxurious room around us. "I feel like I can't touch anything, like I can't even breathe." "Shh, we'll put it to rights." Her hand sweeps a path from my hair to my waist, soothing me. Drawn back, I meet her eyes and struggle to calm my breathing so I can speak. "How, though? It's done. We're married. There's no getting out of it." "No, there isn't any getting out of that, I'm afraid." Taking me hand, Evie leads me to one of the couches and sits. I allow her to pull me down beside her and lean into her, absorbing her warmth as Clem hops up beside us. "But you obviously liked him enough to have sex with him, so there's that, at least." I open my mouth to protest and then close it. There's no point. She's right. "Okay, fine. You want to explain how that happened?" My shoulder lifts in a shrug. "He showed up at Columbia. I was working the coffee cart." "You were working?" Belatedly, I remember she and Cassidy don't know that small detail. "Yes," I tell her. "I wanted a job like every other normal person. I wanted to know what it felt like to work for my money. So I got a job right there on campus, in the courtyard. It was perfectly safe." "Okay, let's table that for now. You were working this coffee cart thing and he just shows up?" Poking my tongue in my cheek, I debate how to answer that. I just told her my job was perfectly safe, but technically, my and Enzo's meeting proves it was anything but. However, I can't be angry with everyone around me for lying if I'm a liar too. I take a deep breath. "He saved me from a mugger." I explain how the man had tried to steal the cash box, and Enzo intervened. Evie hums. Probably engineered the entire thing. That's the way these men operate." Shock ripples through me, and Clem protests when my fingers tighten in his fur. My initial reaction is to protest, deny that Enzo would do such a thing. But then, I don't know Enzo Scarpetta very well, do I? "We'll deal with that later." Evie continues. Back to the house and really every other little thing. You need to remember that you're not just any bride. You're the Scarpetta bride. Just as Enzo is the Don, you're the Don's woman. She stops when she sees my frown and strokes my hair back from my face. When she speaks again, it's almost as if she's talking to herself. Oh, Rowan, you're too sweet, too soft. You're never going to survive if you don't toughen up and take what you want. I frown. What I want has already been taken from me. Yes, well, that's done. You can't control that. It's time to think about what you can control moving forward. You don't like the house? It's yours. Own it. Own it. I look around the room with new eyes. It's a small thing, changing what a house looks like on the inside. But it says a lot, I suppose. It's a choice. Evie leaves shortly thereafter. Looking down at Clementine, I scruff his head gently. What do you think, boy? Clementine meows, then daintily stands on his hind feet and places his front paws on the edge of the sofa. Very deliberately, he begins to scratch. Oh my God, Clem, stop! I guess that's that, then. We're changing the couches. Rising, I move to an antique-looking writing desk and root around in its drawers until I find an ink pen and a notepad. On the first page, I write study and underline it. Beneath that, I write replace leather couches. The drapes are next on the list, followed by the dark carpet. The room needs brightening. I'll start here and work my way through the house room by room. Enzo told me to spend his money. Evie told me to take control of my environment. I'll work on doing both. Excited by the prospect of a project, I start to make my way back to my bedroom, trying to remember how Sarah had led us here. I'm lost in minutes, somehow ending up in the foyer instead of anywhere remotely near the bedroom. I'm going to need a map. As I stand there wondering how to find Sarah and ask for help, the door opens, and Enzo strolls in, a burst of cold air riding his heels before he shuts the door behind him.
Rowan,
he grates me, his gaze roaming over me.
Were you waiting for me?
I was lost.
Ah.
He shrugs out his coat and hands it to Sarah, who has magically appeared out of nowhere. I give her a sideways glare. Strange that she didn't do so when I was wandering around lost.
I guess I should give you a tour.
Maybe, instead of staying out all night. Damn. I didn't mean to say that. I don't want him to think I care. Enzo doesn't respond to the jab, though. His eyes narrow before settling on the cat at my heels, and he squats, holding a hand out for Clementine to sniff.
Coraline, right?
Clementine eyes him with a bored expression without moving forward. Coraline? I've only said his name half a dozen times. Or is he teasing me? There's a twinkle in his eye that makes me unsure. Clementine, I reply evenly.
She's magnificent. Loyal only to you, I see.
Enzo stands.
Come, I'll show you the way to our room.
Enzo starts walking, and I follow, Clem trotting behind. Clementine is a he. I got him when he was a tiny kitten, and because their genitalia is very similar early on, we thought he was a girl at first. It wasn't until quite a bit later that we discovered otherwise, and by then, we were all used to the name. Enzo flashes an indecipherable look over his shoulder.
His harness is pink.
I narrow my eyes. He happens to like pink. We shouldn't define his options by gender norms.
Okay.
When we reach our bedroom, Enzo goes into the bathroom, and I hear the water turn on in the shower. I look at Clem. That's rather rude. I wasn't finished talking to him. The cat yawns. Damn it. You are Don Scarpetta's wife. Act like it. I stride into the bathroom. I wasn't finished talking. My sentence fades away. Enzo has already removed his shirt and pants and stands in only his boxer briefs, hand extended into the shower to test the water temperature. I shake my head a little, feeling myself lose focus. It's not Don Scarpetta in front of me, the man who stayed out all night the night before. It's Enzo, the guy who bought coffee and held my hand, the man who took my virginity in an art exhibition, the man who fed me the best dim sum in Chinatown. I want to hate him, but I can't. He studies me, watching the roll of conflicting emotions cross my face.
We can talk later,
he says, reaching for me. I'll let him strip me, bare me of clothes and dignity, and any pretense of distance. He takes me in the shower against the cold tile, and then again on the bed, never letting me come down from the highs he drives me to before beginning all over again. There's something addictive in his touch. As much as I hate when he's done, I'm a slave to the way he makes me feel. Afterward, we sleep, exhausted. Or I do, at least. I don't know if Enzo sleeps before he leaves me again in the cold hours just after midnight. All I know is that the dipping of the bed wakes me, and I stare at a shaft of moonlight on the ceiling until it gives way to the sun. He's still keeping secrets.
Chapter 19. Enzo. It doesn't look like anyone is home. I lock my car and stuff my hands in my jacket pockets. The air is crisp this morning, laden with frost that pricks my lungs, yet hasn't clung to any of this concrete jungle. When I was given this address by Yvonne, I didn't expect such a shithole. The front of the building is boarded up, all the windows covered over with heavy plywood. Graffiti covers nearly every inch of the building. I cast a quick glance, trying to discern which gangs the symbols link to, but I can't identify any of them without a longer study. I walk to the steps that lead to the front door. Its cracked glass remains, but the blinds have been drawn, a closed sign hanging in the center. Its white has faded to yellow with time. This can't be the right address. Time with Yvonne isn't something any of the 5 families are routinely granted, but for me he made an exception. Nobody wants to make Yvonne angry. To the left of the building, another one sits in ruins, scaffolding left to climb its rotting bricks. The sound of plastic scraping against asphalt draws my attention to a group of boys skateboarding in its mostly clean lot, and my gaze scans over them sharply before returning to the door in front of me. I knock on the window and wait. It could be a setup. I have my weapon with me and take my hands out of my pockets as a shadow passes the window. The blind is lifted at the left-hand corner before it's dropped. The door opens, revealing a large Russian man who takes up most of the doorway. He takes me in from the tip of my toes to my face, stopping when he meets my eyes. I'm here to see Yvonne. I open my jacket and show the gun in my waistband. It's not to threaten him, but a show of honesty, and an opportunity for him to take it, which he does. He opens the door fully and bends his huge frame, removing the gun from my waistband, but he still doesn't give me entry. Yvonne is busy. His Russian accent is thick. Yeah, well, I have a meeting, I say, trying to control my irritation at being left standing on the sidewalk. Let him in. Yvonne's voice reaches me from somewhere in the house, and the bodyguard stands back. I hate having my back to him as I step into the entryway. Once the door closes behind us, the space darkens. He can talk to me while I work. Yvonne's voice comes from ahead, and I'm more comfortable when the bodyguard passes by me to lead the way. The hallway is clear and bare. Even the skirting boards have been ripped from the walls. The door that I'm led to is slightly ajar, and the bodyguard tips it open further with his foot and juts his head toward what is a kitchen. Well, it once was a kitchen. Now it's a butcher shop. The smell hits me hard, and when the door closes behind me, the room shrinks. A large metal table in the center has a half-cut-up body on it. Small tables around it hold parts of the man's body. Yvonne has a small hand saw and is working on the man's arm. The apron he wears is coated in blood. The smell has me removing a handkerchief from my pocket and holding it against my mouth. Do you have a weak stomach, Scarpetta? Yvonne has stopped sawing and grins at me. Blood drips slowly from the table onto the brown tile floors beneath our feet. Equipment is laid out on the counter, all instruments to help dissect the unfortunate specimen laid out before the Russian. I remove the rag from my face to speak. Not really. I don't involve myself in this part of the process. I have men for that. It seems barbaric for a Don to be doing this. But then, Yvonne is a different breed. Yvonne continues sawing the man's arm. Why not? In our line of work, most of us will end up like this. It is the reality of our position in the world. and I feel that I make better decisions when I am constantly reminded of the stakes of failure. Ivan finally detaches the arm and swipes the blood that has splashed up onto his hand and arm onto his apron before he places the saw on a white sheet on the countertop. Blood soaks into the material quickly. That's wise, I suppose. What did this guy do to you? What could warrant not just a kill, but a dismemberment? Or perhaps it was simply Ivan's way of getting rid of a body. He pissed me off. His serious expression should tell me I've heard enough. It should remind me that I'm here for a meeting and a meeting only. But the curious side of me wants to know exactly what he did. I clear my throat to try and get the taste of blood off my tongue. It's in the air, and no matter what, that metallic smell is still strong, along with the scent of decomposing flesh. I can see that. In what way? Ivan picks up the arm like it's a piece of meat, which it is. But this is human meat. He uses the arm to point at me, his gaze tightening and his head tilting. You've never asked me about my business before. What has changed? No one in the Cosa Nostra knows exactly what you do. Seeing this, would you have trusted me if I didn't ask? He called the meeting here for a reason. He wanted me to watch him cut up a man. Ivan Romanov wants me to understand him, to fear him. It seems you are also wise. Ivan gives a grunt of laughter before he throws the arm on another table. The bang of the flesh against the metal table has my gut tightening. He points at the rest of the body. The man's face is unrecognizable, so I have no idea who he was. It's clear they tortured and beat him for a long time. His eyes are swollen closed, his nose is at the wrong angle, his jaw has been split, and his mouth is slightly agape. I don't think his tongue is in his head. This man told me that I was not good enough to have his sister. I clear my throat again, and Ivan smirks. He knows the effect the smell is having on me. I make a mental note to stop doing that. I thought you were engaged to Viviana Valachi. That's what everyone had been saying, and this wasn't Vivi's brother. That much I could tell. I am, but that does not mean I am not good enough for this man's sister. I study his face. His features are hard. His gaze gleams with awareness. And the fact that Ivan butchers his victims doesn't really surprise me. The Russian has a reputation for brutality. What does surprise me is that after all these years, Ivan thinks he can lie to me. He isn't being entirely truthful. And to show my own standing as a Don, I call him out on his lie. What did he really do, Romanov? Ivan has picked up a large knife and is cutting a hole in the man's chest cavity. He does it with a smile. I'm not sure if it's my question or the fact he's enjoying himself. I've clearly spent too much time with you, Scarpetta. One of my businesses is immigration, more subtle than what your families do, but profitable all the same. He twists the knife and drags it down, making the hole bigger. Families are willing to pay tens of thousands of dollars for passage and papers. This man worked for me. He was taking money and then not fulfilling his promises. He leans in on the knife as he widens the hole further. I want to ask him to stop, but that's exactly what I think Ivan hopes for, so I hold my tongue. Now, we are businessmen, are we not? Our reputations are precious to us. If word got around that Ivan Romanov's business takes money and does not deliver a service, where would I be? I nod, unspeaking, not wanting to inhale any more of the awful stench in the room. I keep breathing through my nose. So I am sending pieces of this man to my other employees to remind them of the consequences of cheating me. Ivan has always flown under the radar. Most of the families don't know what exactly the Romanovs do for their riches. So I'm shocked to see how he manages things. The way he operates is the way the Italian Mafia would have operated decades ago, before it became more difficult to get away with such acts. He drops the knife next to the bloody saw and picks up a pair of pliers. He reaches into the man's chest cavity, and a moment later I hear a bone snap. The sound is loud in the room as he starts breaking each of the man's ribs. Ivan is being reckless. "Now, Scarpetta, I have given you information. You must give me information in return." He mimics my use of surname, moving us from friends to businessmen. He's telling me our little chat and my small insight into the running of his business is over. A part of me is relieved. "You called me here," I remind him. He is the one, after all, who set up this meeting. He needs to get to the point. "Yes, I did. I must ask you, what did Sal Fioretti's man say to you at the wedding?" Cale Gallagher had been flapping his jaws that night, and I'm not surprised that our absence didn't go unnoticed, or how I was when I returned to the wedding venue, especially not by Yvonne. Yvonne tended to watch more closely than all the other families. While all the families were busy plotting and screwing each other over, Yvonne always remained silent and outside the conflicts. The fact that this one conflict had really piqued his interest was interesting. I could use that, but the fact that I had gotten this far with Yvonne was significant. Maybe letting him in would grant me something with him in the future. Cale was drunk and shared some interesting information with me. Apparently Luca Marzano killed my brother in the pits. Not only did he hide it from me, but he married my fucking sister. I couldn't kill the fucker, though, because he also told me that Azrael was present. Yvonne lets out a heavy sigh and drops the pliers onto the table. He leans back against it, hands on the edge behind him. "You mean to do something about this?" I nod. "Wouldn't you? Frances was Karina's twin. She would never have married Luca if she had known." Since the wedding, I have gone over and over the facts before me, and come to the conclusion that Karina couldn't have known. She adored Frances. Straightening, Yvonne wipes his hands on the bottom of the apron where there is less blood. He's almost thoughtful in his actions. "Luca and Frances were young when this happened, yes?" That makes no fucking difference, but I answer. "Yes." "It sounds to me that Luca Marzano is not the man you need to kill." I bite back a bitter laugh. "Who else would it be?" Yvonne looks at the body on the table. I don't follow his line of sight. I've honestly seen enough. When his gaze meets mine, he shakes his head. "You Italians are so hot-blooded. You get angry and want to fight instead of thinking things through." "No, I take that back. Damon Paparado was not so easily moved."
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
You could, but nothing you gave me is worth what you took. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love. 'Cause I won't love, I won't love, I won't love, I won't love.
I don't like the games that Yvonne's playing, but he clearly knows more than I do. I take a step toward him. "Speak plainly, Romanov." Yvonne locks eyes with me, and a deadly glint enters them, reminding me how dangerous this man is. Every five family leader is dangerous, but there is something primal and savage about the way Yvonne looks at me. I refuse to look away. I won't. I can't show weakness in front of a man like this. After staring at each other for a long stretch of time, Yvonne smirks, almost like he's impressed. I don't need his fucking approval. I need answers. Yvonne speaks. You're short-sighted, my friend. Luca and Francis were children, victims of whoever put them in the pits. No one was ever held responsible for Francis's death, so my guess is that their old men put them there. I frown. What? That means... Yvonne nods before finishing my train of thought for me. Your father and Vito Marzano. Now, your father is dead. Yvonne leaves the rest of that sentence hanging in the air. The thread is easy to pick up, but Vito Marzano is still alive. Yvonne nods and walks back to the table. Bare-fisted, he plunges his hand directly into the body's chest cavity and rips out the heart. I do have advice for you, my friend. He keeps using that word. We aren't friends, and we both know it. What's that? Let the old man go. His time is almost over, and you have nothing to gain from his death. Concentrate on your wife and your business. Would you let something like this go? I know the answer. Like hell he would. Everyone who was involved would most likely end up like this man on the table. The corner of Yvonne's mouth twitches the faintest amount. My father valued me. He would never have put me in that position. But these Italian families, you throw your sons away so easily. Your commission has sent the deadliest killers in your world into your city. Do not kill this man, Scarpetta. Promise me. I focus on the heart that Yvonne clenches in his hand. Blood oozes out between his fingers. Most men would cower, and maybe rightly so. I'm not most men. Lying comes easily to me. Yeah, I promise.
Chapter 20. Rowan. The edge of the knife slips a little as I wedge it into the small space between the pieces of plastic that make up Clementine's pet tracker, slicing a tiny cut into my thumb. Bringing it to my mouth, I suck on it to stop the bleeding, too impatient to go rinse it off properly and bandage it. The cut's small enough that the blood should coagulate quickly and be fairly unnoticeable. The pet tracker is small, a little thing that usually hangs on Clementine's collar. I ordered a second one to replace this one. According to the parcel tracking, it should be arriving any day now. I don't want Clementine to go without it for any length of time, but I need the tracker now. I'll just have to be careful with my baby until the replacement arrives. For my purposes, I need to whittle the tracker casing down and make it even smaller. From what I can see, most of the plastic is there for the circuit board's protection, so it's a relatively simple, if painstaking, matter of carefully scraping the excess material away. I well figure out where my husband is spending his nights. My lips twist in a humourless smile. I'm not some vapid, brainless twit Enzo can install in his mansion and forget about. I'm actually quite clever. Evie said I was too soft, and that I needed to toughen up. Well, this is me toughening up. I may not have been precisely raised for this world, but I'll survive it anyway. But I like to do more than just survive it. I don't even know why I feel this compulsion to know what Enzo is up to. I really don't think he has another woman somewhere, although I could be fooling myself. We have sex too frequently for him to be seeking it elsewhere, and I may be inexperienced, but I could swear his need for me is genuine. He looks at me the way every girl wants a man to look at her. Surely that's real. I need it to be real, because it's becoming increasingly difficult to keep my own rebellious heart in line. It wants what it wants, even if it knows it's going to get hurt. It takes hours, and I could feel the tension in my shoulders by the time I'm finished. Once I have the excess removed, I keep the two remaining pieces together, careful not to place any strain on the fragile wiring that connects them, and place it in a carved wooden jewellery box on the dresser beside the bathroom. I wipe my sweating palms down my thighs and take a deep breath. Phase 1, complete. I'm on the bed working on my assigned reading for one of my classes when Enzo arrives home later, looking exhausted and distracted. It's a familiar expression. My gaze tracks him as he pauses at the foot of the bed and looks me over broodingly.
Hello, little bird.
Hello. He watches me without speaking for a minute, seeming to want to say more but not knowing exactly what words to say. Finally, he sighs.
What did you do today?
I had class. I hold up the book. Now I'm working on homework.
Finish up. I'm going to take a shower, and then I want to do some homework of my own.
Without waiting for a response, he shuffles away to the bathroom. Annoyance flares. He disappears for entire days, Comes back for a few hours and a quick fuck, and then leaves again. I don't understand him. I'm not meant to understand him, I guess. I'm simply meant to be a good Mafia wife. I want more than that, though. It makes me more determined than ever to find out what he's up to. Quietly, I climb from the bed and follow him into the bathroom. He's already in the shower, head tipped forward to let the water sluice over his hair. He looks tired, and I feel unexpectedly sorry for him. What is him so worn out? Resolutely, I pull my attention away, casting my gaze over the counter, searching for what I need. It took me a while to figure out how to make it work. A tracker planted in his car wouldn't work because he never takes the same vehicle twice in a row, claiming it makes it too easy for enemies to plant car bombs. He doesn't have a preference for shoes, wearing several different pairs. I thought his wallet might be the best place to put it, but then I realized he carried a money clip instead of a wallet. One of his men was likely in possession of minor nuisances like identification and credit cards. The only item he consistently carried on his person was his cell phone. I would have to hide the tracker in his phone case. Moving as quickly and silently as possible, I remove the case from the phone and place the tracker inside its frame. I hesitate before snapping it back into place. It's going to make a sound. Thinking quickly, I whip my nightgown over my head, then replace the phone, and snap the case back into place. The sound echoes in the bathroom, and I drop the nightgown on top of the phone, pushing it into the sink basin as I do. Enzo turns off the water and sticks his head out of the shower enclosure. His eyes heat as he sees me standing at the sink in only my panties, and he reaches for the towel.
What is this?
He steps out of the shower and stalks toward me. Shame spears through me at using my body in this way, but I swallow it down. I don't reply, but silently kick my panties off and sink to my knees in front of him. His cock is already hard, and I curl my fingers around it, sliding them up its length until I settle my palm over the bulbous tip. Looking up at him, I spread his pre-cum gently over the head, then tug him toward me and take him in my mouth. He needs no coaxing. Dropping the towel, his hands go to my hair, and he holds my head still as he surges forward. The only thing preventing him from hitting the back of my throat is my hand around his face. That doesn't stop him, though.
Hands down, little bird.
I hesitate.
Are you going to play at sucking my dick, or are you going to let me fuck your face?
I lower my hands.
Good. Now touch your pussy and show me how much you like it.
This wasn't what I intended. I've never given a blowjob before. Before Enzo, I had never held a man's cock in my hands. I just wanted to distract him and figured this was a surefire way to accomplish it. Without my hands to act as a guard, Enzo takes my mouth without mercy. He stares down at his shaft as it plunges in and out between my lips, something like fascination lighting his features. It's too much. I choke as his cock hits the back of my throat, and tears spill down my cheeks. As saliva pools around his cock and I gag, he slows his pace.
Relax your jaw and inhale,
he murmurs as he slides in.
Breathe through your nose.
His fingers gentle in my hair.
Squeeze your thumb with your other hand. That's it. You're doing so well. God, you're so pretty, little bird.
The impulse to gag fades, and warmth floods me at his almost tender tone. Remembering his demand, I release my thumb and start to work my clit, moaning around his cock at the dual sensations of pleasing him and pleasuring myself. He murmurs indistinguishable words above me, words that devolve into grunts and groans as he gets closer to release. He comes without warning, stiffening and holding my head while he shoots thick ropes of cum down my throat. It's the most primal, base, and somehow the hottest thing I've ever experienced. In the sink, his phone buzzes with an incoming text message, and I smile as I wipe the corner of my lips. The last class of the day drags. My cell phone taunts me from my satchel, less than a foot away, and yet so distant it might as well be a mile. This particular professor has strict rules regarding cell phones in his class, and he has eagle eyes. So I wait. Beside my seat, Clementine stretches with a yawn, indicating his own opinion about the length of the class. I tunnel my fingers in his fur to ease my ratcheted anxiety. Finally, class is over. I half run outside, grateful that Enzo, at least, doesn't see the need to send a posse of guards to school with me. He has a car to take me and pick me up, and that's enough for him. I half believe he has a tracker planted somewhere in my things, and that's why he's so comfortable giving me some semblance of freedom. The irony. Sinking down on the steps of the building that housed my class, I pull out the phone, intent on checking the tracker and figuring out where Enzo is. Rowan! A jump at the sound of my name, my head jerking up to see Vivi walking quickly to me across the courtyard. I groaned to myself. As much as I love her, the timing couldn't be worse. Tucking the phone in my lap, I fake a smile as Vivi hands me a paper cup of coffee, more than likely purchased from the cart I had to quit when I married Enzo. What are you doing here? I was so bored this morning. I knew you would be finished with classes, and I thought I'd come by and see what you were up to. Oh, Vivi tilts her head. Did you have plans already? I roll my lips inward. I'm probably crazy. This is probably the absolute wrong thing to do, but I was actually going to spy on my husband. What? Her jaw gapes slightly. Want to come with me? Do I want to? Hell yes, I want to come with you. Why are we spying? I show her the phone and the tracking app. It places Enzo in a completely different area of Manhattan from where we currently are. He's been staying out all night and all day. He just stuck me in that house and left me there. Oh, Ro. I want to know what he's doing, where he's going. You might not like what you find. Our men don't lead the nicest of lives, and it probably doesn't have anything to do with what you're imagining. Another woman, that is. Vivi's expression is solemn. I rise and hook my arm through hers. I need to know. We start walking through the courtyard toward the exit that will take us to the subway. Have you ever taken the subway? Ew, no. Well, you're taking it today? Oh, boy. You sure you don't want me to call for the car? No, we need anonymity. Vivi inhales deeply. Angel would kill me if he knew what I was doing. The idea almost gives me pause, but I hold on to Vivi's arm more firmly as we approach the subway steps and begin making our descent. This is an adventure. I'm a New Yorker now. That's what I tell myself as we perch on the edges of cracked plastic seats and stare with wide eyes at the rush of humanity pouring into our tin can berth. It's smelly and loud and thick with a strange kind of avoidant camaraderie. The door is open with a swish, and a pregnant woman struggles with getting a stroller over the lip of the car. Wordlessly, a young man reaches down and tugs the stroller over the edge, then returns to his silent stance. The mother enters with a weary, "Thank you," and takes the last empty seat. Looking away from the people in the car, I keep my gaze focused on the tracking app. It's not moving, which is good. Hopefully, that means we won't have to chase Enzo all over the city. Vivi's fingers tighten on my arm and she squeaks, drawing my attention to the floor. A rat scurries beneath the seats on the opposite side, eliciting gasps and curses. Shit. The curse escapes my own lips, startling Vivi and me both. I don't often curse. I have a feeling, though, that it might have been a mistake to bring Angel Veloci's kid sister on the New York subway.
Chapter 21. Enzo. Rowan has me in knots. I can't stop thinking about her on her knees, her lips wrapped around my cock. The unexpected surprise of stepping out of the shower and finding her trembling and waiting had sent an immediate rush of blood to my groin. Any thought I had of loving on her in our bed had fled as she'd pushed her panties down and sank to the floor, then stared up at me with those big eyes. I was harder than a steel pipe in seconds, fully aware that she was new to what she was asking for, but more than willing to teach her. It was such a turn-on to be her first in so many ways. Her only. I swallow, remembering the feel of her mouth around me. Hot silk. I would never have thought someone with such little experience would know how to suck so well. She was naturally careful with her teeth, something most girls don't consider, and slow with her characteristically deliberate nature. Her mouth, her body, their utter perfection. It's more than that, though. I never thought I could get wrapped up in someone so quickly. Without even trying, without me even realizing it, Rowan O'Rourke had owned me from the moment I met her in the courtyard at Columbia. Her busy brain and its fixation on trivial little facts fascinated me from the jump, and her constant nervous chatter made me want to pull her to me and quiet her, calm her. Her childlike curiosity about everything new made me want to be the one to show her all the things. The thought of some other man doing so made my gut clench with jealousy. She was mine. I've been so wrapped up in establishing myself as my father's heir, I haven't appreciated her the way I should. I know it bothers her that I leave at night with no explanation, that I give her so little time. And yet she continues to try, continues to do everything I ask of her. I need to reward her efforts, show her I see her. Maybe it's a prissy way of thinking, but that's what brings me here, to this jewelry store that I had the manager shut down just for me. I walk between the aisles of glass counters, studying their contents. I want something special for her. It would be 10 times easier if I had just brought her with me to pick something out, but I want to surprise her. Rowan has a sweet, vintage soul, so I want something in keeping with that. When I stop at a row of rings, I see the perfect one. It stands out from all the rest. The pink diamond sits in a pear-cut setting, surrounded by diamonds in exquisite, delicate detail. The pink reminds me of the flush in Rowan's cheeks when she's angry or aroused. That one, I point, and the manager smiles at making such a huge sale. The manager wraps up the ring, and once I have the box secured in my pocket, I leave and walk out to my car, parked in a nearby lot. I'm ready to pull away when my phone rings. Cristo Ameti's name flashes on my screen. I'm considering not taking the call, but curiosity gets the better of me, and I hit answer. He's the leader of the Roya Albanian gang that works at the docks for me. "Hello, Enzo." His accent wraps around his words. "Speaking. I wanted to speak to you about a recent offer I received." I glance in the rearview mirror at all the passing cars, checking for anything out of the ordinary, and making sure I'm not being followed. After my meeting with Yvonne, I can't help but be on high alert. I see nothing that triggers any alarms. What offer? By whom? He names a figure. "The O'Hanlons have offered to increase the percentage we get from the shipments. Before we answer, we wanted to see if you would match or increase their offer." Cassidy was like a fucking dog with a bone. After what happened with Rowan, he was getting bolder, making offers he shouldn't. "Give me 1 day and I'll get back to you," I answer and hang up. I don't wait for a reply but flip open the glove compartment and withdraw my weapon, setting it beside me on the passenger seat. I'll see what Cassidy and Evie really want to say to me. It's a good thing I had stalked Rowan earlier, because I know exactly where to find them. I drive to their Upper East Side apartment building and park in the reserved spots. A doorman is standing at the main entrance. I slide the gun into my waistband and get out of the car. The doorman watches my steps until I reach him. I'm here to see Cassidy O'Rourke and Evie O'Hanlon. As I speak, I take out my ID. The doorman takes it, checks it over, and hands it back, but doesn't open the door. "No one by that name lives here," he responds. I glance over my shoulder before looking back at the doorman. Of fucking course they wouldn't use their names. Would Evie use Paparazzo? No, that would be too obvious. She wouldn't use Rowan's name either. Maybe, what was that old woman's name? Maggie? Some old world British Isles name. Meredith? Yes, Meredith. Fuck, what was her surname? O'Neill? Yes, it was O'Neill. I remember reading about the family history. The O'Neills and O'Hanlons had been supporting each other since 1564. Maybe the research I had done into the family would pay off. I lost sleep reading that night. "Meredith O'Neill," I tell the doorman. "One moment, Mr. Scarpetta." The doorman turns his back on me and presses a button. "Mr. Scarpetta is here to see you." He speaks into the intercom. I don't hear a response, and I'm ready to bust the door in when a buzzing noise sounds. The doorman steps aside, and Cassidy strides to the door. "Cassidy," I greet him, my manner unfriendly. He glares at me. "What do you want?" "So, we are going to do this on the sidewalk." The door opens again, and this time it's Evie. She takes one look at Cassidy and shakes her head. "Get your asses upstairs and let's deal with this. Look at you two, staring at each other like a couple of junkyard dogs," she barks. I grin at Cassidy as he turns and follows Evie into the building, and follow on their heels. Evie walks past the elevator and starts climbing the stairs. It's good that we aren't crammed into a steel box together, but the thought of pushing Cassidy over the railing comes to mind more than once until we reach their apartment. Evie closes the door behind us. We are aligned now by the rules of Familia. We are not supposed to undercut each other. I start straight away. I don't sit down, and neither do Evie or Cassidy. I keep my back to the door to keep both of them in my sights. Cassidy takes a threatening step toward me. I don't give a fuck about the rules. You're a fucking asshole. Cassidy, Evie warns, but he's not to be stopped. You should have respected the O'Rourkes enough to not pull what you did with Rowan. It's clear that I won't get much talking done with Cassidy. He's too wound up, so I speak to Evie instead. You know how this works. You need to talk some sense into him, I say to Evie. I'm right fucking here. Cassidy's fists tighten, but I don't look away from Evie. Evie glances at Cassidy before taking a protective step toward him. Cassidy and I are on the same page. I shake my head. That's the wrong fucking answer. Maybe I should go to Angel about this. Cassidy snorts. Angel? He questions. I can take on anything he sends my way, so go ahead and run to Angel. Maybe we are being a bit too hasty here, Evie interjects. The look on Cassidy's face tells me he isn't going to back down. He moves his hand to his hip. Anticipating his move, I draw my gun and train it on him. I sense movement behind me, and a moment later, see Evie's gun in my peripheral. Sighing, I pull a second gun and point it at her. We have ourselves a little quandary, I say. None of us blink. Cassidy and Evie watch me, and I divide my glance between both of them. If I shoot Cassidy, I could take him out, but I won't escape Evie's bullet. I won't lower my guns, though. I won't give them the pleasure of my capitulation. What do you propose we do about it?
Chapter 22. Rowan. Clementine does not like public transportation. He scrunches down in his carrier on my back, making himself as small as possible. His discomfort doesn't help my own, which I should have thought about before electing to take the subway, but I probably would have made the same decision anyway. It's one of those experiences I have to get comfortable dealing with. I drum my fingers against my thigh as Vivi and I stand pressed closely together on a city bus, waiting tensely for the tracking app to update again. We had switched from the subway to a bus line a few stops back when Enzo's location moved, realising the route wouldn't take us directly to where he was. 5 minutes earlier, it had shown him somewhere in Brookfield Place, an area known for its upscale shopping. What's he doing there? Vivi wonders aloud. Buying something for, She breaks off abruptly, choosing not to finish the thought. I finished it in my head, though. A mistress. I shrug, focusing hard on the phone. The app isn't like Radar, renewing the target's location by the second. It updates every few minutes instead, so there's no telling exactly where he is by now. There. Vivi's finger points at the screen. The little blinking dot shows Enzo on Franklin D. Roosevelt Drive, a road that hugs the outer band of Manhattan Island. It's used most often by those trying to get from the northernmost part of the island to the south, and vice versa. She lets out a low humming noise. He's going to your brother's. I roll my lips inward and remain silent. The location of Cassidy and Evie's home is supposed to be sacred, even from Vivi, who has been the most consistent, reliable, trustworthy person I've known since I met her. I want to trust her, want to murmur in agreement, but Cassidy would kill me. There are rules. Vivi is from a rival family. She seems to sense the reason for my hesitation and rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. You've told me you live across the island from Columbia. If Enzo was going to check on you at school, he'd be taking the 9A. He's on the FDR. It stands to reason he's going to your brother's place. He could be going somewhere else entirely. He's not, though. As Vivi put together so quickly, the location indicated on the tracking app is right in the vicinity of Cassidy and Evie's home. I just don't understand why he would be headed there. And now I'm not sure I should follow him. That's obviously not where he's been spending his nights. What good will it do me to show my hand and reveal that I'm tracking his whereabouts? I look at Vivi. Maybe we shouldn't. Ignoring me, she leans around a small group of passengers and peers around them to look out the window at passing street signs. Turning back to me, she straightens. Is there a subway station near Greenwich? The query catches me off guard. Is that a real question? Don't be mean, I'm new to this. But wouldn't it be faster? I sigh and hitch the carrier higher on my back, Clem's weight dragging at me. Yes, we should have just used your driver from the beginning. Nah, he gossips more than any Italian housewife. Besides, this is an adventure. I am seeing a side of this city I've never seen before. A side I need to see. She slides her arm through mine as the bus rocks to a stop, reminding me that we're very nearly the same person. Both little sisters kept virtual prisoners by brothers intent on leveraging them for their gain, or protecting them, or both, in this dangerous world we were born into. Vivi seems to handle her place so much better than I do, though. Her ease and grace with her position makes me envious. But then, if I had known the truth of everything from the beginning, maybe I would have the same acceptance. After getting off of the bus, we make our way to the Fulton Street station, which connects to the Green Line that runs to the Upper East Side. Vivi stares longingly at a pretzel vendor, but I'll tug her hand and draw her down the steps to the subway. We don't have time for pretzels, Viv. They smell so good, though. We'll get all the pretzels you want another day, I promise. She sends me a baleful look. I'm holding you to that. Hot dogs, too. Fine. As we find a space to stand and hold on to a hand strap, Vivi gives me another look. What? I said a promise. Nothing. She looks away at the other passengers. I just think you're kind of amazing, that's all. Oh, please. What are you talking about? I protest, lowering my voice. Vivi waves a hand. Don't worry about them hearing you. Nobody cares. It's just, you've been kept like me your entire life. But obviously, you've done your share of sneaking around. You've got this public transportation thing down. Oh, I relax a fraction. Thanks. It wasn't easy. I didn't suppose it was. That's why you're amazing. Affection for my friend swells within my chest, and I found myself reaching over to curl my fingers quietly over her hand on the pole next to me. I'm glad you found me at that New Year's party, Vivi. Yeah. It was pretty much meant to be, I think. This last segment of subway travel is blessedly brief, and in a scant number of minutes, the doors are whooshing open to let us off. I am able to take Clementine out of his carrier and leash him for the short walk to the apartment I had shared with Cassidy and Evie up until my recent marriage. Clem seems to remember the way and trots along happily, stopping to sniff at a familiar stoop, or a patch of brown grass here and there. The doorman's eyes widen when he sees me. Miss Rowan, I wasn't expecting... good evening. Hello, Michael. My friend and I are here to visit my brother and Evie. Something passes over his face, a kind of shadow. Of course, I'll call up. I walk past him into the elevator and push the button for our floor, smiling back over my shoulder. No need, I'll announce myself. Michael inhales and resumes his post at the entrance. Very well, miss. Vivi and I are quiet as we ride the elevator to the top floor. When the doors slide open, we step out and start forward, but 2 steps into the hall we hear them. I hold my hand up, halting Vivi. I think, yes, stay here. Hold the elevator, just in case. I hand her Clementine's leash. Vivi nods without speaking, and I move toward the apartment. Cassidy's voice bellows. We all know about how you set her up. A mugging, really? Enzo replies in a low tone. I can't make out the words, but I hear what's unspoken anyway. He really did it. Part of me knew it. As soon as Evie mused on it the other day, the pragmatic side of me knew it had to be true. But I didn't want to believe it. The romantic side of me wanted to believe that everything happened exactly as it appeared to transpire. That Enzo had simply been there, in the right place at the right time to be my hero. How perfectly foolish of me. And now, they continue to discuss me, consider me, finagle me, as though I'm a child who needs to be sorted. Or a problem. I throw open the door, shocked to my soul to find the 3 people I love most holding guns on one another. Enough! The word bursts from me, loud and shrill enough to startle them all into swinging in my direction. The guns waver. Rowan! Evie is the first to speak. She tucks her gun in her waistband and starts forward. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Where is Clem? Hush, Evie. Evie stops, stunned. All of you just hush. Just stop. I've had it. I've had all I can take of the secrets and the lies and the fighting.
Little girl, you need to march your tail into your room and let the grown-ups handle this. He has lied and manipulated and... Cassidy starts, waving his gun at a silent Enzo. I turn a scathing glare on my brother. I know every last one of you is wrong, as far as I'm concerned. The whys and wherefores don't matter. My bottom lip trembles, and I press my hand against it for a second. I would love to only be angry at Enzo. I would love to hate him. Out to the corner of my eye, I see him flinch and have to keep myself from reaching for him. It's all of you, though. This whole familia is a poison. My voice breaks. Little bird. Enzo's rasp cuts through me, and I close my eyes to the pleading I see in his gaze. When I open them, they're blessedly dry. Don't call me that. Don't ever call me that again. You don't care about me. Everything you've ever said or done has been nothing more than lies and machinations. That's not true. I don't want to see you again. I force myself to meet each of their gazes. I don't want to see any of you. Turning on my heel, I walk out of the apartment and make my way to the elevator. I feel Enzo behind me, feel his heat and sheer strength of will reaching for me. I break into a jog. Let her go, Enzo. Give her some space to think, Evie calls. Glancing over my shoulder, I see her grab at his arm. It forces him to pause for a brief second while he extricates himself without pissing Cassidy off. Fuck space. I've given her space ever since I married her. Tried to give her time to come to terms with how things were going to be. That ends now.
What? I move faster, slipping into the elevator. Vivi is punching the button before I cross the threshold, seeing from the panic on my face what I need.
Rowan!
His roar fills the corridor. The doors close, blotting out his fury-filled face, and I slide to the floor, my knees suddenly weak. I look up into Vivi's sympathy-filled face. Can Clem and I stay at your place tonight?
Chapter 23. Enzo. What are you doing? Tom barks down the cell line. I angle my head, looking up at the Marzano mansion several yards distant on the busy New York street. Passers-by stroll past with their earbuds and packages, oblivious to the drama unfolding before them. The building sits squarely between several high-rise buildings, not as tall, but no less grand with its white stone facade. It's a beautiful, stately building, Art Deco in style, that has been a fixture of New York for well over a century. Its loss would be a loss for the city, not just for the Marzano family. What needs to be done? I had looked at Tom as a father, and he had withheld information from me. He's inside the Marzano edifice somewhere, doing something while he speaks to me. You have to look at this reasonably, Enzo. I scoff at that. Reason. You knew he took part in the death of my brother. I expect Tom to capitulate and admit he was fucking wrong. But that's not what happens. He worked the pits, as lots of men did. People fought. Only one survived. That's a cop-out and you know it, I reply, and glance up at the Marzano home. Sirens wail somewhere distant, a prescient backdrop to my planning. What are you doing at the moment, Tom? It sounds like he's moving when he responds. I know you're angry. I cut him off. No, I'm not angry, Tom. I've gone beyond anger. If I had told you, you would have gone on a killing spree. I mean, when your father died, I would have thought it was you who'd killed him. Only you weren't in the country. You should have told me, I say, ready to hang up. Where are you? Tom asks, his voice calmer. Where I need to be, I say, and this time I do hang up. I slip the phone into my pocket and walk to the front of the Marzano mansion, up a set of broadly spaced marble steps. 2 guards stop me at the door. I smile at them. I'm here to see Tom. One of the security guards lifts his wrist that has a small intercom on it and speaks into it while keeping his gaze fixed on me. I lose the smile as I wait. I'm not feeling very patient, but it doesn't take long for Tom to come through the double front doors. His skin goes pale when he sees me. I want to see Vito Marzano, I say. Tom glances at the bodyguards, cagey with his words. What's going on? I have a few questions. Tom doesn't answer me, but assesses me as a potential threat. I'm tempted to offer a smile, but know he will see through it. It's okay, he tells the bodyguards, who step aside. Come on, he calls to me over his shoulder, knowing that regardless of how angry I am, I will not harm him. I step into the grand hallway that's stuffed with artwork, statues, and precious heirlooms. The air smells of old money, with fresh flowers on every available table in the entryway. He's dying, Enzo, Tom says, looking at me from the corner of his eye. I'm aware of that. I did see him at my sister's wedding. We walk deeper into the house. The artwork becomes scarce, most of it showcased closer to the foyer, but with each doorway we pass, I see rooms filled with grandeur. You only want to ask questions? Tom half whispers as he stops outside a closed door. This house is surrounded, Tom. I'm not a fool. He nods a few times and knocks on the door with 3 taps. No one calls back, but Tom opens the door. Vito is sitting in a large red leather chair hooked up to an oxygen tank. This is his main office, but the desk is clear of any paperwork. A fire is lit, making the room unnaturally warm. Vito doesn't look surprised to see me standing in his office. He removes the mask. Hello, Enzo. Enzo has a few questions he would like to ask you, Tom starts. I want him out of the room. Alone, please, I say. Tom's gaze darkens, and he gives me a look that suggests that isn't such a good idea. He's right, of course, but Vito waves a frail hand in Tom's direction. Give us a moment, Tom. Vito doesn't look like a man who is afraid. Why would he be? He thinks his son being an untouchable makes him untouchable. He raises his head like he's the one in control here, like nothing can hurt him. Stupid man. Tom leaves, but I don't miss his warning look. I ignore him. So, my boy, what is it you want to ask me? He sounds so confident in his words, like I'm a child in the room. I saw you at Karina's wedding. I start with something light. He has placed his oxygen mask on the arm of his chair, but tubes run into each nostril, providing him the vital air he needs to keep him alive. What a beautiful day it was, and congratulations to you too, my boy. If he calls me my boy one more time, I'll wrap his oxygen cord around his neck. Thank you. It was a day I won't forget. I won't forget what I learned. I smile at him and walk to his grand desk. I brought you a gift, I say, and reach into my jacket pocket. The old man's gaze lights up with surprise. A gift? I know it would be hard to compete with all the artwork and heirlooms, but this is something I think is close to your heart. I take out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter and gently place them on the table. Vito's eyes darken, and he shifts in his seat. His gaze is glued to the cigarettes. He coughs, and that leads to a fit. I stand and enjoy the show as he reaches for his oxygen mask. He takes in a few lungfuls of air until the coughing subsides. My son would be very upset about what you just did. I walk back toward the old man and take a seat across from him, sitting on the edge of the chair. The day I begin to care about Luca Marzano's feelings is the day that I give up my seat. With a shaky hand, Vito points to the oxygen tank that's beside his left leg. I cannot smoke. His words are half growled. You know this. I smile before withdrawing my weapon. Since Tom led me in, I wasn't frisked. I was counting on Tom being here to get my weapon past security. That's why I rang him to see exactly where he was. You will smoke one. I lean back in the chair and keep my gun on him. Vito doesn't appear afraid at all to have a gun pointed at him. In fact, he just seems irritated. What are you up to? My men are right in the hallway. I nod and pretend to ponder on that. This seems to satisfy Vito. His shoulders relax. You are right. I don't lower my gun, but move it a bit closer. But my bullets are faster than any of your men. He shifts in his chair and shakes his head with annoyance. What's this nonsense? You can't think of anything you have done wrong? I ask, giving him this moment to admit to killing Francis. I've done a lot of wrongs, but to you, Enzo, no. I grin, but it's vicious. Francis. He smiles like this is one big joke. Your own father put Francis in that ring. I nod. I'm aware. You were complicit, though, and my father isn't alive to receive his justice. I pause. But you are. How does it feel, Marzano, to pay for the sins of someone else? Vito shakes his head. He's ready to speak again, but his time for talking is over. That's what Francis did, and your son. You asked your own son and my brother to pay for your sins. I let that sink in. Your own son, I repeat, and he glances at the door. What are you going to do? Shout for help? If you take that shot, you will die, just like your brother, he taunts, his voice feeble. That's the difference between you and me. I'm willing to die for my family, as my brother did all those years ago. I wondered why his killer was never found, but it all makes sense now. Luca was on the path to becoming an untouchable. I get up and keep my gun on him as I retrieve the cigarettes and lighter from his desk. I bring them back, and Vito glances at them before wetting his lips. He was too valuable to this organization, deemed more valuable than my sister's twin. He doesn't say anything. The truth is clear on his face. Tonight, the bill gets paid. I extend the cigarettes and lighter. Light it up, Marzano. He doesn't move or reach for my gift. I cock the gun in my other hand. With shaky fingers, he takes the cigarettes and lighter from me. His hands tremble as he takes the plastic off the pack. He removes one cigarette and stares at it. His gaze meets mine as he raises it to his now dry lips. Go ahead, I urge. At least you'll die doing this one thing you love. It takes a few attempts from the tremble in his hands to get the flint to ignite, but it finally does, and the red embers glow on the cigarette. He inhales a puff and blows smoke out. At first, nothing happens, but then the ember of the cigarette catches the stream of oxygen going into Vito's nostrils. His eyes widen as the flames violently expand. I watch as he reaches out a hand toward me, like I might stop this. But it's too late. The flames follow the stream of his oxygen all the way to the tank, and I move as the tank explodes. Vito's screams are instant, beautiful, and terrifying. I stand back and put my weapon away as fire engulfs the bookshelves behind him and spreads to the desk. Everything catches fire while Vito continues to scream. He's trying to stand but tumbles to the ground. I cover my mouth against the smoke that fills the room rapidly. The door bursts open and a guard stands there, stunned speechless by the scene before him. His boss is screaming on the ground. The office is engulfed in flames. I shrug. He wanted a cigarette. The guard lifts his gun and I smash my elbow into his face, knocking him down before I sprint from the room. Heavy footfalls pound down the hall, and I duck into another room. I wait as men race past me, and then I leave the room, black smoke billowing from the office. I race the rest of the way to the front door, where Tom stands. His face is whiter than I've ever seen it before. "What have you done?" he asks. "He wanted a fucking cigarette," I say again. I push Tom aside and race down the steps and out into the growing crowd, then slow down and try to blend in. So many people are staring at the Marzano mansion that has smoke pouring out the front door. The fire has spread quickly, and the growing crowd extracts their phones and captures the destruction of the magnificent building. Security pours out the front doors, all coughing and covering their faces. I stand anonymous in the crowd and watch the Marzano mansion burn to the ground. Tall skyscrapers surround it, It's the only such single-family dwelling of its kind here in Manhattan. The Marzanos refused to sell their home. They refused to give up their plot of Manhattan earned through blood. That reign would end here tonight. When flames explode the windows in the front of the house, I feel satisfied that there is no saving it. I don't hear the wails of the fire department. I hope the traffic is heavy enough to keep them away a bit longer. I move to the back of the crowd and stuff my hands into my pockets as I walk away from the Marzano mansion. I had parked my car a few blocks away and take a moment to look around me before I get in. No one has followed. They would all be occupied with the fire. I start the engine and make my way home. "For you, Francis," I say, and laugh out loud. For once my father's voice is quiet, and traffic is light as I make my way home. When I enter the house, the only person who greets me is Sarah. She's lighting a fire in the main drawing room and smiles when I walk in. "Have you seen Rowan?" I ask as I get out of my jacket. "I need a shower. I smell like smoke." She shakes her head. "No, Mr. Scarpetta. She hasn't arrived home yet." Fuck.
Chapter 24. Rowan. My fingers flex in Clementine's thick fur as Vivi's driver takes us away from Cassidy and Evie's apartment. Away from Enzo. Vivi had decided against taking public transportation back to Columbia, or wherever we chose to go next, and had called their driver while I was in the apartment. Thankfully, he was waiting for us when we stepped out of the elevator and exited the building's glass doors. If he hadn't been, I have no doubt Enzo, and likely Cassidy, would have been on my heels. Reset. I lower my face to Clementine's neck and murmur the word to myself. "It's going to be all right, Rowan." Vivi's hand comes to rest on my knee, and I straighten to see the freeway lights moving across her face. "Where are we going?" "Staten Island. Sometimes a separation is a good thing. It can make your relationship stronger." I huff out a disbelieving breath. "Is that what you call this thing between us? A relationship?" "Of course it's a relationship. I'm with Enzo Scarpetta because he saw me and he wanted me. He would have just taken me. That's what men like him and my brother and your brother do, isn't it?" The words are harsh, but I can't recall them. They spill out, full of venom and bitter poison. Vivi sits and listens, her eyes glittering in the darkness, punctuated by the passing lights. They take what they want, but maybe he figured I would serve a purpose, leveraging his position with his enemies. So, he married me. It's nothing more, nothing less, and I'd be a fool to believe any different. "Rowan." Her voice is soft with sympathy. "I'm fine, Vivi." "I'm not fine. I'm anything but fine, but for the sake of this conversation and this car ride, I need to be fine." I look out the window at the cars whizzing by in all directions. I wish I were in any of those cars, going anywhere but where I'm going in this car, in my own life. Vivi gives a defeated kind of sigh. "Maybe. My brother says I tend to only see the good in people, so I don't see the same thing you do." She glances away. "We'll talk more when there are fewer ears around." The driver catches my eye in the rearview mirror before turning his attention back to the road, and I remember Vivi saying he gossips like an Italian housewife. To whom, I wonder? His employer? Other than Angel Veloci's employee? "Who will be at your house?" I ask Vivi. "Just Angel. You know that my father and sister are gone. My brother sent my mother to rehab 2 months ago. I think you will like Angel. He is a little strict, but he really does care about me. And he will care about you because I do." Guilt swamps me. All this time, and I've never even thought to ask Vivi anything about her situation at home. She always appears so happy and content. I assumed everything was unremarkable. But her father and sister are dead. Her mother is in rehab. What other problems has she been dealing with that I'm unaware of? I should have been there for you, Vivi. I've been a terrible friend, and you've been nothing but wonderful to me. Thank you. Stop it. Don't you dare thank me. Friends never have to do that. When I decided to be your friend, I signed up for everything that comes with you. Tears sting my eyes, and I have to bury my face in Clementine's fur again to keep Vivi from seeing them. Shortly afterward, the driver pulls into a nondescript driveway, pausing to enter a code that opens an iron gate before continuing along the narrow roadway flanked with tall boxwood hedges. It widens out into a circle in front of a large mansion of discreetly illuminated grey stone, the boxwoods dropping away into low, manicured gardens and pathways lit by tiny in-ground lights. It's beautiful, I say, meaning it. Vivi beams. It's always been home. I hope you enjoy it, however long your stay is. Come on, I'll show you around and get you settled. Inside, I hesitate before setting Clementine down. Vivi notices and passes a hand over his head. He'll be fine. Let him follow us around so he gets used to the place. She leads the way down a hall, opening doors as we come to them and gesturing inside each room. This was my father's study. Then it was my sister's, Luciana, but we call her Lulu. Now Angel does his work in here, so we'll stay out of his way, of course. Of course, I murmur, giving the study's heavy furniture and collection of books a curious glance before continuing down the hall. There is a powder room, sit-in room, music room, guest rooms, a family room, the only remotely comfortable-looking area I've seen yet. A huge kitchen, where Vivi tells me her sister used to bake bread and make homemade pasta all the time. A woman hovers around a large, marble-topped island, and she greets her with a kiss on the cheek. Could we have some dinner pronto, please? I'm so hungry I'm going to die. In my room, please.
Oh, yes, I can see that. Withering on the vine you are.
The woman squeezes her cheeks and bustles past her agreeably, giving me a smile.
Hello, Irish girl.
Hello. She reminds me of Meredith. Down a different hallway, Vivi shows me the way to the indoor swimming pool, and once I've stopped gawking, leads me up a flight of stairs that she says will lead to her bedroom. Clementine is still trotting along behind me gamely, but my head is spinning. I'll never find my way around this place. It's easier than you think, and if you get lost, just stand still and yell. Someone will come. I snore to laugh. It's cut off abruptly as my phone buzzes with a call. It stops ringing as I pull it from my pocket, the screen showing a missed call from Enzo. I stare at it for a moment, debating whether I should call him back, and as I consider it, the screen lights with a message. Enzo.
Where are you?
I slide the phone back into my pocket. I'm not ready to speak to him. To Vivi, I say, I don't think I can eat anything. She gives me a sharp look. You will eat because you need to. Half an hour later, we're sitting on Vivi's bed with plates of pasta on our laps and glasses of wine within reach.
My mother would have a fit if she saw this,
Vivi says, shoveling a forkful of pasta into her mouth and waving at our seats on the bed. Your comforter is white. I think a spaghetti stain would give it character. You are messed up. I giggle, then cover my mouth as the sound hitches into a half-sob. Everything is messed up. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. The spaghetti tips precariously as I shift position on the bed. Oh dear. Give me that. Vivi takes the plate of spaghetti from me and sits it on the nightstand. I'm so sorry, Rowan. I just can't catch a break, you know? Every time I turn around, there's just one more secret, one more lie to figure out. It's exhausting. Vivi shakes her head. I wish I knew what to tell you. I've always been placed very carefully to the side of everything, protected, you know, so that much I get. But I've always known exactly who we were, who I was. Her gaze turns distant. Lulu and I knew when we were young that we were expected to be wives one day to one of them. Didn't know who back then, but that didn't matter. They're all the same, right? We'd play guessing games, pretend our fiancé was so-so one week and someone else the next. And you know now. Vivi presses her lips together and nods. And you're okay with him, with the fact that it's all been arranged, and you have no say in any of it. When she meets my gaze, Vivi looks like a different person, older somehow. It'll be fine, she says. He's fine, good. She blinks and smiles, the dimple in her cheek appearing briefly, and she's Vivi again. How did you not know your family was organized crime? Not the most graceful of subject changes, but okay. I shrug a little. I just believed whatever I was told. When our parents died, they told me they had gotten mixed up with some bad people. A couple of years went by, and it started to get more and more obvious that Cassidy was doing stuff that wasn't exactly legal. I figured maybe he was getting involved with the same people, trying to avenge their deaths or something like that. I pushed a little to be let in on it, but he kept saying I was too young. I stand up and walk over to the window. I can't see anything but my own reflection, but I'm too restless to just sit. The crazy thing was, I actually was involved and had no clue. Cassidy was always getting me to feed him information he needed for jobs. Information I could easily acquire because who would be suspicious of a teenage girl? I actually helped him get the layout of an annual festival that he used for an assassination. When did you learn the truth? After my twin brothers died in a car bomb intended for Avie and Cassidy. Oh, Jesus, Rowan, I'm so sorry. Reset. I pinched the bridge of my nose and closed my eyes tightly. It still fucking hurts. It'll never stop hurting. God, I'm so angry. My fingers clutch Vivi's drapes, the hurt and rage tugging at me, needing an outlet. All of this could have been avoided if I had just known. Maybe I would have been better prepared for their deaths. Maybe I wouldn't have loved them quite as hard. Maybe I'd have put a little distance between us, knowing the potential for loss, the potential for pain. Clementine, sensing my turmoil, winds around my calves with a soft meow. With an effort, I release the curtain and focus on him, on the softness of his fur, his gingery color, his rumbling purr, closing out everything else until I managed to get my emotions under control. Better? I had forgotten Vivi was in the room. I turn to face her and see only sympathy and understanding on her face. I give a jerky nod. Good. I have a question. Okay. What made you fall for him? The question takes me off guard. Have I? Fallen, that is. The signs were all there, a fact that makes the pasta I just ate churn in my stomach. I'm suddenly back in the courtyard where we first met. I look up and my vision is full of him, only him, although there were a dozen other people around us. I could still feel the warmth of his hand on my arm, his steady gaze, the awareness that he wouldn't let anything harm me. Every one of our subsequent conversations, where he revealed his intelligence and quiet confidence, is time-stamped in my memory bank. He didn't find me odd, although I undoubtedly was, and was eternally patient with my curious nature. I'm never not thinking of him. I lift my hand to my mouth, unsurprised to find it trembling. Damn it, there was no loud screaming alert inside my heart that let me know the truth. No flashing sign that said, warning, love ahead, get out while you still can. It was just there at some point, whether I wanted it or not. I fucking loved that asshole. I open my mouth, but Vivi holds up a hand. You don't have to answer that out loud. I can see the answer all over your face. It doesn't matter, though, I say anyway. That Enzo doesn't exist. Vivi pushes her plate aside and eyes me consideringly. You sure about that? I nod. Quite sure. And what if you're wrong? I frown, and Vivi continues. Here's the thing. Something happens to you in this world. I see it over and over again. My sister was probably the best person I ever knew. Kind and protective. Angel, too. Funny, sweet. He still is, but you will not, survive in this world with only those qualities. When it was time for them to step up and lead, they had to change. The kindness was still there, the sweetness, etc., but there was a hardness, too. A kind of ruthlessness that grew over everything so they could do and be everything this world demanded of them. So, you're saying I should just forget everything they did to me? No. I'm saying that I think you need to look deeper. Enzo isn't just the Mafia man who takes what he wants. He's also all that other stuff that made your eyes shine a minute ago. A knock sounds on the door, and Angel peeks in without waiting for a response, smiling.
I heard we had a guest. Welcome, Mrs. Scarpetta.
Rowan needed a little girl time, Vivi says brightly.
You're welcome anytime, of course.
Thank you, I answer. I'm actually thinking I may be returning sooner than I thought. I may have overreacted.
Nonsense. You're exactly where you need to be.
Angel replies.
Years of planning are coming to fruition tonight.
I frown intense, darting a quick look at Vivi. Is he saying I'm not allowed to leave? Straightening from where I'm leaning against the windowsill, I start to move toward the bed where I tossed my phone earlier. Angel gets there first. He scoops my phone up and slides it into his pocket.
I'll hold on to this for the time being. Your husband has been a very busy man this evening, fighting with your brother and his wife, burning down the Marzano mansion. It's like he's upset about something.
He shakes his head, his expression an odd mix of dolefulness and glee.
And once your brother learns that you're nowhere to be found, of course, everyone will be after him. It's going to be wild.
Angel, Vivi starts.
Just sit tight, ladies. Everything will be over by morning.
Chapter 25. Enzo. Please leave your message after the tone. I glance down at the screen of my phone in my hand. I want to crush the device between my fingers, but place it carefully on the desk instead. Where is she? She should have been here by the time I got back. She doesn't know this city. I can't even begin to imagine where she might have gone. Her evening in Chinatown with me is proof that she was wily enough to be sneaking out on Cassidy, though, exploring her surroundings. She could be anywhere. Scooping up the phone, I hit the dial button again and get her voicemail again. I hang up and text instead. Rowan, I know you're angry with me. We need to talk, little bird. At least let me know you're safe. There is so much I don't know about my wife. So much more I need to learn. But I need to find her first. That didn't last long. Can't blame the poor girl for running. Not after getting tied to someone like you. My father's voice intrudes into my thoughts. It's been a while since he has taunted me. I had almost forgotten the sound of his voice. Rowan's presence had drowned out his voice. What did that mean? I felt more for her than I've ever admitted to myself. I start to pace, but pause as Sarah's head appears around the door, and she taps lightly before entering. From the look on her face, I know she found nothing. I had sent her to look through Rowan's things, to see if there was anything missing. I'm sorry, Don Scarpetta. There was nothing in her belongings that gives a clue as to where she may have gone. Sarah is clutching a book to her chest. She has never mentioned a place or person to you? I ask. Sarah shakes her head. She wasn't overly chatty, sir. She walks to my desk. What is that? Let me see it. Sarah places the book of poetry, dog-eared and bookmarked, on my desk. I glide my hand over its cover. You can leave. Sarah is quick to exit, but leaves the door half open. I read the title, The Lady of Shalott. I remember this book. It's a story about a caged woman who dies when she goes into the outside world. I want to burn the book, but I place it gently down on the desk beside my phone. Rowan had once told me that her brother threw things when he was angry. It really shouldn't matter because she isn't here, but I don't want to be that person. I rise and go to the bookshelves. I take down one of the hollowed-out books that holds paper maps of New York City. My father had placed them in the secret book to make the office appear less cluttered. He also said everything should have a place. Stupid, maybe, to have paper maps when everything has gone digital, but my father was always an old-fashioned man, and a paranoid sort. He liked to spread the maps out, study his domain, trace his fingers over the streets and alleyways. I know New York like the back of my hand, but sometimes it's good to have a visual, especially now when my mind won't settle. I pick up the map of the island of Manhattan. This is the area where she had spent the majority of her time. I pause at the corner of the map where a bloodstain peeks out at me. It's a reminder of the justice that took place in this room. It's also a reminder that Rowan could be getting into trouble. I think of Yvonne's warning not to kill the old man. I run a hand across my face. If anyone harms her, I hope they get to hell before I appear. Arturo enters the office. Anything? I ask. I had Arturo get men on tracking her phone. Our men are trying to get the clearances for them, but it is not that easy anymore. There are so many barriers now. One inside guy isn't enough, or the FBI and CIA would have an agent at every company. I glance down at the maps before me. There is a ring in the middle of the Hudson River where my father had placed a sweating drink. Another reminder of my father, like I needed another one. Any updates regarding the Marzanos? I ask, glancing up at Arturo. He runs a finger around his collar, his gaze shifting to the side. Tom was placed in a tough position, sir. When the tension between the Marzanos and Scarpettas was at its peak, Tom's job was to be the mediator. He has surely communicated what took place to Luca and Karina by now, and yet Karina hasn't called. That's not a good sign. Every available man is out looking for her. She's not at the college. No one has seen her in Chinatown. I even sent people to the vessel. I had given them a list of everywhere we had visited in Manhattan. Not that I thought she would return to the place I took her virginity, but I was running out of options. I've never felt this desperate before. I pick up the phone and see my reflection in the black screen. I hate how much I look like my father. I dial a number, listening as it rings. "What?" Cassidy O'Rourke answers. I'd remark on his phone manners, but I don't have time. "Did Rowan return to your apartment?" I ask. I don't get an answer, my phone instead beginning to ring with a chat request. I hit accept, and Cassidy's face comes into view. Judging from the background, he is outside on his terrace. "What the fuck are you playing at, Scarpetta?" "Rowan didn't come home last night. No one has seen her." Cassidy starts cursing. His face disappears, and I hear the sound of the opening of a door. He's speaking to someone, telling them that I'm on the phone asking where Rowan is. Evie's voice is close, but I can't see her, the camera angled at the sky. "Whatever game you're playing at, Scarpetta, won't end well for you." Her voice is deadly. I glance at Arturo, who is carefully not watching me. "This isn't a game, Evie. Something's happened." Evie snorts inelegantly. "It's always a game to a man like you. You're always plotting something. Look what you did to Rowan. You think you're so fucking smart." I try to remain calm. "This isn't about me. It's about Rowan. She's missing. Do you think your little story is fooling anyone? The only person you're fooling is yourself, Scarpetta. Put Rowan on the phone." I take another look at Arturo. He can hear Cassidy's roars. The dogs down the street could hear him. He knows better than to acknowledge the conflict, though. "He's right, you know. You are such a fucking liar. Now everyone sees." My father's voice taunts me. I squeeze my free hand into a fist and rub the heel viciously into my eye. "Don't make yourself such an easy target, O'Rourke. Fuck, we don't have time for this bullshit." My heart starts to race. Each second we waste fighting is another second something terrible could be happening to Rowan. "Well, I'm calling your fucking bluff, Scarpetta." Fucking hell. Indecision makes me bite back my protest. O'Rourke and I are going in circles. For all I know, Rowan could be standing there with Cassidy, and he's fucking with me because he can. If she's not, he's thinking the same thing of me. The layers of distrust are so thick, neither of us can see through them to the thing that matters. Rowan is missing. I have no choice but to play this out until I figure out where she is. And then Cassidy O'Rourke can go straight to fucking hell. "You Italian pretty boys cluck like fucking hens while the foxes are roaming in your yard." Cassidy continues to poke at me, doing his level best to provoke a reaction. "What the hell do you want, O'Rourke?" Cassidy grows quiet as Evie whispers something I can't hear. In the frame, he shakes his head. He isn't looking into the camera, but at Evie, who's out of sight. He turns his gaze on me. "No, we're going to settle this the old-fashioned way. Your crew, my crew. Hell, I'll call up Luca Marzano and we'll settle shit with him, too. I'm sure that both of us will want to take a swing at him. I bet he wants to see you, too, after what you did to his family's house." So, they know what I did. I don't bother to deny it. "Whatever it takes to get to the point, O'Rourke. What do you have in mind?" "The three of us settle this once and for all. No weapons, just skin. Last one standing wins. The docks, Rowan, final say. I'm sick of words." I glance at Arturo, whose face is unreadable. He's a new capo, accustomed to taking orders instead of weighing in with an opinion. Cassidy is grinning like I'm about to back out. I can't overthink this too much, but one thought rises above the rest. Rowan has to be there with her brother. There's no way he'd take time for something as foolish as this if he thought for a second she was missing. The idea solidifies my position. I can't show weakness, even if everything in me urges me to hunt for my wife. I have to trust that she's there with him. Fine. Keep your phone close. I'll send you the address of the location. See you soon, Scarpetta. Cassidy hangs up, and I stare at the phone for a few seconds before I glance up at Arturo. He's silent, waiting for his orders. He's too new to this game, unused to making decisions. The old capos would have known what to do in this situation. They would have been vocal with strategies and stories of similar situations they have been in. Arturo is loyal, but his experience pales in comparison to those who lost their lives in this very room. I turn away from Arturo and look out the window. My reflection stares back at me. Get the men ready. Remind them of the no weapons rule. None at all? Arturo asks. Have them in the cars, out of sight, but let the men know this will be a bare-knuckle situation. Arturo nods before leaving the room. Rowan may be safe, and if I die, she may be single in the morning. My hands and body yearn to have her one more time, but that won't be possible. I need to keep my mind focused and on track. Funny how this might end for me. Just like Francis, forced to battle for my survival. I look back out the window, and instead of seeing my face, I see my father's. He's laughing at me, and this time I don't blame him.
Chapter 26. Rowan. Reset. The flood of feelings I'm experiencing is a bit like Niagara. Loud and chaotic and messy. I don't know where to go or what to do with all these feelings. How to turn them off. There's confusion, anger, fear, frustration, panic. All I know is that when feelings turn into waterfalls, I can't let the village below drown. I have to turn it off somehow. Reset. The only thing I can control in this world is myself. I am the master of myself. Only, that has probably been the greatest lie of my entire life. Nothing has ever been in my control. Not until I met Enzo, that is. Yes, I had taken the small step of secretly getting a part-time job, taking charge of my class schedule, and trying to make my future what I wanted it to look like. It wasn't until Enzo, though, that I really stepped outside the narrow little world Cassidy and Evie had built for me and started exploring all the possibilities of who I might become. My fingers traced the words of the book in my lap, the pages crisp and dry beneath my skin. Angel brought Vivi and me to his study, and Vivi stands next to the fireplace, staring blankly into the fire. She's in shock, I think. It's her turn to discover her brother isn't who she thought he was. I left Clementine in Vivi's room, not knowing what to expect out of this strange situation. I had the unsettling feeling that the cat would be safer somewhere else. Needed something to do with my hands. I pulled a random book from the shelf before sinking down into one of the leather chairs, but I'm not reading it. The air is too tense for that. Angel stands at his bar cart, pouring a whiskey.
Can I make you ladies something?
He frowns as we shake our heads in unison, but doesn't reply, interrupted instead by a man knocking on the half-open door and striding in.
What is it?
The man moves to Angel's side and whispers something in his ear. Angel tips his chin back and smiles, dropping the tongs back into the ice bucket with a clatter.
Thank you.
The man leaves, giving each of us a quick, impersonal nod.
I do wish you ladies would celebrate with me.
Vivi glares at him. There is nothing to celebrate.
Oh, there is plenty to celebrate. The Marzano mansion, a symbol of their might and power, is gone. The O'Hanlons have mostly been destroyed, so they're just insignificant. And 3 of the 5 families are currently getting ready to end their lines with a battle royale. With Azrael in the city, the victor will most likely end up dead too.
My spine stiffens. What are you talking about? Angel turns his attention on me, his gaze cold.
I have been informed by the Scarpetta Marzano mediator that Cassidy O'Rourke, Luca Marzano, and your lovely husband are going to be meeting in about an hour at Fort Washington Park to settle all debts. Dear Tom is on his way, but he doesn't realize that the Valacis will not be sending help. It behooves us to stay out of this conflict.
You can't?
Oh, but I can.
This is all my fault. Cassidy must be furious. I'm not certain how Luca got involved. Angel said Enzo burned his family's home, so maybe that, but it all comes back to me somehow. This isn't what I wanted, I say loud, looking at Angel. You have to stop it. Angel lifts his drink and takes a swallow. Endo could die. Or Cassidy. It doesn't matter who wins. I'm going to lose one of them. Reset, reset, reset. I jump to my feet, the book falling to the floor with emotion. Why aren't you doing anything? I need to go. I need to stop this. Angel lifts an eyebrow at my actions, but does nothing more than chuckle.
Please sit. If it gets too bad, Azrael will take care of it, love.
I lift my hands and pull at my hair. Don't fucking call me that. I'm not your love, your pet, your dear, or your anything. I'm Rowan Scarpetta, and that's my husband out there. Who is Azrael? Where did he come from? Why is he here? Angel's expression darkens, and he sets the drink down with a clink on the bar cart.
Azrael isn't a he, Mrs. Scarpetta. Azrael is a they. Azrael is the hammer of judgment the commission brings out when order is needed among the families. Even I don't know who they are. No one in the commission has seen their faces in decades. We communicate through boxes. Sometimes we get messages. Most dons will never hear from them, but on very rare occasions, you receive one of these.
Angel reaches into his pocket and pulls out a highly lacquered, golden card with a symbol on it.
If you get one of these, or even if this symbol shows up somewhere, that means Azrael is in your area. Azrael is here. They will hear about the fight, and they will end it.
I study the card with its circular symbol. I need to get to that fight before Azrael does. I need to stop it from happening because something tells me that the hammer of judgment isn't going to politely tap each man on the shoulder and send them home with a warning. They're going to die. And for whatever reason, Angel Veloci wants to let it happen. Reset. I look at Vivi, who has been my rock these past few weeks, but she's not looking at me. She's staring at her brother, one hand surreptitiously raised to hide the tears leaking continuously from her eyes. I'm going to have to do this on my own. Heart pounding, I make a beeline for the door. I make it 1, 2, 3 steps before Angel lunges and catches me easily. It's pathetic how easy it is. His arms band around my chest, yanking me backward. I scream and kick, determined to be loose. Shocked from her stupor, Vivi yells. Angel laughs. Let me go! Footsteps sound outside the door, and Angel's arms tighten.
We're good, he calls. I have it under control. Carry on.
The footsteps don't stop, though. The door bursts fully open, and Angel looks away from me in annoyance to chide whatever guard or servant has dared to ignore him. I see his expression change and transfer my attention to the door, watching with a mix of horror and fascination as men pour into the room. Several go straight to Angel and rip him away from me. Another goes to Vivi, holding her back as she starts forward. The others force Angel to his knees, unresponsive in the face of his loud demands to know what they mean by this intrusion. I melt into the corner of the room, hoping to simply go unnoticed. I have no idea what is going on, but they seem to be waiting for someone, holding us all at bay. Another man stalks silently into the study, his gaze categorizing each of us in turn. He's massive, built like a tank, with tattoos ranging from his collar up the length of his neck. As he crosses the room, he slowly rolls up each sleeve of his white shirt, an action that sends a chill down my spine.
Now, Yvonne,
Angel begins. Yvonne punches him. Vivi screams and lunges against the arms of the man holding her. I edge toward the door and stop as another man gives a tiny shake of his head. Given up, I stand and try not to flinch as the man called Yvonne beats Angel, each thud of his fist against flesh brutal and methodical in its placement. Angel doesn't lose consciousness. Yvonne doesn't intend for him to lose consciousness. He intends for him to fail every hit. Vivi sobs. Yvonne, please, don't, please. He stops, narrowing his gaze upon her.
Tears do not faze me, woman.
She jerks her arm free of the man holding her and steps closer to Yvonne, placing a hand on his arm after a slight hesitation. She's tiny next to him. Please, I'll do anything, please. Something flickers across his expression.
You'll already be doing anything I want you to do,
he says. He punches Angel again, blood spraying back on Vivi's face. My breath catches. Is this her? Fine. Vivi's throat works. I'll do it joyfully, she says, without resentment, without argument. She takes a deep breath. I'll do it now. Yvonne halts his fist in the air, blood dripping from his knuckles.
You are being truthful with me.
Vivi swallows, her gaze steady on Yvonne's. I swear it. Please, don't kill him.
How can I trust you?
Yvonne's lips curl in a sneer.
Your brother here has proven the honor of Veloci is nothing.
Vivi's shoulders sank, and my heart aches. These men, they create so many messes for us to clean up. You can trust her? The words spring from my lips before I consider speaking. Yvonne turns slowly to face me.
You are the Scarpetta woman.
It's not a question, but I answer anyway. Yes?
You trust Vivi Valachi.
With me life? Yvonne laughs and lifts his chin at his men, who let Angel fall to the carpet. He saunters over to me and lifts my chin with his index finger. At my side, I ball my trembling hands into fists. This man could break me in half. I don't think he will, though. His eyes search mine for a long moment before he releases me and turns back to Vivi.
Then I guess Angel will have to trust her with his life.
He smiles, but it's terrifying. I can't bring myself to look at the mess he made of Angel. Now that he's no longer being abused, he lies silently on the floor, waiting, perhaps, until Yvonne is gone before seeking help. Vivi's and my sighs are collective. I need to find my husband. A chance. Yvonne makes a gesture to one of his men, twirling his finger above his head, and he leaves the room.
I consider Enzo Scarpetta to be something of a friend. I would appreciate it if he survived the night. I'll have my driver take you to the park.
She can use my driver, Vivi says quickly.
That would be difficult. That man is dead.
Yvonne shrugs.
Many men are dead.
Vivi closes her eyes, shielding a moment of visible pain before she gives a tiny nod in my direction. Go. I'll watch over Clementine until you're ready for him. With one last look at the ravaged study, I flee. In the car, I don't take the back seat. I sit in the front passenger seat with my hand on the handle and my leg jumping restlessly. I chew on the inside of my cheek, a single useless word bouncing around in my head. Reset. Nothing will be reset until I find Enzo and Cassidy, stop this stupid fight from happening, and keep Azriel from murdering them all. Nothing will be reset until I have the chance to look Enzo in the eye and ask him why he married me. For real. Was that simply a convenience? Or was there something more? God help me. I want there to be something more. I need there to be.
Chapter 27. Enzo. Let me drive you at least. Tom holds out his hand like I might hand over my keys. But I need to drive. I need the peace and calm, even if it's just for the short journey to the location that Cassidy sent me. That's how I feel when I'm behind the wheel, a sense of control and peace, and I need that right now. I choose my favorite, the 22 Bentley Continental GT. It's not as flashy as the Ferrari or the Maserati, but she's a classic, vintage, something Rowan would like. I'll drive, I say as I get into the driver's seat. Tom slides into the passenger side. I can talk to them, Tom starts for the 100th time. No, this is the way it has to be. The garage door rises, and I pull out into the crisp night air. Dawn is not far off by now, and that makes this all seem like a dream, one I hope I wake up from alive and breathing. My father used to find me in my cars as easily as he located me anywhere else. He never failed to interrupt those soothing moments, bent on defeating me every moment he could, even after his death. This drive is different, though. My thoughts are consumed with Rowan. She brings me peace and fire. Reset. That's the word she whispers when she thinks no one is listening. Reset, refocus, regain your ground. God, I wish I could have her one more time. It's dangerous, being this focused on someone you care about. And I have to finally admit to myself that I care deeply for Rowan. I should be thinking about how to keep my ass alive and not about Rowan. She won't save me. Tom doesn't speak, perhaps realizing I'm lost in thought. He plays with the cigarette, spinning it between his fingers. Light it up, I say. He glances across at me from the passenger seat, his eyes widening. Smoking in my cars is the one thing I have never allowed. No, I'm good. Light it up, Tom. The same words I had used on Vito, but for a different reason. I know it will give Tom a moment of peace. The smell of smoke is instant, and I'm back to thinking of Rowan and how she's my peace, how she breaks my father's voice. She's like a barrier that he can't penetrate. Reset. I repeat the word to myself. I need to reset, refocus, and win this fight. Killing Cassidy would take another part of Rowan, but at least I would have the rest of my life to make it up to her. Once we're done with this, I'll never hurt her again. Cassidy's challenge is being held at Fort Washington Park, and we roll up alongside the railroad tracks to my left and the Hudson River to my right. A good part of the park is located beneath the George Washington Bridge. A group of men have gathered there, most of them smoking what may be their last cigarettes. At times of war, when a man was dying, his final wish was often a cigarette. It wouldn't be mine. My wish would be to see Rowan one last time. We come to a complete stop, and Tom gets out straight away. I don't linger, but set the brake and join him. "Your time is coming." My father's voice laughs at me, but another breaks through. "Reset." It's Rowan's, and it gives me courage. My crew sees me and walks across the park in my direction. Cassidy said to meet here, but didn't state exactly where. The light dew that settled overnight on the grass has frozen in the cold. It breaks and crunches under our feet as we walk toward each other. Some of the crew flick their cigarettes away, the amber lights sailing to the ground like falling stars. Not far away, I see the little red lighthouse, dull in the darkness. Beside the lighthouse is a series of tennis courts. A couple of hobos woken from their sleep shuffle away from the area. They don't say anything but keep their heads down. New Yorkers are very good at minding their own business, especially seeing us coming. The lights of Manhattan are so bright that the tennis courts are not in total darkness. Between the lights on the skyscrapers and the bridge nearby, the area is in a bit of a twilight haze, illuminating the waiting men. Cassidy and his crew are already there. I watch as Cassidy paces, wearing a white tank top despite the chill and finishing off a cigarette as I approach. It's hard to tell if the clouds in front of my face are from the cigarettes or the frosty air. Another crowd enters the tennis courts. It's Luca, and beside him is Karina with her own crew. My heart stalls, and I stride quickly to my sister. "What are you doing here, Karina?" If this is actually going to happen, I figured that I needed to throw my hat into the ring. She has no fear in her voice. "No dice, miss," Cassidy says without looking at her. "This is a fight between the men." I agree with Cassidy on this one. I won't watch my sister die. Evie steps up beside Cassidy and narrows her gaze on him. "Now, darling, don't make any rules that I can't follow." "And that's Mrs., you fuck," Karina speaks, her voice wild and high-pitched. I have a moment of pride until I shake my head. This is insane. I'm prepared to take on Luca and Cassidy, but not my sister and Evie. I've never hit a woman in my life, and don't intend on doing it before I die. Ian, who I remember from the meeting before, steps into the middle of the tennis court with his hands raised in the air. Each side will choose 5 combatants. One representative from each side will check the other combatants for weapons, as this is a hand-to-hand battle. Fuck. I'm not happy, but everyone is nodding in agreement. I try to talk myself down from the rising panic at seeing my sister here. I have trained for moments like this. I know how to swing a punch and avoid one. I can plan my attacks, making sure my sister is out of the way and kept safe. It's not ideal to have to worry about myself and my sister, too. But maybe that's why she's here, to distract me. I point at Luca. Is she here as a fucking distraction? Luca sneers. She's her own person, something you'd know if you'd spent 5 minutes in her company recently. Arturo and 3 other of my most trusted men stand beside me. We all hold our arms out as a member of the Marzano, O'Rourke, and Paparazzo families check us for weapons. Cassidy isn't the one checking us, but he keeps his eyes on me while he's being patted down too. I grin like I've got this. I have to win. I have to see Rowan again. When everyone is checked, Ian takes center stage again. "State your grievances," he says loudly. "I am here in support of my husband and my brother." Karina looks briefly at Cassidy. "No offense, Evie, but the O'Rourke can fuck himself." A snicker ripples through the crowd, and Evie's cheeks flush red. "There is a misunderstanding between us all, one that needs to be righted." Karina's gaze is steady on mine. "Enzo, I knew about Francis, and you know why I didn't blame Luca. You know this. I know you know this. I avenged him, Enzo. Our father is dead because of me." Karina's speech has my world tilting, and I steady myself. "What? Are you saying—" My heart hammers viciously in my chest. She knew that Luca killed Francis, and she took our father's life? "No rebuttals," Ian cuts me off. "This is only for the airing of grievances. Evie and Cassidy have been trying to undercut our business." Luca speaks up next. I'm still staring at my sister, who keeps her focus on me, her chin raised proudly and her eyes pleading for me to understand. I can't hold her stare, so I focus on Luca and his words. I'm not overly surprised by this, but I want to wrap my hands around his throat and squeeze the life out of him like he did to my brother. I might actually get the chance. That thought has me shifting my feet. I'm ready to go, but Luca isn't done flapping his mouth. "We kept Enzo in the dark about what happened with Francis in order to keep Karina safe from retaliation. Enzo, brother to brother, I am sorry for what happened. Trust me, but you should have handled it differently. You burned down my fucking house, and you killed my father. That wasn't for you. I was going to kill him myself until he got his lung cancer diagnosis. I wanted him to gasp for air for the rest of his miserable life." My gaze burns into his, conveying my response without words. "I enjoyed killing your father. I'm glad I took that opportunity from you. And I'm not your fucking brother." Evie takes a single step forward. "Undercutting business? Isn't it sad, Luca, when you have a deal, a business arrangement, and someone rips it away from you? Don't get me wrong, I am happy with the way things turned out. However, the fact remains that you wronged me, and the payment I received is far from what I wanted. I am here for you, Luca. I have been gunning for you since the moment the Valacis gave me the go-ahead to expand my business into yours." Evie's words are loud and angry, and then those angry eyes swing to me. "And for you as well, Enzo. Wherever the fuck Rowan is, I swear to God, she'd better be safe. She'd better be fucking safe." I cock my head a fraction to the side, my eyes narrowing. There's no way they don't know where she is and are wasting time with this foolishness. What utter bullshit. "Don't worry, love. He isn't leaving this court. You all know why I'm going to put my fist through Enzo's face," Cassidy drawls. I snort at that. How fucking courageous of him. "And Luca, I just want to hurt you. I am a jealous lover, you see, and I don't take too kindly to anyone who's looked at Evie the way I look at her." Luca tightens his fist. It's nice to see that I'm not the only one struggling not to answer back. But now it's my turn. "I am here because my wife is missing, and Cassidy wants to fuck around instead of finding her," I bark. "Fuck you, you piece of shit." Ian steps between us before we kill each other. But I'm not done. I turn to my sister. "You should have told me everything." My voice has lowered, and I hate the pain that leaks into my words. I have so much more to say, but a surprising lump has caught in my throat. I want to ask Cassidy for the truth. Is Rowan in his apartment? I want to ask Karina about the moment our father died. How did it feel? My phone distracts me as it buzzes in my pocket. I had forgotten to leave it in the car, but it's not a weapon, and I have no one to ring and bail me out of this battle. I can't run and tuck my tail between my legs. Fuck this. Why are we talking like a bunch of women? Didn't we come here to fucking fight? Cassidy tosses his cigarette aside and walks toward me. Shouts and curses erupt around us. I spring toward Cassidy. It's kill or be killed.
Chapter 28. Rowan. I run across the grass, the ringing of Enzo's phone coming clearly through the speaker and taunting me with each buzz. He isn't picking up. Oh God, he isn't picking up. Dew has started to gather, soaking into my shoes and wetting the hem of my pants. It's a minor nuisance. Every sense, instead, fixed ahead like a hound that's caught scent of its target. He is here somewhere. I just need to find him. I'm crossing the lawn. In the distance, the little red lighthouse is shrouded in darkness. With little light, I run headfirst into Tom. His hands come out to grasp my shoulders automatically, balancing me.
Oh, Mrs. Scarpetta.
Even though we'd never formally met, I remember him from various social events. Evie pointed him out to me, explaining that he was one of the Marzano family's most important players. Tom, do you know where they are?
Mrs. Scarpetta, what are you doing here?
His tone is patient, if chiding.
You shouldn't be here.
A shrug loose of his grip, and he releases me easily enough. I have to find Enzo. We need to stop this. His expression hardens over, though.
You need to leave the park, Mrs. Scarpetta. This is no place for a lady, and the Velachis are on their way. Things are under control.
Without waiting for a response, he puts his back to me and continues on his way. Things are not under control. Things are more of a mess than they have ever been. He has to listen. The Velachis aren't coming. I call after him, the heaviness of the dew-laden night and a certain hoarseness stealing my voice. I try again, louder this time. They're not coming. Tom spins around and looks at me.
What are you talking about? I spoke to Angel Velach's underboss.
I was just there. He isn't sending anyone. He wants this to happen. Ivan Romanoff beat Angel black and blue for the deception. He'll be in bed for a while. Tom goes silent for a moment.
Motherfucker.
He bites the word off crisply and succinctly, then nods to himself and takes off at a half run, his stride lengthening as he goes and making it difficult to keep up with him.
All right, we will deal with it.
Maybe he has his own version of reset. After a few minutes of jogging, I hear a faint yell. Did you hear that? Tom has already adjusted his direction in response to the sound, and I adjust accordingly, ignoring the stitch in my side. The sound of yelling grows louder, drawing us toward a set of sand volleyball courts. As we get within view, a strangled gasp escapes me. It's absolute mayhem. 2 men lay sprawled out on the ground, unmoving. A dozen more stagger about, barely keeping themselves upright. The people I know and love. The same people who hug each other and drink coffee in the morning and laugh at a well-timed joke. Well, they're like animals. Karina and Luca fight side by side. Karina's movements every bit as decisive and brutal as her husband's as she slashes and kicks and drives her opponent forward. A man wraps his arms around Avie from behind, squeezing as he lifts her off the ground. My heart lurches into my throat for exactly 2 seconds before she rears back and smashes her head into his face, splitting his nose open with a shower of crimson. Cassidy and Enzo. Oh God. They fight each other, screaming and throwing fists faster than I would have thought humanly possible. Blood covers both of their faces, making it impossible for me to tell who has the advantage. I step forward onto the sandy edge of the cart, trying to get a better perspective amid all the people. Enzo! He gives a stutter step and hesitates, looking around for me. Cassidy steals the opportunity to land a punch square on Enzo's jaw. Enzo goes down, vanishing from my line of sight. I can't see where he dropped. There are too many people around him. Damn it, Cassidy! I grab Tom's arm. He's just standing behind me with Ian, his expression stunned. Do something! I scream at him. Shaking me loose, he yells something at Ian, who simply crosses his arm and shakes his head. I try to run forward, but the men step in front of me. One of them grabs me from behind, preventing me from moving forward. I can't see Enzo. I can't see him. The man holding me is a soldier, whose I don't know. He could belong to the Marzanos, the Scarpettas. He could be Azrael for all I recognize him. I go limp within his grasp, my hands rising to clutch futilely at the arm banding across my midsection, and my heart begs the universe to deliver a miracle. Closing my eyes, I breathe through my nose and try to think. Reset. Reset. No, fuck resetting. My eyes pop open. I'm not going to calm down. Calming down and finding my center, that is something someone with a normal life can do. Begging for a miracle, that's for someone who wants things to be handled. Someone without her own free will, without choices. I don't have the luxury of a normal life. Regardless of how much I hate it, I'm a Mafia wife, and I don't want to calm down and wait for things to be handled for me ever again. I'll make my own miracles. I start to struggle viciously against the man holding me, my teeth sinking into his arm. He screams and loosens his grip on me. My hands move quickly, withdrawing his pistol from his waistband. He grabs for it, but I jerk it out of his reach, raising it and cocking it as I point it at him. No, not today. I wave the gun around the group. Stay. I am outgunned and outmatched. I know this, but I don't give them a chance to counter. I pivot on my heel and run straight into the brawl. Straight ahead, I see my brother. If I can find my brother, I can find Enzo. I step toward him, but someone grabs me by my hair. With a shrill scream, I swing and try to hit him with the gun, but the grip on my hair suddenly disappears. I look back to find Enzo pinning the man on the ground, his fist rising and falling in quick succession. Cassidy notices me. His eyes dart between me and Enzo. He rises from where he was kneeling over someone and starts toward us. I close my eyes, point the gun skyward, and fire. It doesn't work exactly as I envisioned. I imagined everyone going silent, a hush falling over the brawling men after the startling sound of gunfire. Instead, everyone starts drawing their own weapons. Everyone starts to shout louder and louder to be heard over one another. Then, the piercing sound of a whistle. It's Tom. The whistle stops everyone where the gun didn't. Hand raised in a mollifying gesture, he starts to speak.
Everyone needs to shut up and pay attention.
Cassidy keeps walking toward Enzo, apparently neither knowing nor caring who Tom is. I point my gun at my brother. Listen to him. He halts, startled.
You gonna shoot me, little sister?
Just listen.
Apparently, Angel Valachi has been setting up the lot of you for this moment, and you've all played right into his hands.
A murmur ripples through the crowd. That makes zero sense, Karina protests. Angel protected me after
you avenged Francis.
Enzo finishes, expression grim. Yes?
Then it makes sense. Angel told me that an assassin came into our home and killed our father. He convinced me to execute all of our capos. Every man with any kind of leadership experience is gone. And I was never informed that Evie and Cassidy had been given the green light to interfere with Luca and Enzo's businesses. I meet with Angel all the time, and he never brought it up. He knows that I would have been able to put a stop to any rising tension if I would have known.
Tom pauses.
He wanted the conflict to build between them.
Cassidy frowns.
We weren't interfering. Angel told us that he was taking those accounts away from the Marzanos and the Scarpettas.
Luca scoffs.
Taking them away. That motherfucker.
My brother had warned me about how political things were between the 5 families in NYC, but this was beyond anything I could have imagined. I remember Angel's smiling face at my wedding, the way he lifted his drink to Enzo and me in a toast. As far as liars go, he's pretty much the king. Everything Angel did was calculated to get the families to slaughter each other. I just don't understand why. Does he want to rule a graveyard? Hesitantly, I lift my hand to speak. No one notices, so I clear my throat. Excuse me. Enzo squeezes my hand in support. I want to say something. Cassidy flicks a glance my way.
Everyone shut up.
The crowd silences immediately at Enzo's roar.
My wife wants to speak.
I almost forget what I wanted to say in face of Enzo's unflinching championing of me, but I quickly clear my throat again and begin. I don't understand everything that happened here, but I was with the Velachis earlier. Angel Valachi is organized and obviously well prepared politically. He probably already has a plan in place to deal with this moment. He'll be prepared for us to figure out his maneuverings. On our own, separately, we're vulnerable. Together, we're stronger. In order for us to survive, we are going to have to forgive each other's past transgressions. I look up at Enzo. All of us. There's the tiniest flicker of emotion in his guarded expression, a softening to the set of his jaw, a widening of his eyes.
Agreed,
he murmurs.
Hopefully it won't come to any kind of war,
Tom says.
Bloodshed doesn't always have to be the answer. The Velachis have fucked us over long enough. It's time they paid,
someone says.
I've been doing this for a long time and have a good relationship with most of the Valachi leadership. If you can give me a few days, I think I can sort this out.
The sound of gunfire shatters the night once again, and I feel a splatter of something warm on my face. Everyone draws their weapons and points them frantically toward the river, trees, railroad tracks, wherever the shot could have possibly come from. There's a gurgle, and I look down. Tom is choking on his blood, the wound on his chest looking as though the bullet entered through his back and exited through his chest. He thought we could do this without bloodshed. The bullet disagreed. A hysterical giggle escapes, morphing swiftly into a sob. Poor Tom. Another shot, and another man falls. And then another, and another. Azrael. Enzo's hand grips my forearm, and he pulls me toward the trees. Arturo screams behind us.
Come on, run beside me, little bird. Not in front. Not too close. We can't give them an opportunity to get a double shot. Don't make it easy for them.
I crane me neck, trying to see behind me. What about everyone else?
Fuck everyone else. Run!
I'm sprinting, running harder and faster than I ever have in my life. More screams, more shots. Impossible to reset.
Chapter 29. Enzo. Trees whip at my face, and I keep one hand raised, pushing them aside until Rowan has gone by. My hands take a beating, but adrenaline keeps me pushing forward. More gunshots ring out, and I know someone else is dying. How many will fall tonight? If what Rowan said was true, Angel Valachi stands to emerge from this conflict, nearly the lone ruler of the five. I can't believe none of us saw it. I tighten my hold on Rowan's hand. I can't lose her. The thought almost makes me trip over a fallen branch. "Watch your footing," I whisper over my shoulder, and she glides over the fallen tree. The moon is our only source of light, but I'm hyper-aware of the noise we're making, of who could be hiding in the trees. We continue running, the drag on my arm telling me Rowan is getting tired, but we can't stop. We are running from death itself. That is, after all, what Azrael was named after, the Angel of Death. I keep glancing back at Rowan. I want to stop and hide her or shield her with my body, but the snipers are most likely using rifles, and the power behind the bullets could easily rip through both of our bodies at once. That's the only reason I'm keeping her at arm's length and not carrying her. "Enzo!" Her one word is breathless, but we can't stop. I can't let her get hurt. That's the beat of my heart. It's not my own survival that spurs me on, but the thought of my wife's that pushes me on and ignites more anger inside me. When this is over, I will take Angel down, and Azrael too. A Dawn shouldn't have to run in fear. I see a break in the tree line ahead. We are nearly there, I encourage an exhausted Rowan. I'm practically dragging her at this stage. A small arch in a copse of trees offers some shelter, and I stop, pushing Rowan down so she can be somewhat shielded and catch her breath. Her eyes are wild with fear, and she can't even talk as she drags in lungfuls of air, the sounds noisy against the quiet night. I notice she is still wearing the clothes she wore today to school. She never changed. It's clear she never had the opportunity to do so. She had been at the Valachi residence, she said. A guest or a hostage. I'm still holding her hand, and I bring it to my lips, pressing a kiss to the palm while sending up a silent promise. If we get out of here alive, I'll never let anything happen to her. She's mine. I glance back through the tree line. We need to keep moving. Her breathing is more under control, but her wild eyes keep jumping around the area. I reach out and take her chin in my hand, making her look at me. "You're safe, little bird. I won't let anything or anyone harm you." More words linger on my lips, but now is not the time. "Why have we stopped?" She doesn't seem to comprehend my words as she turns her head, pulling her face out of my hand. She rises, and I rise with her. "The parking lot is right there." She's ready to move, her fear clouding her judgment. "They had gunmen surrounding us. You think they forgot about our cars? That's where everyone's going to run to." A red light dances across a leaf, then glides closer to us. I grab Rowan around the waist and push her to the ground, crushing her beneath my body as wood splinters above our heads. Fucking snipers. I raise my head, Rowan's hoarse screams breaking through my fear. I move off her slightly and run a hand along her body. I got her out of the way. She can't be hurt. Still, my hands frantically search for blood. "You're not hurt," I say, more for me than her. "Rowan, are you hurt?" My anger breaks through her hysteria. She shakes her head, red curls sticking to her sweaty and tear-soaked cheeks. "No, no," she swallows a sob. "Don't move." I push her back, making sure she's pinned to the ground. Extracting my gun, I zigzag toward where the shot came from, firing my own gun in quick succession as I run in the general direction of where I think the sniper is. The beast in me has no fear and wants blood. After firing off several rounds, I hear a groan and know I've hit my mark. I break through the trees to find the coward lying on his back. He rolls as I fire another bullet. It tears up the ground. He spins and withdraws a knife. I fire a shot into his hand, and the knife sails away from him, and he doesn't scream in pain. These men are trained for pain. But so was I. "How many of you are here?" I roar. The man's gaze flickers to movement behind me at the same time that he bites down on something in his mouth, a wry twist on his lips. "We are Azrael," he whispers. "We are Legion." A second later, a trail of white foam pours between his lips. His head lolls to the side, and he stops breathing. His death is quick, and I turn to Rowan behind me, staring down at the man. "What was that?" Pale, she sways slightly. "Cyanide capsule. It's a quick death. And every one of them will fall." I stand, scanning the area for others. She shouldn't have seen that. She shouldn't have seen any of this. The area around us is curiously quiet. Too quiet. Dawn is starting to rise, pale light beginning to illuminate everything around us with ghostly gray light. Soon, there won't be any shadows to hide behind. I need to get us around the parking lot and into the city proper, where I can call for a ride. We'll be somewhat protected there, in a more public location. Reaching out for Rowan's hand, I take a step. An explosion on the other side of the scant line of brush the sniper was resting in fires high into the air, lighting up the sky. It's followed by another, and then another in rapid succession, one right after the next. Rowan screams, and I spin around, pulling her against me. She buries her face in my chest and presses her hands over her ears. The parking lot. Half-turned, I watch as car after car fires out balls of flames as the explosions lift them into the air one after another. Rowan shakes against me, and I raise my hand to shield my face from the scorching heat, thankful I had the sense to avoid going straight to our vehicles. I pull Rowan away from my chest and take her hand. She moves stiffly, her body rigid. "Rowan?" She doesn't respond, her expression blank and empty. She's in shock. Belatedly, I remember that it was a car bomb that took her brothers. With a quiet curse, I bend and lift her into my arms, then start walking away from the flames. My grip awkward, I pull out my phone and hit dial. "I need a car. I'll send you a pin," I say, and hang up with no further explanation. The rest of my men can take care of themselves. I can't think about them right now, the ones I'm leaving behind. I glance down at Rowan's face and pull her closer to me, quickening my steps as I skirt the smoky parking lot and head toward the city. The pop, pop, pop of gunshots grows less frequent and eventually dies out altogether as sirens wail in the distance. I look back the way we had come and see the red and blue lights breaking through the darkness of the night. Azrael is powerful, but they aren't stupid. They will retreat and prepare to rear their heads another day. When they do, I'll be there to remove their heads from their shoulders. The further we walk and the more distant the wails become, the farther we move from danger. My adrenaline crashes, and I stop walking near a city bus stop. Inside the enclosure, I sit down on the bench, arranging Rowan carefully on my lap. Rowan's hand finds mine, her fingers gripping onto mine tightly. It's the first sign of life I've seen since the cars began exploding. Releasing a heavy sigh, I lower my forehead to hers. I'm so sorry, little bird. For everything. She dips her head. We don't need to talk about this right now. Her voice wobbles. I reach out and touch her chin, raising her head until her gaze meets mine. Yes, we do. Everything that happened tonight happened because I shrug a little. Because I did what we do. I saw, I wanted, and I took. And you're right. I kept you in the dark about so many things, thinking that I could live two lives. Thinking that I could be your husband at home and this monster out in the street. I release her hand and show my palms, like she might see all the blood I have spilled. Rowan's lip trembles, but she looks at me, her gaze steady. I want to believe you. I want to trust you. But how can I? After all of this, why should I trust anything that comes out of your mouth? Everything you have told me has been a lie. I exhale. Not everything. I just didn't tell you everything. I've never needed anyone before. Not until you. I didn't know how to make you a part of my life. I lean in and press my forehead against hers. I expect her to pull away, but she doesn't. I wasn't always lying to you. I swallow. I was trying to be the man that my father expected me to be. I want to laugh at how fucked up that was. I hated him. And now? Rowan whispers, her voice filled with hesitant hope. I take my forehead away from hers so she can see me. I want to be the man you need, the man you deserve. I look away as a lump I wasn't expecting forms in my throat. I want to be the man I was when we drank coffee together, when we explored the city streets, when I was away from this world and only had you. Every one of those moments was real to me. I haven't looked at her, and now I do. If I'm going to be honest, I need to be completely honest. Not just with Rowan, but with myself, too. It's a new concept for me. Rowan. Words lodge themselves in my throat. I'm hoping for another explosion or gunshots. That's what I am used to, violence. It's much fucking easier than telling someone how I feel. Rowan regards me patiently, though, waiting. I love you. I am sorry. I am sorry for being a monster. I am sorry for doing to you the same damn thing everyone in your life has done to you. Whatever you want me to be, I will be it. Whatever life you want, you will have it. That's the most honest promise I have ever made. You don't want to be your father's son? Rowan's fingers curl against my chest. No. Rowan nods. Good. Your father sounds like an asshole. I grin. He really was. A ghost of a smile curls Rowan's lips. I kind of love you, too. Kind of? Beneath her pallor, a blush stains her cheeks. I mean, I do. I don't. I let her fumble for a moment, amused and so in love my chest aches with the wonder of it, and then dip my head and shut her up with a kiss. She has Tom's blood on her. I have Azrael's blood on me. But through all this madness, I found Rowan. Breaking the kiss, I pull her more tightly to me, and she rests her head on my chest. I'm sure she can hear my racing heart. It only beats for her. I press a kiss to the crown of her head and tighten my hold. I don't let go until I hear a car pulling up close to us. Our transportation has arrived.
Chapter 30. Rowan. Except for a hasty shower, Enzo hasn't emerged from his study since we made it back to the house. He's still closeted in there, taking phone calls and receiving furtive visitors who come and go quickly. I'm not sure if everything has fallen apart or if it's coming slowly back together. The only thing I know is that, whichever it is, I need us to be in it together. Meow. Clementine's plaintive meow interrupts my thoughts, and I look down at the bed I'm standing beside. He's sitting in the open suitcase Enzo tossed on the comforter earlier with a single terse command. Pack. Clementine has been hopping in and out of it for the past hour as if reminding me to take him with me. He didn't like being left at the Veloci's, even if his stay wasn't long. Vivi dropped him off before her fiancé whisked her away to her new home. I stroke Clem's fur and walk away to the window where I can see Manhattan. Staten Island is just out of view somewhere miles down the Hudson, with its quiet suburbs and Vivi and Ivan Romanov. A shudder, recalling the terrifying man who ironically helped me save Enzo and my brother. After everything she did for me, Vivi's fate seems cruel. I don't know much about Ivan Romanov, but what I did see scares me.
What's this?
Startled, I turn to find Enzo looking at the suitcase. Clem hops out and stalks out of the bedroom with a swish of his tail.
We need to be packed, Rowan.
You haven't told me anything. Where we're going, what we're doing, if you're even going with me. Enzo's irritated expression eases, and he moves to where I'm standing by the window. His hands settle on my shoulders and squeeze before he pulls me to him, his arms wrapping around my back. Closing my eyes, I let myself soften against him, reveling in his strength and steadiness.
I'm not going anywhere without you, little bird. Not ever again.
We're going somewhere together?
Yes. I spoke with an old friend, Kai Nakano.
He pulls away so he can peer down into my face.
I helped him out with something once, and he owes me. Kai has a farm in Hokkaido. He says it'll need a little work, but I don't mind that.
My brain is slow to process, but the words form meaning quickly enough. Japan?
Yes, the Yakuza are strong there, but it's one of the few places the Commission has no influence over. We won't have to worry about Azrael.
Fucking Japan?
Enzo steps away and walks into the closet, and I trail him to stand on the opposite side of the bed.
When he speaks, his voice is muffled.
Hokkaido is a little colder than New York, so pack accordingly. And Kai's father owns a fishing company. There's the farm, of course, but that's more of a hobby kind of lifestyle. I can find work as a commercial fisherman and make us a decent living. Nothing as lavish as this, of course.
He tosses a stack of clothing down on the bed and looks over at me.
But it'll be exactly what you wanted, Rowan. An ordinary life. An honest life, far away from all of this. We'll live on our little farm and we'll fill our house with children. What the hell is wrong?
Tears are streaking down my face. This is everything I've ever wanted. I mean, not Japan, certainly. I've never wished specifically for Japan, not in a million years. But all I've ever wanted was to be the ordinary wife of an ordinary man. To have that man come home to me at the end of the day, loosening his tie instead of taking off his gun belt. To have his children play without fear in a grassy yard. To read to them from storybooks and let them dream dreams that might actually come true. And here he is, ready and willing to give it all to me. You would do all of this for me. You would be a fisherman. A little sob of laughter escapes at the absurdity of it. Resting his fists on the bed and leaning forward, Enzo drops his head.
All I want is whatever makes you happy. If that's me being a fisherman, then I'll be a fisherman. I'd shovel shit 18 hours a day, every day, for the rest of my life if it made you happy.
I wipe my nose with the back of my hand and stand up straighter. With all due respect, I didn't marry a fisherman.
But I could become one.
I narrow my eyes. The smell of fish makes me want to puke. So the hell you will. I married Enzo Scarpetta, Don of the Scarpetta Familia of New York City. I lift my chin. So, I guess that makes me a mob wife. His eyes gleam.
Does it now?
It does. And furthermore, fuck Azrael. I don't want us to run from all of this. We need to stay, help the other families. We have to fight. Enzo swipes a hand across his mouth, his eyes filled with heat.
That pretty mouth saying fuck.
I lift a hand and toy with the demure ribbon at my throat, the one tied in a bow. If I pull it loose, the keyhole opening on my blouse will open to a very undemure view of my cleavage. Yes? I tug the ribbon loose. Enzo pushes the suitcase and his pile of clothes from the bed with a swipe of his arm.
It's not at all ladylike.
I climb into the bed from the other side, hitching my skirt up and over my hips as I do. Maybe I don't want you to treat me like a lady right now. With a growl of command, Enzo swiftly divests himself of his clothes.
Strip.
He watches as I remove each article of clothing much slower than he did, one hand lazily pumping his cock as I do. Then he's on me, all lips and teeth and hands and man. It's different this time, more like the first time at the vessel. We are just Enzo and Rowan, man and wife, and I could feel his utter worship of my body with every kiss of his lips, stroke of his fingers, and touch of his eyes. He doesn't just look at me, he sees me. His eyes soak me in, caressing every dip and divot, finding and making beautiful every flaw and imperfection. I draw back just long enough to plant my hands on his cheeks and force him to meet my eyes. We're not going anywhere. He shakes his head.
We're staying.
I love you, you know. The blunt head of his cock nudges against me, requesting entry, and I tilt my hips to accommodate him. He surges forward, moving easily through my slick until he's seated fully against me.
I love you more, little bird.
We're cuddling afterward, Enzo's arm wrapped around me as I lay curled against his side when a knock sounds on the door. I groan. We never simply lie about in each other's arms. Is it selfish of me to want to do it this one time? Don't answer it. Enzo shifts and kisses me.
I have to, and if we are staying, I need to call a few people.
He rises and pulls on his pants before walking to the door and open it a crack.
What is it, Marco?
Marco Vital. He took Arturo's place when he was killed 2 nights ago. Enzo closes the door and continues dressing.
There's someone downstairs who needs to speak with me.
Moving to the door, he turns back and studies me for a moment, his expression for once open and unguarded. What I see there makes me catch my breath.
I love you, Rowan.
I don't want to stay in bed after he's gone. Getting up, I get dressed and decide to find food. I'll make us something light for dinner. Something we can maybe sit in front of a fireplace with a glass of wine. A charcuterie board, a loaf of bread. I'll find Sarah, she can help. Descending the stairs to the foyer, I pause mid-step. A woman stands outside of Enzo's study, jiggling a beautiful dark-haired baby on her hip as she sort of lamely looks at the paintings on the wall. There's something familiar about her. The dark hair, the tilt of her head. Hello? I continue down the steps, watching as she turns. Oh, hello. You must be Enzo Scarpetta's wife. I am, yes. Rowan. She gestures at the closed door behind her. My husband is meeting with him. Ah, okay.
So, if you're Rowan, that means you're friends with Vivi Valachi.
She peers at me, her gaze curiously intent. I still don't know who she is or who her husband is. Why is she asking about Vivi? All due respect, one of the things I've learned since arriving here is to be a bit less forthcoming with personal information such as that. Why do you ask? I understand, and you are very smart. She smiles, a dimple flashing in her cheek. The baby echoes the gesture, gurgling up at her and displaying her own dimple. That dimple. Something tugs at me, but my subconscious refuses to relinquish whatever the memory might be. I assure you, I can be trusted. Shay continues. I narrow my eyes on her, even though I'm charmed by her and the infant alike. Said the spider to the fly? She laughs. Well, in my case, it's completely accurate. She holds out a hand for me to shake.
Lulu Paparado, nay, Valachi.
Chapter 31. Vivi. I don't know what I expected, being the future Mrs. Romanov, but it definitely wasn't this. I've been confined to my room most of the time since we arrived. In the past week since Yvonne brought me here, I've hardly seen him. He gave me a single terse set of instructions, asked if I had any questions, and left. The clock on the dresser chimes the 6 p.m. hour, so I take my seat on the padded chair at the vanity and pick up a bottle of perfume. I've already smelled each one a dozen times, but I'll smell them again.
Figure out which one I want to wear today. The one with the faint narrowly scent, or the one that reminds me of vanilla and rum.
After a bit of back and forth, I go with the vanilla, dabbing it lightly on my wrists and pulse points. Yvonne requires me to smell nice, look pretty, and be waiting in the foyer when he arrives home each evening. My closet is full of pretty things, fortunately, since he didn't let me pack anything to take with me. I head there now, knowing my next order of business in these days that stretch out, one after another, is to simply dress myself. If something doesn't change soon, I will go mad. Stop. Angel's face uppermost in my mind. I pick a dress at random, not really caring what I put on. They're all very similar. Expensive, figure-hugging but tasteful, and tailored to fit perfectly. It's Angel I think of as I pull a pair of stockings on, careful to avoid snags, and then slip the dress over my head. Angel's safety as I slide my feet into a pair of stilettos. A knock sounds on the door, and a moment later it swings open. 2 men wait for me in the hallway, and I join them. I call them Dumb and Dumber in my head because they never say anything. They merely fall into step just behind me as I walk toward the staircase and begin to descend it, careful in my heels. I never really wore shoes like this until I came here. I spent a lot of the early hours in my room practicing, and now I at least don't look like a wobbly giraffe. As if rehearsed, the front door opens as I reach the bottom of the staircase, and Yvonne strides in. I don't know how he coordinates that timing so perfectly. Does he wait outside, listening for the sound of my heels? His dark gaze lands on me, traveling from toe to perfectly coiffed hair. I smile. His lips thin, a signal of displeasure, and my smile falters. Did I do something wrong? I glance down at my dress, one of many he stocked my closet with, but I don't see anything wrong. He finally acknowledges me with a grunt and walks past me, strides unfaltering. And then my 2 escorts, 2 as though I'm someone dangerous, return me to my room. I take a seat in one of the stiff chairs that flank the window, careful not to wrinkle my dress, and I wait. I've grown to be very patient. My sister and her husband wouldn't recognize me. An hour or so later, Dumb and Dumber return to take me to the dining room to eat dinner with Yvonne at a long dining table. He sits at one end and I sit at the other. He doesn't speak throughout the meal. The only sounds in the room are the clink of flatware against china and the dull thump of his glass against the table. I hate this silence. I have to speak. What is wrong with him? I clear my throat when a maid places a dish of creme brulee in front of me. This is the final course. If it goes poorly, I won't have too much time left to linger and be the worse for it. This is my favorite dessert. Lame. Without raising my head, I lift my gaze to look at Yvonne across the length of the table. His spoon is poised over his creme brulee. His expression caught somewhere between disbelief and bemusement. His gaze flickers slightly, and the servant leaves the room.
I do not like those dresses on you,
he responds.
Do not wear them again.
It's my turn to be surprised. Through sheer force of will, I swallow the argument that rises in my throat and nod. I won't. The servant re-enters the room, another creme brulee in her hands. She places it in front of me. I look up to see Ivan watching expectantly. I really don't want another dessert, but I lift my spoon. Thank you. Afterward, Dumb and Dumber usher me back to my room once again. I've always had someone to talk to. I don't even have my phone, so I can't text or call Rowan. The silence would be oppressive, except for the conundrum that is Yvonne Romanov and the constant sound of construction coming from somewhere in the house. At least, I guess it's construction. It sounds like the buzz of saws and the roll of chains. Loud banging, that sort of thing. Maybe Yvonne is into home renovation. Everything changes one morning, and I don't know why. I've been doing everything as expected, terrified, frankly, that the smallest misstep will result in something happening to Angel. And I can't lose another sibling. I've already lost so much. Even if he is a liar and a manipulative asshole, Angel is my brother. I'll do whatever I have to, be whatever kind of wife Yvonne Romanov's desires, to keep him alive. February is fading gradually into March, and today, I woke up to discover a kind of balmy promise of spring on the horizon. For our evening meeting, I chose a wispy cotton dress from the new selection of garments Yvonne had delivered to my closet, these new ones completely different in nature from the previous ones. Sweeter, less revealing. More Gilmore Girl than Real Housewives, which is much more me than the first round of clothing. As usual, the door opens and Yvonne stops in front of me as I stand at the bottom of the staircase. This time, though, he opens his mouth and speaks.
It is time for us to discuss my expectations for you.
Maybe this means I won't be forever confined to my bedroom? Excitement buzzes along my veins as Yvonne offers his arm, and I take it. He leads me down a hall I've never traveled, and eventually into a parlor of some sort. My breath catches. A giant, 2-celled cage has been built into the middle of the room. In one of the cells, Slumped against the bars is Angel. His face is swollen and bruised. So many colors of bruises, indicating old and new ones. Black, blue, red, yellow, even green. I jerk my arm out of Yvonne's and glare at him. What have you done? You said you wouldn't hurt him if I came with you. Yvonne smiles and tugs me out of the room, away from Angel. He begins to lead us back the way we came, toward the foyer and the staircase.
Your friend, the O'Rourke girl. She taught me a valuable lesson about how flighty little birds can be.
My gut churns. Did something happen to Rowan?
She's doing quite well. She appears to have settled happily into her life as Scarpetta's wife.
I shake my head in confusion. I don't understand. We reach the foyer, and instead of releasing me into Dumb and Dumber's care, Yvonne begins to walk me up the stairs.
No,
he says.
You wouldn't. Scarpetta almost lost his little bird, didn't he?
No, he didn't. She was just confused.
You know, my forgiveness is generally only granted through retribution. Do you understand what that means, Vivi?
Retribution? Yes, I understand it.
Years ago, when we were children, our fathers came to an agreement. You and I would be married, and I would gain all of the benefits entailed with being connected to the Valachi familia.
A worthy investment.
Indeed it was, until your brother chose to play his little games. The Valachis were powerful, holding a commission seat of the 5 families of New York City. All of the families answered to them. This is the prize I was promised for taking your hand. That's gone now. His maneuverings, getting the families to destroy each other and calling in Azrael to clean up the mess. I don't understand his motivation, but whatever it was foolish. He has destroyed the machine that was the New York Italian Mafia. He has rendered the Valachi name all but useless to me.
Yvonne pauses outside of the master bedroom door and turns to me. I shiver at the coldness in his gaze.
I will have what was promised to me, Viviana Valachi. I will have the 5 families functioning as they should. I will have peace, and I will have you.
He opens the door, and I turn my head to look inside. The scent of fresh paint filters out, strong and acrid. In the middle of the bedroom is a cage, painted gold. Yvonne smiles down at me.
No more flighty birds.
This concludes Mercy in Betrayal by Vi Carter and E.R. Whyte. Narrated by Will Tulin and Raven Wildwood. Copyright 2024 by Vi Carter and E.R. Whyte. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with E.R. Whyte and Josie Beck and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.